Yeah, we all got dreams, but we stuck in the grind. Looking back at the past, but it's time to unwind. Everyone can do it, just gotta take that step. Stop dwelling on the losses, let's rewrite the rep. Hating on the president, calling him corrupt. But let me break it down, we gotta interrupt. Law's been in place, he's just playing the game. Ain't about the man, it's about the system's name. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise, yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past, let the hate fall away. We build in the future, let's seize the day. Can't you see? You bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype, man, it's all fake tricks. The medic bag empty, y'all shit out of luck. Wake up, before you get stuck. Y'all act like y'all in love, but y'all really in lust. Lost in the fame and the fortune. You ain't got no sense. You got the influencer fixation. You let them run your life. Red or blue, you're just a puppet with strings, always in strife. You think they care, but they don't give a damn. Just chasing the glow, the celebrity clout. They'll play both sides, the red and the blue, but they're just pulling your strings while you're stuck on your move. You're waiting for someone to tell you you're in luck, but mommy and daddy ain't coming, they're not in the cut. You're so blinded by the fame, the glitz and the glam, you forget what's real and who you really are. Wake up and see that you're just a pawn in the game. The red and the blue, they're all just the same. Stop being the puppet and take control of your life and break free from the chains. It's time to ignite. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise. Yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We build in the future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic bag empty. Y'all shit out of luck. Wake up before you get stuck. Yo, I see the struggle, I feel the pain, but we can't let the darkness keep us chained. We got the power, the voice is the might. Let's come together, to wrongs into right. Everyone's a player, so step to the front. No more division, let's rise from the blunt. It's not just about politics, it's a call to unite. Stand tall, move forward, let's ignite the light. Yeah, we're all in this together. No need to divide. Let's focus on the future. Let the love be our guide. From the streets to the halls, let's make change. Break the chains of the past. Let's rearrange. Y'all really stuck. Puppets with strings attached, waiting for mommy and daddy to tell them they give a fuck. Y'all wondering why y'all stuck? Damn, can't y'all see? Y'all bleeding all over the matrix and the medic bag is empty. Soldier, in the game of life. You're playing with invisible strings, trying to prove your worth, but you're just a pawn in a bigger fight. They say you're just a number, another statistic in the system, but you're a soul with a story to tell. So stand up tall, break those strings, prove to the world that you're more than just a marionette. Don't let them control your destiny. You're the master of your own fate. Don't be afraid to go after and take. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise. Yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We're building the future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You're bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic's bag is empty. Y'all shit out of luck. Wake up before you're stuck. Everyone can do it. How do we move forward? How do we do this? Just add something to it. Some stay stuck in the past. That's not how we last. Y'all hating on the president saying he corrupt. I don't know who he is. I feel like he's implementing what already exists. We gotta rise above the hate and focus on progress. Together we can make a change and leave behind the mess. It's easy to point fingers and place blame, but true change comes from taking action and making a change. Let's unite and work together for a better tomorrow. Instead of dwelling on what's wrong, let's focus on what we can borrow. The power lies within us to create a new path, to break free from the chains of doubt and wrath. Believe in ourselves and each other. As we strive for greatness, together we can overcome any obstacle that tries to hold us back. Think about it. It's a little bit of food to thought. Yo, damn, man. Y'all act like y'all in lust, chasing shadows lost in the glitter and dust, scrolling through the feeds like it's life or death. But these influences don't care, man. They just cashing checks, stuck in a cycle, puppets on a string, waiting for likes like it's everything. Red or blue, y'all fighting over crumbs. While the real world's burning, y'all just hum and strong. Hum strong until you know. Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, sticking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears. But the ache in our hearts only grew in passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't seal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood. But deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we keep concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They said love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattered their leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite. It's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They build the walls, but we're taking tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bubbles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here.
Yeah,
Riders
ignite.
They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy. It lingers in the shadows. A darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything,
but not the heavy cost.
Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo and they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, we're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battle for the sorrow, a world with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all the name, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left in us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. That's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. To remember this moment, remember this space, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system, and united we'll walk. Riders show come out.
All right, y'all. Listen. All right, Grab all the toxicity, grab all the negativity, and throw it out the window. Kobe that shit into, the trash can and forget about it like yesterday's newspaper. Because that's exactly what that shit is. Irrelevant. All right? Throw all the negativity, all the toxicity out the window. Real shit. That's the whole purpose of that song. Shout out to Miss Akimi and Miss Yo Thoughts, all right? Listen. Us versus the System remix was really inspired by Miss Akimi and Miss Yo Thoughts, all right? We gotta give them a big shout out. I really appreciate them. But listen, man, welcome to Philly, y'all. I want to welcome all of y'all, to the Writers for Life Brings You the Let's Talk About It podcast. All right, listen, y'all know when it comes to the podcast, we talk about everything. All right, so let's dive down some rabbit holes, all right, and learn some of the history of Philadelphia. All right, listen, y'all know I was raised in Philadelphia. I wasn't born in Philly, but I was raised in Philadelphia. All right, and I walked through the streets of HP my whole life. All right, I've been here in Hunting Park since I was 6 years old. All right, before I was in Hunting Park, I was living in Albany. All right, towards Albany. So listen, my whole life I've been here. Like I said, in my last 3 lives, all right, my mama came from Puerto Rico. She ain't a wetback, all right? She ain't on this John talking about arriba, the way. Nah. She be on this John, me cago en tu madre, puñeta. That's a Puerto Rican for you, all right? Me cago en nada, quien carajo te dijo a ti que haga eso? Yo, that's a fucking Puerto Rican for you, all right? That's my mama, all right? She ain't crossed the border, but she got on the plane and brought my little ass over here to Philly, all right? And I've been here ever since, ever since I had, listen. All I know is Philly. Philly is in my blood, all right? And even though I don't watch sports, all right? Fly, Eagles, fly on some real shit. My blood bleeds green, all right? I'm not a sports fan, all right? But Philly's known, for the Eagles. Shit, my blood's been bleeding green since I can freaking remember. All right. So once again, welcome to Philadelphia. All right, welcome to Philly, baby. Let's dive down the history. Shout out to Mr. Oates. We got Mr. Oates in the building. All right, we got T-Rail in the building. We got the beautiful Miss Genesis in the building. All right. Yo, I'm not sure if she's still doing the lives and stuff like that, but man, make sure y'all go check out Miss Genesis. All right, I miss Miss Genesis. I haven't seen her go live in a while. I'm not gonna sit here and lie, but we're about to get this joint started. So give me 1 second, because I want to get some stuff off my chest, and then we're gonna watch some videos. All right, y'all. So let's dive down this rabbit hole for real. Because when we talk about Pennsylvania and Philly history, we're not just talking about old dates, all right, and dusty statues. We're talking about the blueprint of how power was built, who served it, and who stepped on. We've already peeled back layers on why Philly is, opposite of every other U.S. city. And we've talked, we've walked through in Penn's shadow, where William Penn, is painted as the visionary Quaker, right? But also a man full of, contradictions. Radical in some ways, right? Oppressive in others. And that's the part people don't like to, sit with. They want the hero story, the clean narrative, right? The founding father glow. But Philly's history has never been clean. It's been, messy, layered, and full of tension from day one. So when we ask what has really changed, we're not, asking a cute question. All right. We're asking whether the systems, all right, Penn built, the contradictions he embodied are still sitting in our neighborhoods, our politics, in our daily lives. All right. Because let's be honest, William Penn wasn't just a city planner, all right, with a dream. He was a political prisoner. A religious radical, a man who imagined a city, of tolerance while simultaneously, all right, benefiting from slavery. That duality, right, is baked into, the foundation of this place. Philly was built on ideas of freedom while simultaneously, all right, denying freedom to entire groups of people. And if that doesn't sound familiar to, the present day, all right, then we're not paying attention. The same city that preached liberty was also the same city where free black people had to fight to prove their humanity, where indigenous people were pushed aside, and where wealth and power, all right, were, how can I say, concentrated into the hands of few. I could be saying that wrong, but I don't think so. All right. So again, what has really changed? The faces, the fashion, the technology, or are we still living inside the same contradictions just with new vocabulary and updated brand? When you look at Penn's era, you see a city trying to balance ideas with reality. You see Quaker, right? You see Quakers, because it wasn't just William Penn, all right? It was a group of them, right? Quakers wrestling, right, with, how can I say, moral weight of slavery while still participating in it. All right, you see political leaders preaching peace while benefiting from systems built on violence. And today we see politicians preaching, all right, justice while passing policies, all right, that harm the same communities they claim to uplift. We see leaders talking about equality while ignoring the structural inequalities, all right, that have existed since the 1600s. The language changes, right? The marketing changes, but the power dynamics, they move slow. They shift only when, people force them to. And Philly has always been a city where the people had, to push protest and demand the truth and be acknowledged. And listen, if you're from Philly, correct me if I'm wrong. Right? And let's talk about, the people. Because Philly's history, how can I say, isn't just Penn and, the elites. It's the free black communities that existed here before the revolution. All right. It's the indigenous nations whose land this all sits on. It's the enslaved people whose labor built the wealth that Penn and all others enjoyed. These stories were always here, but they weren't always told. All right. And that's another thing that hasn't changed. The fight for, how can I say, representation, the fight to be seen, the fight to have your truth included in the narrative. All right. We're still battling erasure. We're still battling selective storytelling. And we're still battling systems that want to celebrate the statue. All right. But not the shadow behind it. All right, I see nobody has anything to say yet, so I'm just gonna continue to say what I gotta say. Listen, listen. I'm just edit it all out because this is some truth. People don't really want to talk about this. You hear debates, you hear, all these things across social media. Listen, Cory and what's his name? Antoine almost got into it, but it was more of as Antoine was kind of disrespectful what he said to Cory, and Cory didn't want to hear the reality because Anton didn't explain it right. That people are worried about the president, right? Federal elections instead of worrying about local. We should be worrying about, our local communities instead of, worrying about what the president is doing. And I'm not saying, oh, well, stop, looking at the news and stop doing your research. What I'm saying is that while y'all distracted on these celebrities and focused on Trump, right? Out here in this political circus that we're having in 2025, 2026. I mean, it's been happening for a minute, way before these 2 years. Anyways, all right, we need to start focusing locally, right? But listen, back on topic, all right, here's the twist. Philly has always been a city of resistance, a city, where people didn't just accept the contradictions. They challenged them, all right? From the abolitionist, I could never say that goddamn word right, to the organizers, all right, to the everyday folks who refuse to be silent. This city, has a legacy of pushing back. And that's something that has changed over time. The power of the people has grown louder, more organized, more unapologetic. We're not living in Penn's shadow the same way anymore. Right? We're shining light into the corners he never imagined we'd expose. We're naming the truths he never had to confront. And that's the beauty of Philly. All right. This city forces you to face the truth even when it's uncomfortable. And I be telling people, man, I love my city. But the people in the city, yo, make you wake up every morning like Homer Simpson, choking Bart on some real shit. All right. But back on topic. So when we ask, what has really changed? The answer is complicated. And correct me if I'm wrong on that. All right. The structures, many of them are still here. The inequalities still here. The contradictions still here. But the awareness, the voice, the willingness to call it out, that's different. All right. That's ours. That's this generation refusing to let history be sanitized. All right. Like sanctions. I can never say the word. It's going to come out just like that. Fuck it. All right. I think I'm saying it right. All right. That's us refusing to let the narrative be controlled by, the same people who benefited from the old systems. We're not just learning history. All right. We're interrogating it. We're challenging it. We're rewriting the parts that that were written without us in mind. And that's why we keep, how can I say, diving down these rabbit holes, not because we're obsessed with, the past, but because the past is still living in the present. Philly's story is America's story. Messy, contradictory, all right, visionary, violent, hopeful, and unfinished. And if we don't understand how it started, if we don't understand how it started, shout out to Mr. Oates that had me thinking, all right, before the new year started, right? And I was like, you know what? Let's start from the beginning, right? Because if we don't understand how it started, we can't understand how to change where it's going. So tonight, we're not just talking about William Penn, all right? We're talking about the system, all right? The systems he helped create, the shadows he left behind, and the questions we're still wrestling with. All right, centuries later, what has really changed, and what are we willing to change next? I don't know if anybody has ever thought about, them type of questions. You see where I'm coming from? Abolitionist. I had to read it. Okay, abolitionist. Shout out to we got Gary Busted Down Brown in the building. Shout out to my OG. Gary Sleeps comes in and saves the day. He corrected a shorty. I fucked up. I get tongue twisted. I mess my words up. And sometimes, listen, man, I need to make a contract with Webster because I invent some new shit. But anyways, back on topic. Big shout out to my OG. He in the building. Genesis 1 says facts. We are headed for one world order by 2031. Things as we know it will never be the same. And that's some real shit, Miss Genesis. That's some real shit right there. My bad. I had to take a sip of my soda real quick. Yeah, it took Gary Busted Down to come. All right. Come and rescue the moment real quick. I'm in here messing with words. Man, listen, if I mess a word up, man, don't be afraid to correct the shorty. I don't get mad on that, man. I know I fuck words up. Let me stop cussing. I know I mess words up. All right. I promised my baby daddy and my daughter that I was gonna stop cussing. All right. So if I cuss, y'all can come at my neck for that too. All right. Roast me in the chat if you have to, fuck it, so I can get my shit together. See, it just comes out. I don't know if it's a Philly thing, but anyways. All right, y'all. Let's keep going down, this rabbit hole, because once you start pulling at Philly's history, you realize it's not just a timeline. All right. There's a whole ecosystem of contradictions, brilliance, violence, intervention. All right, and hypocrisy all tangled together. When we talk about Franklin's spark, all right, we're talking about the moment Philly shifts from Penn's idealistic, blueprint into a living, breathing, chaotic city where ambition and inequality all right, grow side by side. Benjamin Franklin didn't just show up as some polished founding father, right? He came here as a runaway, broke, hungry, and trying to outrun the life that was supposed to trap him. All right, in Philly, this messy, diverse, opportunity filled city shaped him into the powerhouse he became. All right, but while Franklin was, rising, the city's, how can I say, prosperity was still being built on the backs of enslaved people. That's the part folks like to skip over. Right? They want to, how can I say, whew, they want to kite and key. I'm saying it right. They want the kite in the key. All right, not the chains and the labor that made the city wealthy. All right, enough for, how can I say, enlightenment dreams. They just want the kite and the keys. They want the keys to the city. They want the work, but they don't want to put the work in. If y'all could understand what I'm trying to say. All right, Franklin's story is the perfect example of how Philly, creates giants while hiding the shadows behind them. My bad, while hiding in the shadows behind them. Right? He becomes a, how can I say, a printer, a thinker, a civic innovator, right? A political force. But all around him, the city is wrestling with the moral disaster of slavery. All right. You've got Samson enslaved, all right, to Governor James Logan, risking everything for freedom. His story, how can I say, his story is just as important as Franklin's, right? But history books don't censor him. And that's the problem. The city's greatness and, how can I say, in its ugliness grew together. The Quakers who preached peace and equality while suddenly forced to confront the fact that their wealth and comfort were tied to human bondage. That tension, that hypocrisy is part of Philly's DNA, and it's still here today in different forms. We love to celebrate the innovator, how can I say, the innovators, right? But we don't always talk about the people who paid the price for that innovation. My bad. Like, what's crazy, right, is that people don't even peep that at that point, right? The city hits its breaking point. The peaceful charter pen, imagine, how can I say, what's crazy is that they say the peaceful William Penn, but was he really so peaceful? Listen, listen, the peaceful charter William Penn. Imagine starts, right, crackling under the pressure of frontier violence, right? Political corruption and economic inequality. Like, you've got settlers and indigenous people clashing violently, and the city's leadership scrambling, right, to maintain control. Philly was supposed to be, how can I say, this how can I say, Utopia? I can't even fucking pronounce the word right. I hope I'm saying it right. Right? I'm gonna say Ethiopian experiment. Hopefully I said the word right there. All right? But really, but how can I say? But reality didn't care about Penn's dream. Let me put it like that. All right? Like, shit. I'm trying to find the proper words because, listen, I don't really want my live striked. And I've gotten striked before. All right. So y'all see me now sometimes like scrambling, trying like, oh yeah, what did you say? But anyway, fuck it, man. The leadership is scrambling to maintain control, right? Philly was supposed to be this utopian experiment, but reality didn't care about Penn's dream. All right, the city was growing too fast. All right, too diverse, too powerful, too divided. And that's when you start to see the real Philly. All right, the one that doesn't hide from conflict, but is shaped by it. The one that becomes the center of the American Revolution, not because it was peaceful, but because it was, how can I say, passionate, loud, and full of people who refused to be ignored. All right. By the time we got to, how can I say, the storm, Philly, how can I say, Philly is a how can I say, a powder keg. All right. Every new British tax hits the working class harder than the elites. All right. And the resentment starts boiling. This was just, how can I say, taxation without representation. This was rich versus poor. All right. Power versus people. Insiders versus outsiders. Philly was the largest and, how can I say, most diverse city in the colonies, which meant every argument, every tension, every political fight was amplified. And when the revolution kicks off, Philly becomes the headquarters. Not because it was calm, but because it was, the loudest, the most alive. But even then, the city was divided. Revolutionaries hunted, loyalists, like, how can I say it? Revolutionists. Am I saying the word right? Revolutionaries haunted, all right? Loyalists, like they were, how can I say, traitors hiding in plain sight. Neighbors turned on neighbors. The city was literally at war with itself before, how can I say, before it was war with the British. That's crazy. And that's how it is now. People still at war with each other before the war even begins with other places on some real shit. And like I said, y'all welcome to correct me. I still cuss it. Damn. I'm gonna get it one day. I'm too grown for this, right? Get it together, blah blah. Get it together, blah blah. I got these headphones on. I can't really. There you go. I can smack one side. I can't give you the pimp slap. Yeah, I'm my own pimp. I'm my own critic. Shit, I know how to look in the mirror and say, "Yo, what the fuck is wrong?" See, damn, I hear myself in the headphones. I gotta like take a minute, relax. All right, hey, listen to yourself. Like pause for a second. Pause for a second. All right, hold up. Wait a minute. Shout out to Miss Genesis, yo. But anyways, all right. Listen. Back on topic, all right. Let's talk about the people who shaped this era. All right. Franklin, Betsy Ross, Thomas Paine, Charles Wilson. All right. Charles Wilson Peel at that. All right. These weren't perfect icons. All right. They were messy, flawed, brilliant, and human. Franklin was a political mastermind, but also a man who, how can I say, evolved slowly on slavery. Paine was a radical voice who pushed, the revolution further than the elites wanted. Betsy Ross became a symbol of, how can I say, patriotism, but her real life was full of struggle and complexity, right? Peel was an artist, a soldier, a museum founder, a man trying to, how can I say, document a new nation while living through chaos. These people weren't statues, all right? They were living contradictions, just like the city, all right? They came, how can I say? They were living contradictions just like the city they came from. So I did say it right. Shit. And listen, let me put it like this, all right? Their actions, they were living contradictions. How can I say? Their actions their actions their courage, their mistakes, their risks, right? It shaped not just Philly but the entire country. All right, damn, it took me a little minute to put that one together. Like, damn. All right, listen, what makes this era so powerful, right, is that Philly wasn't just reacting to history. right? It was creating it. Every protest, every, pamphlet, every argument in a tavern, every act of how can I say rebellion was part of a bigger transformation. But the revolution didn't magically fix the inequalities that existed, all right? The wealthy still try to control the narrative. The working class still carried the burden, right? Black people, indigenous people, and women were still, how can I say, excluded from the freedom. Being, being shouted about in Independence Hall. That's the part we have to, talk about. The revolution was loud, but it wasn't complete. It opened the door, but it didn't let everyone walk through it. And once again, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong on what I'm saying. These are just my thoughts and opinions, stuff that I've come, that I've put together, all right, that I've come to a conclusion of by reading, going through history, doing my research, watching videos. Listen, I got history books for days. Y'all been watching me for a minute. Y'all know I got history books for days, all right? So listen, I love history. I don't know what it is. I'm a history nerd, all right? History turns me on. Let's put it like that. Right? Like, I don't know what it is, but I love history. It draws my attention. Like, we can be, like, anybody can talk about history, right, today, and I'll be right on their channel listening. And I won't change. I'll be right there on some real shit. I don't know what it is about history. I'm a history fanatic. But listen. So when we look at Franklin Sparks, right, and in the storm, we're not just studying history. We're studying the blueprint of Philly's identity, a city built on contradictions, a city that creates brilliance out of struggle, a city that fights with itself before it fights the world, a city where freedom and oppression live side by side, in the real question, all right, the one we keep coming back to is this: how much of that blueprint is still shaping us today? Because when you look around Philly right now, you can still feel the echoes, the passion, the conflict, right? The inequality, the innovation, right? The resistance. The storm never fully ended, right? It just changed form. All right. And that's why we keep digging into the history. Because to understand Philly today, you have to understand the fire that forged it. All right. So, all right, that's to the same comments. All right, y'all. So let's really sit with this for a second. All right, because when you zoom out and look at history, not the cute, polished, school approved version, but the real gritty, uncomfortable version, all right, you start to see a pattern that never broke. Different eras, different leaders, different outfits, right? Different flags, but the same. And yes, I mean different flags before anybody starts talking crap. Different flags. Go look at y'all history, but the same, all right, engine running. It's still the same engine running underneath. Money, power, and greed. That's the part people don't want to admit. They want to believe history, progresses, that humanity evolves, that we've somehow grown past the ugliness of the past. But when you peel back the layers, you realize the game never changed. Only the players did. On some real shit. And every time we dive into Philly and PA history, that truth gets louder. Listen, since colonization started, the blueprint has been the same. Take land, take resources, take people, and call it civilization. Dress it up in religion, law, right? Or patriotism. And suddenly the violence looks justified. That's the trick. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into this too much, overthinking it. Maybe I don't know. All right, but to me, that's the illusion. When you look at William Penn, Franklin, the Revolution, all these founding moments, you see the same contradiction. People preaching freedom while owning other human beings. People talking about equality while building systems that excluded most of the population. People claiming moral high ground while chasing wealth and power, and we're supposed to pretend that was noble. that was righteous, that was progress. Let me sit and think about that. Hmm. I can say nobody's talking, right? Then listen, nobody's talking, right? So listen, when you start thinking, right, then you start asking the real questions. How far back does this go? Right? Because when you read history, not just American history, but global history, you see the same cycle repeating across continents and centuries. Empires rise and fall. All right. But the motivations stay. The motivations stay the same. Money, power, control. All right. And when you look at, religious texts, including the good old book that people talk about so much, that good old book, all right, you see the same themes. Kings fighting over land, leaders betraying how can I say, their own people, right? Wars justified in the name of God. People acting like greed is the, modern invention when it's literally one of the oldest human patterns documented. On some real shit. But folks don't want to hear that because it shakes the foundation of the stories they were raised on. Am I going too far into this? Am I reaching too far? Am I overthinking this too far? This is just my opinion, anyways. All right. People get uncomfortable when you point out that the systems we live under today were built on the same values as the systems from hundreds or thousands of years ago. They want to believe we're better now, more moral, more, how can I say, enlightened. But look around. Corporations run the world. Politicians chase power more than justice. Communities are still exploited. People are still disposable, all right, to the powerful. They're still disposable to the powerful. All right. It's the same script, just with Wi-Fi and a better marketing. And when you say it out loud, people act like you're being negative. And no, you're being honest. You're refusing to swallow, how can I say, the sanitized version of history that was, that makes people feel so safe. Real shit. And the wildest part is, right, every generation thinks they're the first ones to notice the corruption. Everyone. Me at one point too. All right. I ain't exhumed to this shit. I at one point I thought I knew everything, so I ain't gotta learn nothing. But the truth is, people have been calling this out forever. All right, the enslaved called it out, the oppressed called it out, the poor called it out, the prophets in the good old book called it out, the revolutionaries called it out. All right, the workers called it out, the activists called it out. But the people in power always find a way to silence, erase, or rewrite these voices, those voices. All right. That's why we have to keep digging, keep questioning, keep exposing. Because the truth doesn't disappear. It just gets buried under the stories. All right. The powerful prefer. And y'all can still correct me if I'm wrong, once again. All right. Anyways, all right. And that's why, how can I say? Don't jump too far, right? Come back, come back, come back, come back. You ain't get to the videos yet. Calm down, slow down. Listen, my bad. All right. Back on topic, back on topic. I never really left, but my head started jumping and skipping all the way ahead. Anyways, look, listen. So when I say nothing has changed, we're not being dramatic. We're being accurate, right? The costumes changed, the language changed, the technology changed, but the core motivations, right? The core motivations, the ones that shape nations, economies, wars, and societies stayed the same. And that's why studying history matters. Not to normalize dates, but to recognize patterns, to see how the past still living inside the present, to understand the systems, to understand that the systems that we're fighting today were designed centuries ago. And to realize that, how can I say, yeah, I'm saying it right. And to realize that, all right, how can I say, I want to find the right words. All right. And to realize that if we don't name the truth, we'll keep repeating it. All right. Listen, that's why conversations like this matters. But once you see the patterns, you can't unsee it. Once you recognize the cycle, you stop, falling for the illusion. You stop believing the PR. You stop accepting the surface, how can I say, the surface level explanation. And you start, how can I say, asking deeper questions like who benefits, who suffers, who profits, who pays the price. And that's when, real change becomes possible, not because the system suddenly grows in conscience, but because the people finally understand the game. And once the people understand the game, the people can rewrite the rules. That's why we keep diving into history, not to stay stuck in the past, but to expose the truth that's been hiding in plain sight. All right. Hopefully I said that out, a little better. All right. You see, all this hate flying around right now, and honestly, it makes you stop and ask for what, people are out here. I'm gonna put it like this. All this hate flying around, my question to you is for what? All right. Because people are out here tearing each other apart, acting like the president, whoever, it is at the moment, is the mastermind behind every single thing that's happening in this country. But when you really understand, history, when you really study how, this system was built, you realize the president is just a piece on the board. A loud piece, a visible piece, a symbolic piece, but still a piece. The real power sits in the laws, the institutions, the structures, all right, that were created long before any of us were born. And those laws didn't magically appear, right, in the last 4 years of the last decade. They've been in place for centuries, shaping every form, how can I say, everything from who gets protected to who gets punished. Once again, I could be overthinking this shit. That's why, the hate feels so misplaced. People are fighting each other, how can I say, over personalities, over faces, over parties, over headlines. Meanwhile, the system itself keeps running the same way it has. The president plays the game because, the game was designed before even he stepped in, before he stepped into office. All right. And that's the part people don't want to hear. It's easier to blame one person than to confront the fact that the foundation of this country was built on control, hierarchy, and maintaining power. It's easier to scream at the politician than to admit that the laws we live under were written in a time when most of us wouldn't have even been considered human beings with rights. On some real, right? Don't cuss. Whoo! And when you look, when you look at history, right? When you look at the history we've been diving into, right? Penn, Franklin, the Revolution, the early city politics, right? You see the same pattern, the same people in charge. I mean, the same people in charge change, right? Their outfits, the language, all that. But the structure stays the same, the laws, all right? The laws that govern the land, property, policing, punishment, wealth, and power were created by people who had no intention of sharing that power equally. And those laws have been patched, all right, amended, repackaged, but never fully rebuilt. So when folks act shocked by, what's happening today, it's like, what did you expect from a system that was never designed for fairness in the first place? Am I tripping? I don't know. I'm talking to myself, so I could be tripping. Oh no, T-Rail said true. Oh shit! Shout out to Chris Gonzalez. Bulls. Miss Genesis said, "Facts. We need open communication ongoing." That's a fact, Miss Genesis. That's real, man. Listen, that's so true. This is why I do these things, man. Like, and I try to have open panels, people, cause like I don't like I don't like this going left, so I don't turn this into a debate ever. All right, because listen, All of our opinions matter. And like I've told people, man, when I go to a lot of these politicians here in Philadelphia, all right, people that have come and had conversations with me, the ideas they give me, I throw them off. A lot of these politicians that I talk to know that I do YouTube. You see where I'm coming from? They know I do podcasting. Like, I ain't correcting my grammar for them. I'm correcting it for the youth. All right, I do have to listen. I had a very potty mouth. Like my mouth was very, very ratchet. Let's put it like that. All right, but I could be professional too, right? And I had to start showing that side of me. I can't keep every part of me, shielding a cocoon. All right, I have to let them little butterflies fly. Real shit. Here we go again. I gotta catch myself because listen, when I'm in a meeting and stuff like that, I don't really curse. I don't curse. When I'm working, I don't curse. But when I'm at home in my own space, I'm just the wood. I hate that. But anyways, back on topic. Because I thought I was talking to myself. Shout out to T-Rail. Shout out to Miss Genesis. But I'm not. Shout out to them. But listen, this is why I say, how can I say? And with me saying all that, right, that's why the hate, right, feels like a distraction. Listen, it keeps people focused on the surface instead of the root. It keeps people arguing about the president, right? Like he's the puppet master, when in reality, he's just operating inside a machine that's been running since the 1600s. Now, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong on everything I just said, right? Listen to what I just said. That's why I feel the hate that's going around towards the president and all this stuff, other people, blah, 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 right? It feels like a distraction, right? Because it keeps people focused on the surface instead of the root. It keeps people arguing about the president, right? Like he's the puppet master, when in reality, he's just operating inside a machine that's been running since the 1600s, right? The laws, the courts, the economic structures, right? The policing system, all of that was already here. Presidents come and go, but the system stays and the system protects itself. All right. That's why you can't change the face in the White House. My bad. I said can't. You can change the face in the White House, right? And still say, how can I say, and still see the same issues repeating, because the problem isn't the face. All right. It's the foundation. Listen, the last time I did a live like this, all right, they took my whole channel. Right? All right, listen, I don't know what I was saying, but I got like this and I started speaking like this. They took that whole motherfucking channel. All right, I got into politics. I should have left Hassan Campbell. That was the beginning of my strikes on that fucking channel. I should have left Hassan Campbell alone. Listen, fuck it. I'm going to keep talking. Fuck this. Damn, I'm still cussing. Hey, my baby daddy at? He need to come take the headphones now. You know what I'm going to do? Fuck it. I know what I'm going to do. Fuck it. Bring it up. I need a shot. I keep fucking. I'm still cussing. Yo, what the? I guess I'm gonna just keep going. Listen, my issue is, right, I get mad at myself because I hear myself on the headphones echo sometimes. And when I hear the cussing back, I'm like, yo, is you gonna chill with the cussing? I be trying to tell y'all I'm my biggest critic. Nobody understands. I'm my biggest critic. I am my biggest critic. Let's screw it, man. is Saturday. I ain't have nothing to drink since New Year's. That'll relax you, right? Hey, shout out to my side piece. I like Jack Daniels. It's my thing. I be telling y'all, man, the only threesomes I be having, Jack Daniels and Mary Jane. Well, I'm not Billy, baby. I had to take a shot. I was like, calm down, Ray. You doing a little too much cussing back to back. All right, calm down and relax. Here we go. Now we can start talking again. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Happy New Year's to everybody out there. Ooh, I had to take a breather, man. Listen, because when I go in, I go in. Trust me, y'all don't understand. If y'all been following me for a minute now, y'all know that my little potty mouth will get very bad if I don't stop. And I don't know if it's a Philly thing, but hey. But anyways, right? Listen. We got to be real about this, right? The people in power know exactly how to use division, right? To their advantage, right? They know if, how can I say? They know that if they keep the public fighting each other, nobody will look up, and question the structure itself. Nobody will ask why certain laws never change. Nobody will ask why certain communities stay targeted. Nobody will ask why wealth keeps flowing upward, right? Hate becomes a tool, a distraction, a way to keep people emotionally changed. But politically, how can I say, emotionally charged, but politically blind. There you go. That's how I wanted to say. Because I'm like, wait, what is you saying? Like I said, it's not just a distraction, right? It's a way to keep people emotionally charged, but politically blind. And once you see that, you can, you can't unsee it. You start recognizing how, predictable the cycle is. But y'all can still correct me if I'm wrong, right? So, when you say it's not even about the president, right? When I say that, oh fuck. When I say that it's not even about the president, all right, I'm speaking the truth. People don't want, to sit with, because it's not about the president, right? It means that, the problem is bigger, deeper, older, and harder to fix. It means that, the responsibility doesn't just fall on one man. It falls on the entire system and everyone who benefits from it. That's where my stance is on it, right? It means that we have to stop treating politics like a reality show and start treating it like a, how can I say, structural analysis, if that's the proper words to use, right? It means we have to stop, reacting to personalities and start understanding, policies. And that's uncomfortable for people. All right, that's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable for people who were taught to see, politics as red versus blue instead of power versus the people. If you can understand where I'm coming from, right? And that's why, conversations like this matter, because once you understand the system, you start falling. You stop falling for it. All right, you stop falling for the distractions. You stop letting people, how can I say? You stop letting hate pull you into battles that don't change anything. You start focusing on the laws, the history, the patterns, the structure. You start seeing how the game is played. And once you see the game, all right, you can't be manipulated by it. The real power, how can I say? That's the real power, all right? Not in hating each other, but in understanding the system that shapes all of us. And that's why we keep, diving into history, because the past exposes the present and the present exposes the truth people keep trying to ignore. If y'all can understand where I'm coming from, right? I'm tired of this shit. You could tell, because Listen, I'm rambling words, and like for a minute, I thought I was talking to myself, so I thought I was going a little cuckoo. All right, but I'm gonna keep going, man. I just took that shot. That John got me. Woo! Like, damn, my chest is burning a little bit. All right, but listen, we're about to hop into these videos real quick. All right, I think I've been talking. Yeah, I've been talking for an hour. All right, because I want to drop the link for anybody that wants to come up and chop it up with a shorty real quick about history. So we are going to be watching 2 videos. All right. So now that we've recapped everything that we've already dug into, let's dive deep. Let's dive even deeper down this rabbit hole. And let's crack open the floodgates. All right. Because this era right here, I'm gonna put it like this: post-Civil War Philly, all right, is where you really see, the city transform into something new, chaotic, ambitious, and full of, contradictions. The Civil War ends. How can I say the Civil War ends? The country is trying to, rebuild, and Philly becomes this magnet for opportunity and exploitation at the same time. Like, you've got industries. How can I say? Not industries, in the industrialists. I'm hoping I'm saying the right word, right? Chasing wealth like their lives dependent on it, building factories, railroads, and empires. You've got newly freed African Americans pouring into the city looking for equality, safety, and a chance to finally live as how can I say, come on, say it right, as full human beings, right? And you've got, Lincoln's political party planning, its flag, ready to lock in power and shape the city's future, right? It's a moment, it's a moment where it's supposed to be full of hope and, danger, promise, and pressure. The kind of moment where you can, feel history shifting under your feet. This era is called, the floodgates open for a reason. Everything is rushing in at once. People, money, ideas, conflicts, dreams, and power. Power grabs at that, right? Philly becomes a city where ambitions is the currency. Industrialists are building wealth, at a scale that the country has never seen before. They're expanding factories, exploiting labor, and reshaping the skyline. But, let's be real. That wealth didn't come from, thin air. It came from, y'all know who, from workers, immigrants, black families, poors, white, grinding in brutal conditions. And now y'all heard me put whites in there, but y'all heard me say poor whites. All right. And y'all want to, we're going to talk about it when we get into the video. All right. But, the grinding, they was grinding in brutal conditions for pennies while the elite stacked fortunes. The same pattern we see today is the same dynamic of, of a few, how can I say, rising while many struggle. The same story of opportunity that always has a cost. Right. And then you have, how can I say, newly freed African Americans stepping into the, this moment with courage and determination. They weren't just looking for jobs. They were looking for dignity, right? Rights in a place, in a country that had enslaved them for centuries. Philly becomes, how can I say, a battleground for equality. Black communities are building churches, schools, businesses, and political organizations. They're demanding the rights they were promised, but they're also facing violence, discrimination, and systems designed to keep them in their place. Do y'all hear something familiar in what I'm saying? This is where you see the roots of Philly, Philly's black political power, and the roots of the backlash against it. Right? The fight for equality didn't start in the 1960s. It started right here in the ashes of the Civil War. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Y'all have the opportunity to correct me on anything that I'm saying if I'm wrong. Right? Meanwhile, all right, Lincoln's political party, right, the Republicans of that era are planning their red, their flag in Philly, right? Not red flag, their flag in Philly. Right? This is not a special victims case. This is political today. All right. We're not talking about abuse or none of that. Get it together, Ray. Get it together. Stop mixing up topics and get it together. All right. Anyways, guys, listen. Meanwhile, all right, Lincoln's political party, the Republicans of that era, are planting their flag in Philly, ready to control the city's government and shape its future. They're building a political machine and they're not shy about it. All right, they want power, influence, and control over the city's, how can I say, booming economy, as they call it back in the days. All right, and and to house that power, they start building a new city hall, right? A massive tower and symbol of government, ambition, and authority. City Hall wasn't just a building, right? It was a statement, a declaration that Philly was stepping into, right? A new era. One where politics, money, and industry were all intertwined. And if that sounds familiar, it's because that blueprint never went away. We're still in it today. All right. But here's the thing. While the city, is expanding and celebrating its growth, the inequalities are exposed, expanding too, my bad. The wealth gap widens. Neighborhoods become, how can I say, segregated. Workers are, exploited. Black families face discrimination at every turn in the political machine, running the focus on power than justice. This is the era where you start to see the cracks in the American dream because the dream was never designed for everyone. Philly becomes a city, how can I say, a city of extremes, extreme wealth, extreme poverty, extreme ambition, and extreme struggle. And that's the tension, and that tension becomes the heartbeat of the cities, how can I say, of the city for generations. Right? And then comes the, centennial. I hope I said that word right. Of 1876, the big national celebration, marketing 100 years since the Declaration of Independence. Philly becomes the center of the city's attention. The city throws a massive celebration to show off its progress, its industry, its innovation. But underneath the fireworks, all right, in the speeches, you still have communities fighting for basic rights. You still have workers living in poverty. You still have black families battling discrimination. The Sentinel becomes, a perfect symbol of America, a shiny celebration of, on the surface with deep contradictions underneath. A party built on, how can I say, selective memory, a celebration that ignores the people who built the country but weren't, how can I say, invited to the table. Right?
This pilot episode from the film series Philadelphia, The Great Experiment was made possible through the generous support of the Barra Foundation, the Philadelphia Foundation, the Halloran Family Philanthropy, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Film Office, the Greater Philadelphia Film Office, and many others. We thank them all.
Drove to town. Black cloth hanging from almost every house. Shutters closed. Portraits of Lincoln draped in crepe in hundreds of the windows. Even the houses of leading Democrats glowed. The mayor sent notice that unless they gave this sign of respect, he would not be answerable to the consequences. Sidney George Fisher.
Not only the shock of his death, but now the funeral was coming to Philadelphia's doorsteps. And the corpse of the man who had led them through 4 years of contest, carnage, loss, viciousness, survival, was now to be laid in state in the most sacred historical spot in the city of Philadelphia.
I love the video. He could have did the commentary and everything without the audio, dude. Don't. Oh shit, we gonna have some commercials. No. 221. Ain't no commercials. Hold on 1 second. We ain't doing that shit over here.
This pilot episode from the
There we go.
Leaving.
Listen, man, I can't do commercials. I'm sorry, guys.
And crepe in hundreds of the windows. Drove to town. Black cloth hanging from almost every house. Shutters closed. Portraits of Lincoln draped in crepe in hundreds of the windows. Even the houses of leading Democrats glowed. The mayor sent notice that unless they gave this sign of respect, he would not be answerable to the consequences. Sidney George Fisher.
Not only the shock of his death, but now the funeral was coming to Philadelphia's doorsteps. And the corpse of the man who had led them through 4 years of contest, carnage, loss, viciousness, survival, was now to be laid in state in the most sacred historical spot in the city of Philadelphia itself. People leaving offices, homes, standing on front stoops, stores exhausting their supplies of black bunting so that people could drape their windows.
Today is the day long to be remembered. I have been very busy all morning. The president comes to town this afternoon. It was the grandest funeral I ever saw. The coffin and hearse was beautiful. Emily Davis.
Some 300,000 people formed two great lines, strung all the way from Independence Hall back to the Schuylkill River.
Bells and church towers tolled. The heads bowed.
Y'all know what's crazy, right? I knew a lot about Philadelphia, right? And I knew a lot about Abraham Lincoln, but I never knew, right, that he was buried here in Town Hall in Philadelphia on some real shit. I did not know that that's where they buried this man at.
Even the weeping, the mourning, but above all, the silence.
The Civil War ends. Lincoln's killed. You go through the period of mourning and remorse, and you try and right the political scales, but at some point, it's like the dam breaks. The opportunities become so many, and they're coming so fast that this energy just kind of breaks forth.
The main source of the new energy is the booming Pennsylvania Railroad, which carried more troops, oil, coal, and telegraph lines than any other. The expansion of the Pennsy made the difference for the Union and the city.
This meant that the biggest industry was going to be focused on the city. These are going to be the big energy force that's going to drive Philadelphia forward and transform it.
The sense of expansiveness and infinite possibility is just overwhelming. I mean, anything's possible at that moment.
The great leaders of the city are engineers, are manufacturers, are the men who are basically looking forward to the future rather than looking back to precedent.
All right, I'm sorry. I gotta listen. Great leaders. I just want to know, okay, what made them such great leaders? The ideas that they probably, took off of the people they were enslaving, or the fact that they used power, money, and everything that they had to enslave these people to build this country. Crazy is they enslaved people that was already free. People say, oh, well, they brought everybody to America and changed. That's not true. People were already living in this country, like I was saying earlier.
Basically looking forward to the future rather than looking back to precedent. And that shapes everything.
In a city delirious with invention, these men take technological innovations and turn them into unprecedented wealth for both private gain and public good. The newspapers of the day call them capitalists. Among them is the opportunistic son of a brickmaker, Peter A.B. Widener. Widener makes his start as a butcher in the Spring Garden Market, where his knife skills are legend. He turns that stall into the city's first chain of butcher shops.
Widener made his money selling corrupt meat to the Union Army during the Civil War.
Meanwhile, his stall becomes a hangout for street-savvy politicians and a place to ask for and dispense favors. From there, Widener works his way up to become a ward boss.
He was also a brilliant capitalist.
So he takes that great piggy bank and invests it naturally in real estate and streetcars, which go together.
Smart.
He lays out new neighborhoods and supplies the workers with trolley lines to get there.
Later, handpicked as city treasurer, Widener skillfully bridges public and private interests. He exploits his political relationships, showering shares of stock on public officials who protect his streetcar network from unwanted regulation and competition.
Streetcars tripled the area of the city.
The result? The modern city.
So for Philadelphia, this is a new day. This is one of those moments in the life of the city where ambition and aspiration trump everything. Consolidation had made Philadelphia an enormous city, but now with engineers having taken control, Philadelphia would build fast and tall.
With city offices cramped in ancient rooms next to Independence Hall, these civic dreamers propose a new city hall.
Well, there are only two logical places to put City Hall. Washington Square was the conservative choice, right in the center of the city financial district. Center Square would have served the growing downtown, which was moving west, and fittingly, this was precisely the spot that William Penn had always intended the administrative center of the city to be. You have two different models. You can serve the existing city of 1870, or you can serve Philadelphia of the future.
In a city divided on the question, a ward politician named...
You know what's crazy? He said you have two options. Like, it's still not the same option. Do you really have an option when the system hasn't even been changed? Hasn't even been updated. It has just been disguised.
William Stokely emerges from the political base of the Franklin Fire Company. Elected to city council, he wants to control the action. He helps establish the Public Building Commission to assert the newfound influence of the emerging Republican Party through contracts and kickbacks. For the commission's treasurer, Stokely turns to Peter Widener.
This is a bare-knuckle political move. Control the project and control the city. And for the next 30 years, the Building Commission is run as a private, secretive, closed shop.
Why?
Stokely avoids taking a position on where to locate City Hall. He wants to run for mayor in 1871. Controversy is not his ally. So, shrewdly, he has the matter put to a public referendum. Center Square, the choice for the future, wins overwhelmingly.
In a certain sense, you can look at this vote as an outpouring of a collective sense of
He said vote. I was looking at money. Where's the vote at? Oh no, that's not money. Those are votes. Oh shit. I thought this was like some type of receipt. Damn. Okay.
In a certain sense, you can look at this vote as an outpouring of a collective sense of relief, triumph, and renewed confidence. No longer will Philadelphia sustain itself on memory. Just the opposite. Philadelphia City Hall will be the tallest building in the world.
I thought the Twin Towers were the tallest city. What year was the Twin Towers built? Let me see. Hold up. What year were the Twin Towers built? Ah, 1972. So yeah, at that moment, yeah. Okay. I can't even talk shit because the Twin Towers wasn't even built until 1972. All right, this is the 1800s. So yeah, at that moment, yeah, that could have been the tallest building in the world. Okay, at that moment.
Picking up the center of the city and move
Tallest building in the world.
picking up the center of the city and moving it about half a mile from where it was to where it is now is a remarkable way of punctuating this new age.
And bricks. 88 million of them. City Hall is built like a medieval castle. These bricks are fired and hauled by Irish immigrants.
We're a nation that likes to build things fast. Every building site is a mortgage that's costing money. The quicker it's built, the quicker you can start earning money. City Hall is one of these peculiar buildings built with almost European deliberation and slowness. Even before ground was broken, there had been a 12-year design process. The building is under construction continuously for the next 30 years.
Damn.
This slow, deliberate pace of work gave them a chance to sculpt the building in its...
Yo, I can't. Hold up, wait a minute. It took them 30 years to build that building? How long did it take them to build the Twin Towers? I'm about to go search that one up. I'm about to go dive another. Not yet. Wait, Rachel. Let's finish this one first.
Details, almost work, gave them a chance to sculpt the building in its details, almost as an exquisite piece of public statuary.
It's history in that, John. They got him right on the top of that building, too.
A dozen blocks away from City Hall, tens of thousands of Irish immigrant laborers who had escaped famine and religious persecution inhabit a crowded web of alleys near South Street.
There's the common religion and the attitude, it's us against them. Growing up in Philly, you learn about the prejudice towards the Irish back in the old days, back in the 19th century, and you look at the cathedral and you see that there's no windows at street level. And we were always told that was because the Protestants were going to throw bricks and stones at our church. So we were...
Hold on, wait a minute. When they was building the churches here, the cathedrals, they didn't have no windows in them when they first came? Wait. So, okay, if they were so scared of people throwing, what made them, when did they start putting building? Lord, I'm still over here stuttering and stumbling over words. Shit. When in the world did they decide to put windows in these churches? Hold on, wait a minute. So they was just in there, funk and all, preaching the word to, of the Bible to the people. Like, did they have some type of like air conditioning fan, something? Because like once you close the door, like there's, I guess to each his own.
We're brought up with the idea that we were under siege.
We tend today to think that race is the big burning question in American public life. But in 19th century Philadelphia, it was religion. The worst riots the city ever saw were the anti-Catholic riots of the 1840s.
Those riots produced local heroes, men and boys who relentlessly guarded Catholic churches from crusading mobs of nativists. One of them was a grocer's son, William McMullen.
And he comes to prominence defending the institutions of that neighborhood, particularly the Catholic Church, against the anti-Catholic sentiment which was so strong in Philadelphia.
As a
Who were the
teenager, he held
anti-Catholics?
candles so bricklayers.
Hold on, wait a minute. So this was the early 1900s, right? Who were considered the anti-Catholics in Philadelphia in the early 1900s? I don't feel like typing today, guys. I really don't. Old Street Joseph Church, founded in 1733, and Old St. Mary's Church. Aren't they Catholic churches, though? In the early 1900s, the Hold on 1 second. I was going to say, you misunderstood me, Gemini. Next time, let me know you misunderstood me, weirdo. All right, here we go. In the early 1900s, anti-Catholic sentiment in Philadelphia and throughout Pennsylvania was largely driven by Protestant Navitist groups, most notably the Ku Klux Klan. Oh, shit. Which saw a significant resurgence and increased activity in the 1920s. These groups targeted Catholics, often referred to as Baptists, based on the belief of Catholicism was incompatible with American democracy. At the RRG schools encouraged dangerous separate tendencies. Separatists. What the fuck is a separatist? My bad. Here I go cursing again. What in the world is a separatist? All right, hold up. Let's continue with the video because now I'm about to start doing. All right, let's press play while I take notes. All right, because I got some more rabbit holes to dive down.
Could build his neighborhood volunteer fire hall, the Moyamensing Hose Company. Admitted to Central High, the city's top school, he quit. Instead, he spent an extended youth on the streets in a fearless gang called the Killers.
Oh,
by
snap.
the time the Civil War comes around, he's a loyal member of the Democratic Party and therefore an anti-Lincoln figure in the city.
Anti-Lincoln?
In the neighborhood, they call him the Squire.
And the bull was a part of the fire department too. The firefighter department. Oh shit. Hey, look, they had little horns back then. That's crazy. Their helmets were funny as hell back then. I like their outfits now. Like the outfits the firefighters wear now make them look so sexy. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them. Some of them.
He is the dominant character. He's outside the law, and he's a terror onto his own because he takes care of his own.
When the city tries to quarantine cholera victims in Moyamensing Hall, an indignant McMullen refuses to allow it. The building somehow catches fire.
Damn.
McMullen gives his firefighters the order, let it burn to the ground. Now,
Hold up. McMullen was an asshole. And I mean that one. All right. This is why I need to control my cussing. Because sometimes I need to bring certain words out in certain moments. Man, nah, man, screw that. This mofo was an asshole. He said, let it burn. Isn't their job to sit here and save those lives? Oh, I tell you, so much evil.
City of immigrants, 1 in 5 is foreign born. At the very same moment, newly emancipated African Americans race here for a place to live their freedom.
There was a gateway between the North and the South. They would come through Philadelphia. And if they were lucky enough and blessed enough, they can then settle in Philadelphia and help to move the community forward.
She from Philly? She from Philly? Her accent don't sound like she from Philly. She sound like she from the country.
This gateway to freedom for African Americans, the streets and blocks of Squire McMullen's neighborhood. At its center, the Institute for Colored Youth, a school established by abolitionist Quakers, providing a classical education to the children of the black elite.
Educate yourself. I mean, that was coming from Frederick Douglass. Get education. Once you get educated, then you can pull yourselves up. You can make a better life for yourself. No door is closed to you once it's open.
Facts.
But in the rapidly expanding streets of Philadelphia, one significant door remains closed.
Which one is
At
that?
the very hour Congress adopts the 13th Amendment, officially ending slavery.
Which
In
never really
Philadelphia,
ended.
streetcar operators poll their...
See, I hate when they say that, because they say they officially ended, right, slavery, but it didn't really end until the end of the 1960s almost. And it kind of still exists in a way still now in the 2000s, right?
exclusively white right. In Philadelphia, adopts the 13th Amendment, officially ending slavery. In Philadelphia, streetcar operators poll their exclusively white riders. Would they accept black riders? The answer, no. The tally, 20-1.
See?
To think,
I'm not wrong.
when the nation was voting freedom, we were voting exclusion of colored people from our cars. The grossest kind of slavery. Alfred Love. Later that year, a lone woman defies the rule. She boards a streetcar. When she is told to leave, she refuses. As instructed, the horses are detached. The white riders move to another car. The woman sits there by herself for 24 hours.
Rosa Parks? No, is it? The early 1900s?
In fact, she is never really alone. Inside the Institute for Colored Youth, a protest movement is brewing. Among the leaders is Caroline LeCount, brilliant orator and valedictorian of the class of 1863. LeCount is now a teacher at the Institute. She is an outspoken campaigner for equal rights.
She became more committed to education. She became more committed to having a legacy and to having a voice.
Yeah, and I just want to put out there, she is, listen, when we go diving down the the rabbit holes on our history, ancestors, our religions, culture, roots, and much more, right? We're gonna speak on her. But right now we diving down the history of Pennsylvania in Philly, yo. So welcome to Philly, baby. I love her story.
Slightly older than Carrie LeCount, Octavius Catto is also a teacher at the Institute. He too had been a top student there. During the war, he raised 11 regiments of black troops and was made an officer in the National Guard.
Octavius Catto has this sense of the possibilities of racial integration at a time when the realities of the day were all about segregation and exclusivity and blacks being demeaned and put aside.
Catto is out to break the color line in baseball, education, in the workplace, and most immediately, on the streetcar. There must come a change, one now in the process of completion, which shall force upon this nation, not so much for the good of the black man as for our own industrial welfare. O.V. Catto. Catto and William Still, a heroic leader of the Underground Railroad, push hard for equal access to the streetcars. But in Harrisburg, passage of this bill seems unlikely. Even their own allies pressure them to drop it. And yet, these leaders refuse. After 18 months of lobbying, William Still and Octavius Catto's streetcar desegregation bill passes into law.
This is a great moment in the racial history of Philadelphia. But progressivism and self-interest sometimes go hand in hand. And obviously there was money to be made in selling.
That's a fact. That's a fact. So that's why they started making all these little loopholes. Oh yeah, we're gonna give you this, and boom, boom, boom. They have this little policy, but people don't even read the little, the little fine print underneath. It's way more to these policies than what we think. They know what they're doing, man. That's why I say red or blue, we fighting for crumbs. And I'm not talking about the leaders that fought for us. I'm talking about the motherfuckers that make it to, Congress. All right, they make it to become. Listen, y'all get my whole point.
Sometimes go hand in hand. And obviously, there was money to be made in selling streetcar tickets to Black Philadelphians.
Caddo and LeCount will test the new law. Carrie, who has just turned 21, is sent to board a streetcar at 11th and Lombard. Ignoring her, the car keeps moving. The driver's response is curt and by now familiar. We don't allow niggers to ride. LeCount steps back, but not in silent protest. Instead, she goes to see the magistrate. He refuses to hear the case. Undaunted, Caroline obtains a copy of the law and returns to court.
Now you see, listen, the last time, right, when I spoke on Rosa Parks, like I think it was a year and a half ago, right? People got mad at me because of what I was saying, and I was listen. I know that we honor Rosa Parks and everything, right? But she wasn't the one that started all this, right? Now, what she did helped push along with what she was trying to do, not Rosa Parks. That's why I said, look, listen, I have a live, right? We have to get, I have it. It's just that it's in a playlist and I'm doing them drawings in order the way they were sent to me. All right. I kind of switched it up a little bit, but I'm gonna see how I do it. All right. But we definitely got to do a live on her. Because when I was saying that Rosa Parks wasn't the one that initiated all this, that started all this, people were like, oh, Ray, you tripping. You don't know how you going to sit here and I never even dissed Rosa Parks. I was just putting the facts out there of stuff that I was learning. You see where I'm coming from? And I'm sitting here, I was like, look, listen, I've been, reading about this for the past few years. Now I'm doing podcasting, right? So I had wanted to, put something out there that I knew about already. But I guess the people that was watching my live, was watching my chat, wasn't ready to receive what I was talking about. Right? This is why I like doing these little videos like these little reviews and reactions, all right? Because things that I have said in the past, right, from reading books and stuff like that, videos like this does nothing more than just confirm, all right, that I wasn't tripping with the conclusions that I came up with.
The verdict, a $100 penalty, stiff by the standards of the day.
What real cities do is they make people grow. And they take them out of their boxes, they take them out of their comfort zone, and they say, if you're going to make it in this city, you're going to have to dig a little deeper than your fear.
At 32, and now engaged to marry Caroline LeCount, Caddo returns from campaigning for passage of the 13th Amendment to become the boys' principal of the Institute.
Here he is saying anything's possible. And he's not talking about the distant future. He's talking about what's possible now. He had been to Washington and farther south working to gain passage of the amendment that would give black men suffrage, the right to vote.
With that now accomplished, Caddo's energies shift. The mayoral race looms in 1871, the first to count black votes in Philadelphia. Caddo's candidate is William Stokely, the head of the Public Building Commission. African Americans, firmly aligned with the party of Lincoln, will be the swing vote.
He understood that you had to seize the moment. And I would say, I don't think anyone from Frederick Douglass on down or across the spectrum, I don't think any motivated, active, politically visible African American man in that period didn't worry about getting killed.
That's a fact. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. That's some real shit. And this is why I say, look, listen, I love putting in the footwork like this. All right. Me personally, right, as a leader of my community, right, and I love speaking on them and I love showing these videos, right? And I've talked about this in the past, right? And I love the fact, right, that they have taught us something, right? I don't know if everybody in my generation, right, got the message, right, got the grip, right? But I do know that I understand a lot, right? And me, like when they say, yo, you should go into politics, run for mayor, do this, do that, right? Because you can, you got a lot of good ideas. You could probably get a lot of things accomplished. And I feel as though I could accomplish more things out here, right? How can I say? Teaming up with these politicians that are in office, trying to get the right ones in office, right? And trying to get resources for my community than having strings attached. As crazy as it sounds, right? Like, could I do it? Yeah. But it's easier like this. I prefer to talk. I got more freedom to talk, right? Outside of the political office. I have more of a voice, as crazy as it sounds, right? What wouldn't I give? Like, damn, if it was possible for us, you see, within our urban community, blacks and browns, right, to be able to, own so much shit that we could actually get in that position in office, right, and have a little more leverage, right? But a lot of us don't. Like I tell them, it's like, even if I was to do that shit, and I wanted to get into there, right, I would have strength. That they would try. I'm gonna put it like this: they would try to put strings on my back and turn me into a little puppet. You see where I'm coming from? But a simple fact that I have nothing to fight against them. That's worth. With them, you gotta have money on some real shit. But none of us right now, right? Because they say, oh, that when was, blacks and browns ever have money? Well, first of all, right, there was a point in time, right, before they colonized everything, blacks had freedoms. Indigenous people had freedom, but people don't want to hear that part. According to a lot of people, right? Everybody was bought in a boat, chained up, turned into slaves to America, not realizing that people were already in America, turned into slaves.
It's a critical election because, among other new developments, this is the first time that Philadelphia's blacks are going to vote across the boards.
Around the corner from Octavius Catto's house, William McMullen fights to control everything on his turf.
McMullen, just from the bootstrap tough nut of an Irishman, creates a political empire in Philadelphia.
But black suffrage, the integration of the streetcar, and now the demise of the volunteer fire hall have all put McMullen's empire under siege. He saw what was coming and would use whatever means necessary to stop it.
To this day, all we get is nothing more than just, empty promises. And tell me I'm tripping.
So you have the Irish Democrats in their saloon politics being challenged by this new rough and ready entrepreneurial political party based on new money that was able to build things and do things and deliver for people.
As election day dawns, Catto heads to his classroom at the Institute.
As he left his house this day, he had the looming threat of violence all around him. The hospital was busy catering to riot victims. People are shouting. There's chaos, a sense of anarchy on the streets of Philadelphia that day.
At the school, he dismisses his students early for their own safety. Behind the school, McMullen's henchman Reddy Deaver and Frank Kelly spot a black man, Isaac Chase, as he emerges from his door. Chase rushes back inside, but they follow him, and in front of his 11-year-old daughter, they murder him in cold blood.
That's crazy, yo. As soon as you start doing good, mofos want to come right and bring you down. Some want to unalive you, others want to hurt you, man. And either way, it's evil, all right?
What is really going on is working class immigrant resentment at Philadelphia's white Republican elite, which is focused on this influx of a black population, which is taking away jobs from Irish immigrants. Put that explosive mix together, and that's where you get a riot.
So basically, the Irish were feeling some type of way because they thought that the black community was taking away their jobs. How? How was they taking y'all jobs? They were entitled. Get the fuck out of here.
And then you've got the police not doing anything, and you've got black people on rooftops shouting.
McMullen appears a moment later. He commands the whites to move on. At the same time, Catto heads to the office of Democratic Mayor Daniel Fox, demanding he call in federal troops. On his way back, Catto checks in at the headquarters of his National Guard unit to enlist them to keep the peace in Philadelphia. He walks to a pawn shop to purchase a gun, and turns towards South Street, 1 block away.
Uh-oh.
He's accosted by McMullen's operatives.
So what happens?
And they walk by him and then call his name. And when he turns around,
oh, that's messed up.
Carol then struggles to move away from them. They follow him and shoot him again. And at that point, then a policeman comes.
Yo, that shit crazy. Cause listen, Cattle fought hard as hell to get, you know, what his community needed. And the Irish, listen, we gonna get into the Irish later, but this shit baffles me on some real shit. Like, y'all already had what y'all was asking for. Why wasn't they entitled? They was here first. Boy, history ain't changed. It's just been dressed up to look prettier.
Along, and he's struggling for his life in the policeman's arms.
As the morning breaks,
Hold on 1 second. Let me see what's on this channel real quick. One second, guys. Blessings, blessings. How you doing? Hello? All right, I'm not sure if this is a troll or what, but hey, let's continue. I don't mind letting people up, but I ain't risking shit. I ain't risking that. I don't mind letting people up, but I ain't risking it either. So let's get back onto the video. I thought they had something to say about the topic.
William Stokely and the Republicans have swept into power. Octavius Catto's funeral shuts city offices. Thousands of citizens walk along 125 carriages to the cemetery. There, Caroline LeCount loses control. Collapsing aside the grave, she begs God and Octavius to take her too. Dark clouds seem to hover over the city. 2 years later, overspeculation in railroads has led to the failure of the Philadelphia investment house of J. Cook, financier of the Civil War. In an instant, depression has set in. Across the city, mills and factories shut workers out. In Kensington, jammed with Irish and German families, workers are forced to accept poverty-scale wages. When the Franklin Savings Fund goes belly up in early 1874, thousands of those working families lose everything.
Damn. So they was using money that they had saved up from the Franklin's Fund, from Benjamin Franklin, from when he was running. Damn. So wait a minute. So if they was running out of the funds that Benjamin Franklin had saved up, what was they doing in between time, in between everything? Wasn't they supposed to have been saving up more money, making more money? Huh.
While most other cities remain mired in depression, Philadelphia banks start to lend again. Factories and machine shops reopen, and the city's builders rise to a new challenge: to design and build the city of the future. In 18 months, Philadelphia will host a World's Fair to celebrate the 100th birthday of the nation.
For the centennial, who had basically said, we don't have a lot of money to blow on buildings. We're going to take prefab standardized parts, and at the end of the fair, we're going to dismantle the buildings and put these pieces back in the market. The result was this tremendous new reality. People came from Europe and saw the future.
Philadelphia develops a beauty of industrial modernism. The idea is to celebrate the innovation, the artisanal skill that's here in the city, and the belief that industrialism was productive of beauty.
It's the crowning achievement of its time. It's a chance for Philadelphia to reassert its special sense of place.
Listen, guys, if I don't know you, I'm not gonna let you up. All right. I tried letting the same person. I tried letting this person up the first time. All right. They didn't speak. They was unmuted. All right. I ain't gonna risk my channel for nobody. All right. On some real shit. Y'all want to come up? Type in the chat. Have a conversation with a shorty if I don't know you. All right. Because over here we really don't do that. All right. Like let me get to know you. Make sure that you're not one of them trolls that are here to, try to show guns or porn bomb or none of that. All right. Once I notice the first time that y'all playing around, I'm not letting you up a second time.
Just as Lincoln's death had unified Philadelphians in grief, so the centennial would unify the nation, North and South.
This is an excuse to try and reconcile the Civil War. And it's an excuse for people all over the country to come to gather here to remind us of our shared connection to that history. It's been 11 angry, bitter years. And so the centennial is a way of trying to bring some resolution to the Civil War.
10 million come. It's the largest public gathering yet in the nation's history.
It's a place where there's this wide open invitation to people of every conceivable persuasion, and they're brought to Philadelphia. They come to Philadelphia because it's a place that rewards ideas and rewards moxie. So Philadelphia, because of its openness, becomes a magnet. You get urbanity. It just...
Listen, she ain't lying. One thing I can sit here and tell you is that here in Philadelphia, you got so many opportunities, but people don't know how to take advantage of it. And when people try to, guide them into them opportunities at that moment in time, they don't want to hear about it. You see what I'm saying? That's why I say, look, listen, Philly ain't the issue. Philly got so many resources. The problem is the people. All right? Us.
arises from that mix.
The centerpiece is a gigantic machine that runs all the other machines, and people can go and see the modern world.
Technology was, just leaping, forward in ways that nobody had any way of predicting. So it's just that natural human curiosity, I think, that people wanted to find out what's our world all about now? What's going to happen to it? And this is the place to see it.
At the fair, entrepreneurs reign. Thomas Alva Edison showcases his quadruplex telegraph. George Pullman dazzles crowds with the elegance of his palace car. And Alexander Graham Bell exhibits his new telephone.
So when people came to Philadelphia, they saw a city with chest-beating gorillas in the Darwinian economic jungle fighting each other for industrial supremacy.
And the worker, for the first time, will be their patron.
The new forces, the industrial standardization that's happening here, scientific management is going to be invented here. And they're going to double wages across the board. It turns the worker into a consumer.
The visionary retailer John Wanamaker has already positioned his store to appeal to and serve this new consumer. Wanamaker's idea of a massive store with every product under one roof inspires the planners of the Centennial, who turn the fair into a consumer showcase, the first the world has ever seen.
Wanamaker's figuring out that
Wanamaker.
the industrial economy isn't just about big steel I-beams and railroad locomotives. It's about consumer goods.
Wanamaker opens his new Grand Depot downtown in the shadow of the new rising City Hall, in time and in sync with the Centennial.
You're going to walk in. You're going to be dazzled. Your wallet is going to fall open and money is going to spill out of it because you're just overwhelmed with the magnificence of this place. And you're going to feel like a better person. for having bought something at Wanamaker's.
The Wanamaker makes explicit his desire to build a store that feels like the Centennial, so that when the fair is over, modern Philadelphians change the way they live. Urban life, in a sense, has been redefined.
Damn, I was on mute. My bad, my bad. What's crazy is, right, I never really paid attention to that building. I knew it existed, right? But I think that building was closed down last year in 2025 because I think they're going to build something in there. Let me search this up real quick. Right, the Wanamaker building. All right. See, the Wanamaker department store in the historic Wanamaker building in Philadelphia closed in March 2025, but the massive landmark building itself still stands and is being redeveloped into a mixed-use space with retail offices and luxury apartments. Oh, they're going to put apartments in there, John? Preserving key features like the famous Wanamaker organ and eagle statue. It's crazy is that building don't look the same at all. It looked more beautiful back then.
The celebration lasts the summer and well into the fall. The outpouring captures a sense of triumph, not only of innovation and unity, but of the ideal this city had borne a century before: liberty. It is only fitting, then, that of all things first unveiled at the Centennial, the most memorable, the right arm and torch of a colossal sculpture, a Statue of Liberty. In one single gesture that summer of 1876, the torch shines back and forward to mark the origin of the modern world.
All right. Listen, before we get into the next video, right? So listen, when we look at the, floodgates open, we're not just looking at the moment in history, all right? We're looking at the blueprint of modern Philly, a city shaped by ambition and equality once again, right? A city where wealth and struggle grow side by side. A city where political power is always tied to money, right? A city where Black communities fight for equality in systems designed to exclude them. A city that celebrates progress while ignoring the people left behind. And the real question, right, the one that keeps coming back, the one that we keep coming back to is this: how much of that era is still alive today, right? Because when you look around Philly right now, you can still feel the echoes, right? The floodgate opened in the 1800s, but the current never stopped flowing. I mean, it's just a little food for thought. I want y'all to just really think about what I just said, right? And listen, when you look at how Philly's laws evolved, you have to start with the fact that the city was built on William Penn's, holy experiment, which sounded peaceful, right, and progressive on the surface, but was still rooted in colonial control. Penn wanted tolerance, but he also wanted order. And that meant laws that protected property, land, ownership, and the interests. That's why you see a lot of people, that talk about politics and stuff like that, say, a lot of people say that, you can't really get nothing done unless you start owning stuff. All right? Like, once again, listen. All that meant, right, that the, interests of the people in power from the beginning, right? Philly's laws were designed, to keep the peace without challenging, how can I say, the hierarchy. That's the foundation. And once you understand that, like, you understand why the city's legal system has always struggled to balance justice with control. The laws were never neutral. They were tools, right? Tools to shape behavior, tools to protect wealth, tools to maintain power. As the city grew, the laws grew with it, all right? But not in, how can I say, not in a way that centered equality, all right? Early Philly laws were, obsessed with regulating the working class, immigrants, and black residents. Vacancy laws, all right? That's what they had in place. Vacancy laws, curfews, right? Property restrictions, all of it, right, was designed to control movement, right, and maintain social order. Meanwhile, wealthy merchants and industrialists, that's how I'm gonna start saying this shit, had the freedom to expand, build, and profit with, minimal, how can I say, minimal interference. That's the pattern. Laws that restrict the many, right, and protect the few. And when the industrial revolution hit, right, the pattern only how can I say, intensified. Philly became a city, of factories, and the laws shifted to protect industry, not workers, right? Safety regulations. Safety regulations were weak, right? How can I say? Labor rights were, how can I say, non-existent, and the legal system sided with employers almost every time. Then what's crazy is how can I say, the Civil War hits, right? And Philly becomes a powerhouse, but the laws don't suddenly become fair. Instead, they become more complicated. You've got laws supporting the Union War, how can I say, the Union War effort, right? Laws regulating wartime production, laws controlling, how can I say, dissent, and laws shaping who gets access to opportunity. And while Lincoln, right, is talking about equal chance, Philly's legal system is still, how can I say, operating on old assumptions. That equality is conditional, right? It's conditional. That how can I say that, that black people should, be controlled, and that, how can I say, and that the wealthy, right, deserve protection even after emancipation, right? Philly's laws didn't, how can I say, automatically shift towards justice. They shifted towards managing the new reality, keeping order in the city where, how can I say, newly freed black families were demanding rights the system wasn't ready to give. The system wasn't ready to give these, really new black families, newly freed families. That's how I should phrase that. Newly freed black families, because they was freed before they were captured. And I shouldn't even say captured. It sounds like, you know what? It's hard. Like, listen, this is a touchy subject sometimes, right? But listen, during Reconstruction, you see the legal system, stretch and snap at the same time, right? On paper, new laws are passed to protect black rights, right? Voting rights, civil rights, property rights. But in practice, Philly's enforcement, right, is, how can I say, inconsistent at best, right? And hostile at worst. Police forces, courts, and local officials often ignore it or undermine it. All right. How can I say? Yeah, I said it right. Police forces, courts, and local officials, right? They often ignored or undermined those protections that they were supposed to imply. All right. And what's crazy? White mobs took the law into their own hand. Knowing the system would look like, how can I say? Yeah, I said it right. Knowing the system would look, how can I say? The white mobs took the law into their hands, knowing that the system would look the other way. All right. This is where you see, the birth of the modern policing structure in Philly. A system designed not to protect everyone equally, but to maintain order in, how can I say, in a rapidly changing city. And order, how can I say, and order almost always mean, how can I say, order always meant protecting white interests. I hate saying it like this. You see where I'm coming from? But we was talking about this the other day, right? In Philadelphia, we don't really see gangs and stuff like that, right? But there are some gangs in here. Not a lot. You mostly see crews and stuff like that. Now, New York is a different story, all right? The 5 boroughs is a different story. Now, there are certain places in Philadelphia that I do notice, right, when I do my research, right, that you can see like it's the mob still got its ties in it. And it's crazy, like, right, you seeing the mob now in 2026. I don't know if y'all remember that little things, right? And I can speak a little bit, all right? And I'm not saying it's so true. This is allegedly because I've just been doing research, right? That little stuff that was happening, that they were talking about gang shooting each other on Kensington and stuff like that, right? According to them, right, there's ties to, I guess, the mafia or the mob or something like that. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the mafia. Whatever. All right, and I don't want to get too deep into it because I don't want to put my foot into it. But when I heard that, I was like, damn, in 2025, we still got mafia related crimes and stuff. Like, how in the fuck is that even possible? But hey, somehow, some way, that shit still exists here in 2025. So listen, as the city enters the late 1800s and early 1900s, the laws, all right, evolve again. But the core stays the same. Right, you get zoning laws that segregate neighborhoods. You get labor laws that still favor employers. You get policing laws that expand surveillance and control you. Right, and then you get political corruption baked into, how can I say, the legal system through party machines. City Hall becomes the center of power, and the laws become tools for political leverage. Philly's legal system becomes a maze, complicated enough to confuse the public, flexible enough to benefit, how can I say, the powerful, and rigid enough to punish the vulnerable. And every time the people push to for reform, the system adapts, right, just enough to survive without truly changing. Hi, how you doing? You eating Taco Bell at this time?
No, it was somebody else's order.
Oh shit! I'm like, wait, it's like 1:00 in the morning. You got Taco Bell? What's in there?
I don't know about the speak for you now.
I don't want it. I was gonna put it in there for them tomorrow. Shit. They're in the snack. They played somebody.
Yeah.
But listen, by the time you reach the 20th century, Philly's laws start reflecting national movements, civil rights, labor rights, housing rights, all right? But the implementation is always, how can I say, uneven. You get laws banning discrimination, but discrimination continues. You get laws supporting fair housing, but how can I say, redlining persists. You get laws expanding voting rights, but voter, how can I say, suppression shifts into, how can I say, new forms. Philly becomes a city where the law says one thing and, how can I say, the lived reality says another, right? And that, how can I say, in that gap, that distance between what's written and what's enforced becomes one of the, how can I say, defining features of the city's legal evolution. The law evolves, but the power structure with it is always finding new ways to maintain control. So when we talk about how Philly's laws evolved, we're really talking about how power evolved. The laws changed, but the purpose behind them often stayed, in control. Order, protection. How can I say, order, protection of wealth, management of the population, right? And every time a new group fought for rights, Black residents, immigrants, workers, women, all right, the legal system adjusted just enough to avoid collapse, but not enough to create true equality. That's why understanding this history matters. Because once you see how the laws were built, you understand why the system still feels the same it does today. You understand why justice feels uneven. You understand why reform is slow. And you understand that the fight for equality isn't just about changing laws, it's about changing the power structures that write them. It's still popping out there? Mr. O's is funny. He says snacks are good, especially when you're thinking. Knowing him, he gonna say, "Here's your snack." He gonna pop out one of them smoothies I made earlier. Man, this Pisces I got, he could be an asshole sometimes, but he's my asshole. You say something. Kick your ass. Like he hurt my pretty little heart. I'm over here looking like, hey, what you got, some little cinnamon twist in there, John? No, it's food. I'm supposed to be on a diet.
I don't know what shit is.
He trying to play me, man. All right, y'all, man. We're about to play the next video in 1 minute, right? Listen. But y'all, let's dive into this next rabbit hole, because and that's gonna be the next video we're playing. An equal chance is one of those chapters in Philly history that exposes the truth, right? People love to gloss over. This era, 1855 to 1871, is where the city's, how can I say, calm gets shattered, and all the tensions that were, how can I say, simmering under the surface explodes. All right, the Civil War doesn't just, how can I say, divide the country. It cracks open every neighborhood. You talking to me, baby? Oh, she just threw me. Wait, I just got thrown off. What was I saying? Oh, okay. It cracks open every neighborhood, right? Every political alliance, every illusion of peace in Philadelphia, right? Suddenly, the city becomes the powerhouse of, how can I say, the North, even though we're considered, Eastern, right? Yeah, we're considered Eastern side, anyways, right? Of the North. Factories are booming. War hospitals are overflowing, and troops are marching through the streets, right? Philly becomes, how can I say, the beating heart of the Union war effort. But with all that energy comes conflict, fear, and pressure, right? The kind that forces people to show who they really are. Listen, when Lincoln calls for, how can I say, all to have an equal chance, the city rallies right behind it, at least on the surface. Right, you've got citizens waving flags, volunteering, donating, and preaching unity. But underneath that patriotic energy, right, old tensions are boiling. Immigrants, how can I say, free black communities, working class whites. Everyone is fighting for space, job safety, right, and recognition. The war doesn't erase inequality, right? It magnifies it. And Philly becomes a city where, the promise of equality, right, is shouted loudly, right, but lived, how can I say, unevenly, right? The same people cheering for the Union are often the same ones resisting equality in their own neighborhoods. That contradiction is the heartbeat of this era, and it still is till today, right? And let's talk about how Philly's industrial muscle during this time, right? The city becomes a machine producing weapons, uniforms, supplies, and everything the Union Army needs, right? That means jobs, but it also means, how can I say, exploitation. Workers are grinding in brutal conditions while industrialist profits, right? Sound familiar? The war becomes a business, right? It becomes a business opportunity for the wealthy, while the poor carry the burden. And in the middle of all this, Black Philadelphians are fighting not just for work, but for dignity. All right, they're trying to claim the equal chance Lincoln promised, but the system is still, how can I say, stacked against them. It still is. The war may be, how can I say, the war may be about ending slavery, but racism doesn't disappear with, how can I say, a proclamation. I could never say it. It doesn't disappear with proclamation, right? I don't know why the fuck I was trying to say a proclamation. Proclamation. Let me correct myself, right? And what's crazy is then the war ends. After all this, after everything that the Black Philadelphians was trying to do, the war ends, right? And everything changes again. Lincoln is assassinated, right? And the country loses, the one leader who publicly tied the war to equality. With him gone, the promise of equal chance becomes fragile, right? Reconstruction begins, but so does backlash, right? White supremacist groups rise, political tension explodes. And in Philly, right, the fight for equality moves from speeches and rallies into the streets. Black communities push for rights, representation, and safety, but they face violence, intimidation, and resistance from the people who feel, how can I say, threatened by the idea of true equality. The city becomes, a battleground, not North versus South, but neighbors versus neighbors. That's history. This is the era where you see how deeply racism was woven into the fabric of the city. Black men who fought for the Union, all right, come home expecting respect, only to face discrimination and violence. Black families trying to build lives in Philly are met with hostility. In the political system, even while, how can I say, preaching equality is, how can I say, slow to protect them. The promises of freedom becomes a daily fight, and the tragic part is that, the violence doesn't come from faraway enemies. It comes from the people living right next door, people who cheered for the Union but didn't want equality to reach their block. Does it sound familiar? If it doesn't, let me give y'all a little reminder. So as y'all can see, things haven't changed. All right, they just been dressed up prettier. That's it. All right, because at one point I thought that my community was the best. It was like this, but shit. Once I grew up, I stepped outside this community. I seen that it was different. I seen that there was communities where they were just how can I say, there was a community of just black people only, a community of Puerto Ricans, a community of Chinese, a community of whites, and I'm like, oh wait. My community was so mixed up that I didn't understand what the hell I was walking into on some real shit. Even my baby pops is a witness to that. He was like, bless your little heart, when he met me at 21. I was 21 years old walking into this world. And listen, the world seems so big. Now it doesn't. Now it doesn't. I was like, I thought I could do so many things when I walked out of this community. Lord have mercy. But listen, the tragic results, right, of this era, aren't just the riots, the attacks of the political betrayals, right? It's the realization that equality in America has always been conditional, right? It's always been something people had to fight for, bleed for, and defend. Philly becomes a symbol of that struggle, a city that claims to stand for freedom while wrestling with its own prejudice. And I love my city, but I'm not going to sit here and deny the facts. It's a city that celebrates victory in war, but hesitates to embrace justice in peace. And that tension, that gap between promise and reality, becomes, how can I say, the defining challenge of Reconstruction. So when we look at, an equal chance, we're not just studying history. We're studying the moment where America had a chance to redefine itself and stumbled. Philly had the opportunity to become a true model of equality, but instead it became a battlefield of competing visions. And the echoes of that era are still here today. The fight for equal chance didn't end in 1871. My bad. It didn't end in the civil rights movement, right? It didn't end in our generation. It's ongoing. And that's why we need, how can I say, that's why we keep, how can I say, I don't want to mix my words up. That's why we keep diving into rabbit holes, right? Because the past isn't past. It's alive in our laws, our neighborhoods, our politics, and our daily lives. And understanding this era helps us understand why the fight for equality is still unfinished today. And like I said, once again, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. All right, the link is still open. But let me play this video, and then anybody that wants to come up can come up. I'm gonna play the video first. Let me just smile again. Thank you.
And being political.
You know, us modern types like to think of a black neighborhood here and a white neighborhood here. It was nothing like that in South Philadelphia. People lived side by side or across alleys that were so narrow that somebody could reach out and touch the buildings on both sides.
Across Philadelphia, the tangled web of alleys below South Street is the poorest neighborhood. Jammed with tens of thousands of Irish famine refugees.
I fucked up again. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. I don't like commercials. I hate the ads. I swear to God.
You know, us modern types like to think of a black neighborhood here and a white neighborhood here. It was nothing like that in South Philadelphia. People lived side by side or across alleys that were so narrow that somebody could reach out and touch the buildings on both sides.
Across Philadelphia, the tangled web of alleys below South Street is the poorest neighborhood. Jammed with tens of thousands of Irish famine refugees. Their neighbors, the many descendants of escaped slaves. Together in Moyamensing, all live under the eye of a man called the Squire, William McMullen.
Damn.
He starts out as a tough guy. In the Bible riots of 1844, some people think he was involved in the shooting of the first Protestant who died in those riots.
Damn, Philly is full of rebels and outlaws. Jeez.
McMullen is one of a bunch of bully boys who is protecting Catholic churches. And he goes on from there to become a window bookman for the Democratic Party, the friend of Irish voters, to affirm to the judge of elections that Billy O'Shea or James Kerrigan is definitely a resident of Philadelphia, has lived here all his life for at least 5 or 10 years, and is a legitimate voter.
He lived here all his life, at least for 5 to 10 years. That's not all his life. I lived here my whole life. All right? All I know is Philly. He was here 5 to 10 years. I'm 36 years old. I've been in Philadelphia for 36 years. Ay, Dios mío. I'm tripping. I don't know. I'm tripping. I think it's time to take another shot.
That means you vote the way he wants you to vote. You turn out when he wants you to turn out. You become part of his team, his machine.
The engine that drives his machine is the Moyamensing Hose Company, the city's 27th fire brigade.
The fire companies weren't run out of City Hall. They weren't municipal. They were independent entities that protected their own neighborhoods. Not only very good at fighting fires, but truly McMullen's paramilitary to expand and defend his political power.
We sometimes forget why corruption could flourish as readily as it did. People like William McMullen got jobs done.
He could get your street repaired. He could help get your loved one out of jail. He knew the prison guards. He'd gotten them their jobs.
The Irish immigrants, despite settling in the slums, the fact that they can vote means they can matter to McMullen. And if they matter to McMullen, they can get ahead.
Directly across 7th Street, at the First African Presbyterian Church, Reverend William Catto who was born a slave, puts his faith in the rising generation. Cato's son Octavius bristles with ambition.
William Cato knows that his son Octavius V. Cato has what it takes to be one of the greatest men of Philadelphia, black or white. He decides to send him to the very best school that he can, the Institute for Colored Youth.
The Institute had a history of its own. Well-intended Quakers wanted it as a school where kids would be taught trades, would be taught the garden, would be taught the farm. Well, men like William Cato, Octavius's father, would not stand for it.
They're saying this is what we want, not to be pushed aside to receive an agricultural education. They want the classics.
The generation of students who went to the Institute for Colored Youth in the 1850s, they were totally energized. People were clearly feeling that this was the moment.
That's crazy because back then there was white people that was trying to help, the black communities like there is white people now. And what's crazy? People have a tendency of saying all white people are racist when that's not true. All right, even this shows it to you, right? You had a lot of the Quakers, right, back in that era that wanted to, help the black community and get them their freedom back.
They were going to come out of there able to stand up and argue on their feet, to run a classroom, to deliver a sermon, to give a political speech, to become a lawyer or a doctor. It was revolutionary.
Students Jacob White and Octavius Cato lobby for a visit by Pennsylvania Governor James Pollock. To their surprise, he shows up. But in his speech, he ignores the issue they care about most.
Jacob Clement White Jr. stands up and interrupts him. And he addresses the governor in the flowery, respectful language of the
As
day.
he should.
Because of a state law, no black man has been able to vote in Pennsylvania in nearly 20 years. Jacob White demands, when will our voting rights be restored?
The governor looks startled, and he kind of hems and haws, but he doesn't really answer the question that Jake White is asking.
I hate when people
White
beat
stands
around
up
the
again
bush.
and he makes this statement. We here at the Institute for Colored Youth, we have been preparing for that day when you are ready to talk about racial equality. We will be ready.
And that's how it kind of be like in town hall when you go talk to the politicians. You got like a 15-minute mark, all right, to say what you gotta say, demand what you gotta demand, request what you gotta request in order for them to hear you out. And you gotta make sure, all right, listen, you gotta make sure that you listen. That how can I say? Basically, it's kind of like selling yourself on some real shit, all right. That speech you make gotta convince the shit out of these politicians.
Who were these colored youth who were aspiring to more than white Irish immigrant families might be able to expect? One thing which keeps this from going lethal is the fact that blacks cannot vote. And being politically powerless,
But the Irish
means
could.
ward leaders like William McMullen let some tensions simply simmer.
That shit messes me up in the head. Hold up, wait a minute. The Irish were immigrants and they were able to vote before the black communities was able to vote here in Philadelphia. Now let's make that one make sense.
In the mid-1850s, Philadelphia's fortunes were at a pretty low ebb. Lost trade to New York. They'd been visited by riot after riot. Philadelphians are desperate to restore their city's commercial and financial prosperity.
In a race to reach the West, Philadelphia is trapped by an outmoded system of canals. The city struggles to keep up with New York and Baltimore.
Many merchants and civic leaders in Philadelphia were in a blind panic. It took about 4 days to go across the state from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh.
Damn.
Boats only moved at 3 or 4 miles an hour as fast as a person could walk.
The founders of the Pennsylvania Railroad lure the best engineer in the nation, John Edgar Thompson. His team will cut the Pittsburgh route from 4 days to 14 hours.
These are engineers. They mean to
A
fix
day and
problems,
some change.
topple mountains, straighten curves, engineer a new kind of city, a new world, and make a lot of money while doing it.
Thompson moves west from Pittsburgh, integrating smaller railroads into the burgeoning Pennsylvania system.
Shit, they need to start picking that up right now in 2026, all right? Go underground and all them tunnels and all that stuff that y'all got that says do not enter. Try to find ways to fix that shit. We need to make more trains underground so we could travel around Philadelphia way faster, all right? Even though Philadelphia, like when we talked about on part 1, right? Philadelphia, right, is one of the cities, right? Like it's like, listen, they compared it to so many cities, right? It's one of the biggest cities, right? Even like you would have thought Texas, right? But no, in Philadelphia is one of the cities that has, you know, the graphic system where you can walk from places and get there fast. All right, that's the way it was built. You see where I'm coming from? Like, listen, I talked about it a little bit on part 1, right? And I'm gonna say it a little bit here, right? It might sound like I'm repeating myself, but I live in North Philadelphia, right? From here to South Philadelphia, me walking the way I walk, and I've done it on the live, it'll take me, not South Philadelphia, my bad, it's downtown. It'll take me maybe a good, 25, 30 minutes walking. In a car, it'll be fast as shit, maybe a good 10 minutes in a car. Now, imagine walking from North Philadelphia, and I try to hit South Philadelphia, all right? And I'm talking about going a little further than, going further down than Center City and all that. All right. I would say that walking, getting there might take me an hour, 2 hours, 3 the most. And car, it's fast. But if we had more trains underground, not just on Broad Street, all right, because the underground, you know, the underground train system only works really in Broad Street and oh my God, I forgot where else. Fairmount? No, I'm saying it wrong. Whatever. But y'all get my point, man. If you're from Philly, you understand where I'm coming from. We need some more trains underground, all right? So let's see if we can start digging some more and see what other routes we can make underground so that we can get some more trains working, all right?
Philadelphians want that railroad to extend all the way to the Pacific, to capture the trade of the continent and to bring it back to Philadelphia.
The Pennsylvania Railroad becomes the railroad of the industrial heartland of North America.
The railroads really saved the city economically.
It has.
From carriages and horses to steam engines, those wonderful inventions that really altered the American economic landscape. Matthias Baldwin, the world's largest locomotive manufacturer, was right at Broad and Spring Garden Streets.
Thompson had done this miraculous thing. He finally overcame the advantage that New Yorkers had with the Erie Canal. That suddenly makes the Pennsylvania Railroad the most significant, most powerful, and wealthiest company in Philadelphia.
Man, I gotta pause it because it still pisses me off how they keep giving these mofos credit. All right? They still stole the idea from their slaves. But guess what? He's still gonna get all the credit. No matter what I say or, you know, how I come at them, they still gonna give these mofos credit. All right, all he did was have the money and bring the idea to life because the people they took it from, their rights were taken from them. Snap. Did I say it nice this time? I feel like I sound like a nerd when I say it nice.
Just a short walk from Thompson's office, William Still must engineer an even more complex system.
Officially, William Still is a clerk and janitor at the Pennsylvania Anti-Slavery Society. He makes $3.75 a week. But at night, he's a conductor on the northern terminus of the Eastern Line.
I gotta pause it. all he made was $3.74. He ain't make, he made less than what an immigrant makes now.
$3.75 a week.
Wow.
At night, he's a conductor on the northern terminus of the Eastern Line of the Underground Railroad.
Still is no different from a railroad engineer of the time, as he's precise, careful, building a system much like Thompson. And yet,
and why y'all think he was able to build that system? Could it have been him they stole the idea from? Could it have been him, his blueprint he was drawing one night, and then his master, saw what he was drawing, and boom. Come on. You know what? I'm not even going to get into that, because then, I don't want this to turn into no debate or none of that. But I'm just saying, man, random thoughts, random, topics. My bad.
Yet he's braver than Thompson. He's in a very risky business.
Still's business, conducting escaped slaves to freedom.
This was about his family. This was about his mother and father both escaping from slavery, his mother escaping twice, sent back the first time with her children, and on her second escape, she could only come with 2 of her children, leaving the others behind.
What he did was to chronicle every single story. As the runaway came to Philadelphia, the first stop was William Still.
The term Underground Railroad for Still was a way to make people think about travel, an actual line that you could follow that would lead you to freedom. It's not simply just that North Star, but if people could imagine themselves traveling on a railroad, that for them would be a symbol of hope.
But with 4 million Americans enslaved, William Still can hardly rest.
It was against the law to harbor fugitives. The Times demanded that his activities were covert and secretive, because he would be dead.
On the train to his inauguration in Washington, President-elect Abraham Lincoln stops at Independence Hall. The Philadelphians who greet him there are apprehensive. 7 southern states have responded to Lincoln's opposition to slavery by seceding from the Union.
At that moment, in the shadow of Independence Hall, he says this: "I've often inquired of myself what great principle or idea it was that kept us so long together. There was something in that declaration giving liberty, not alone to the people of this country, but hope to the world for all future time, and that all should have an equal chance. But if this country cannot be saved without giving up that principle, I would rather be assassinated on this spot than to surrender it."
Oh shit. He said he was prepared to be assassinated. So he welcomed the invitation. He said, fuck it, man. By any means necessary, I stand on what I mean. And if anybody's against what I say, then come and do something about it. And somebody actually did something about it. Oh shit.
In the spring of 1861, when Southern militias fire on Fort Sumter in Charleston, Philadelphia mobilizes for civil war. Stalwart Democrat William McMullen defies pro-Southerners in his own party.
The issue was no longer, are we for or against slavery? It was more like, we all believe in the Union, and people really did. McMullen led a whole unit of soldiers, mostly men from his host company.
Was Philadelphia really a northern city or a southern city? From the very beginning, Southern families liked Philadelphia. Streets around the old Independence Hall area where these Southern families lived in predominance. There was a Carolina row, there was a Georgia row, a Virginia row.
Philadelphia's most influential families are split on the question of the war's goal to end slavery. Many of them are deeply invested in cotton in the South, through railroads or through plantations that they own. And that economy is going to be wrecked if slavery is destroyed.
But to J. Edgar Thompson, slavery has no place in an efficient, modern society. He can't bear those calling on President Lincoln to compromise. He soon finds he isn't alone. Dozens, then hundreds of men throw their weight behind a new political force, the Union League. With Thompson's help, the League launches a recruitment drive for black troops. Graduates of the Institute for Colored Youth will lead the charge, including the son of Reverend William Caddo.
Octavius V. Cato exemplified the best and the finest qualities of his generation. He excelled in sports. He excelled in academics. He excelled in community leadership. He was the future perfect for the African American community.
Tash is crazy how they used him. Blessings, blessings, that guy. Welcome to the live. How you doing today? But listen, when you really study, history, right? And I think I said this earlier, not the sugar-coated version, but the real gritty, uncomfortable truth. You start to realize that modern politics is basically colonialism, right? My bad. With better branding, all right? The language changed, the alphas changed, the technology changed, but the structure, all right, the hierarchy, the mindset, that stayed almost identical. Colonial power was built on a simple formula, right? A small group, a small group controls land, resources, right, law, and people. And when you look at modern politics, you see the same formula playing out. A small group still controls the wealth, still writes the law, still shapes the narrative, and still decides who gets to access, who gets access to opportunity. It's the same blueprint, just dressed up in in democracy and wrapped up in, how can I say, patriotic language, right? Like, colonial governments were designed to protect the interest of the elite, right? Landowners, merchants, and political insiders, right? Today, you see the same thing. Policies that protect corporations over communities, right? Laws that benefit the wealthy while, the working class carries the burden. Systems that claim to be, for the people, but are structured to serve those already in power. And when people get angry, the system doesn't change. It adapts, right? It rebrands. It shifts the language, but the power stays in the same hands. That's why you can't, how can I say? That's why you can change leaders, right? Change parties, change faces, and still see the same outcomes because the structure underneath never got rebuilt. Listen, and let's talk about representation, because colonial power, was always about who gets to speak and who gets, silenced. In colonial Philly, right, indigenous people, black people, women, all right, and the poor had no voice in the laws that govern, their lives. Today, the system still struggles with the same imbalance. Only difference is I think women got more of a voice a little bit, kinda, in a way, all right? Communities are most affected by policy often, have the least political power. Voting access, right? District lines, campaign funding, all of it shapes who gets, heard and who gets ignored. And even, how can I say, marginalized communities do gain representation. They're often forced to, operate inside a system that wasn't built for them. That's colonialism. Colonialism's shadow, all right? Still stretching across modern politics. Colonial power, all right, also relied on controlling information, newspaper, right? Pamphlets, public speeches, all used to, shape public opinion and maintain order today. The tools are different, but the strategy is the same. Media, how can I say? Yeah, media, social platform, political messaging, right? All used to influence how people think, vote, and react. And just like in colonial times, the people with the most resources control the loudest megaphones, right? They shape the narrative. They decide what's important, what's dangerous, what's patriotic, what's radical. It's the same manipulation, just delivered through screens instead of printing presses. I don't know. Maybe I could be confusing some of y'all. I don't even know if anybody's watching right now. I'm just talking right now. I'm going to let the video play in 1 second, but I just be in my head thinking, listening to all this, right? And then, listen. And then there's policing. One of the clearest examples of colonial power structures, all right, surviving, how can I say, into modern era. Colonial policing wasn't about public safety. It was about controlling populations, protecting property, and enforcing social anarchy. Modern policing still carries those roots, right? The neighborhoods that get most surveillance are the same communities colonial governments tied to control. The laws that get enforced, all right, the hardest are the ones that maintain order, not justice. And the people, most targeted by the system are the same groups colonial power tried to suppress. That's not coincidence, all right? That's legacy. Even the way modern politics handle conflicts, all right, mirrors colonial patterns instead of addressing root causes. Poverty, inequality, discrimination. The system focuses, all right, on managing systems, just like colonial governments used force, fear, and distraction to keep people divided. Modern politics uses culture wars, right? Media outrage and patriotism, right? They use patriotism, drama to keep, people fighting each other instead of questioning the structure itself. It's the same strategy. Keep the public emotionally charged but politically blind. Keep them arguing about personalities instead of policies. Keep them focused on the surface so they'll never dig into the foundation. All right. So when we say politics mirrors colonial power structures, we're not being dramatic. All right. We're being accurate. The blueprint never changed. The system, evolved just enough to look different, but no, not enough for, how can I say, not enough to function different. And that's why studying history matters. Because once you recognize the pattern, you start falling for the distractions. You start blaming individuals and start analyzing, institutions. You start reacting to the noise and start understanding the design. And that's when real change becomes possible. Not by swapping out players, all right, but by rewriting the rules of the game. And that's exactly why we keep diving into these rabbit holes. Once again, because the past isn't dead. It's alive, it's active, and it's shaping every part of the world we're living in right now. All right? And like I said, y'all more welcome to correct me if I'm wrong. All right?
When Southern armies have worked their way all the way to the Pennsylvania border, Caddo rallies his students at the Institute for Colored Youth to take them to Harrisburg on the train and sign them up for the Union armies.
But as the war rages on, Philadelphia will now receive the wounded by the thousands. Some 24 military hospitals with more than 10,000 beds. Those are in addition, of course, to the 22 civilian hospitals that are used to treat the war wounded. Philadelphia becomes the Union Triage Center.
At Maurer War Hospital in Chestnut Hill,
Mm-hmm.
the rush of the wounded has created a new demand for nurses and doctors.
And what's crazy is I'm not sure if they changed the hospital name where it says Maurer Hospital. I don't know if that hospital still exists. But I do know right now, right, in present time, Chestnut Hill Hospital, right, is one of the best hospitals here in Philadelphia. One of the most talked about hospitals here in Philadelphia. One of the hospitals that I hear so many people say, yo, I need to go to Chestnut Hill. Fuck the ambulance. They're going to take me to Temple. I need a ride to Chestnut Hill Hospital now. Like, that shit crazy. And now he's saying this. Damn.
The rush of the wounded has created a new demand for nurses and doctors, inspiring 16-year-old Anna Brumo.
Young men have the army to enlist in. They can sign up, grab a rifle, throw on a uniform, and go fight. Young women have a different kind of a problem. How do they find their way into this event that's going to define their generation? How can they sit on the sidelines? Of course they can't.
Anna Brumel tells her father, I'm going to be a doctor. And he says, you better be a good one.
With Philadelphia factories feeding the Union arsenal, the men of Frankfurt, Kensington, and Moyamensing overwhelmed the rebel army. Victorious Union League men prepare their new headquarters on Broad Street in anticipation of the ribbon cutting by President Lincoln in 3 weeks.
Hey, what part of Broad Street, though? You ain't even explained. Broad Street is big. What part of Broad Street? Did I miss something?
Of the ribbon cutting by President Lincoln in 3 weeks.
Did he even mention what part of Broad Street?
Various Union League men prepare their new headquarters on Broad Street in anticipation of the ribbon cutting by President Lincoln.
That looks like the court. I don't know. Hold on.
On Broad Street.
Why it look familiar? I think the structure is still. I think I know where this is at in Broad Street. Is this where they got them lawyers' office at, in that probation office at, that courthouse and stuff like that? It looked like it.
In anticipation of the ribbon cutting by President Lincoln in 3 weeks.
April 22nd, 1865. The Lincoln funeral train came in along the line of the Pennsylvania Railroad, drawn through the streets of Philadelphia by 8 horses.
Damn.
Crowds pack the sidewalks, as many as 500,000 people.
The members of the Union League were given the honor of receiving the body of Lincoln at Independence Hall.
Even the young Democrats of Philadelphia marched in mourning.
The man who managed to unite William Still and J. Edgar Thompson, Octavius Catto, and William McMullen is now gone.
Now the boys' principal of the Institute for Colored Youth, Octavius Catto, has fallen in love with his former classmate, Caroline LeCount.
They want full and equal civil rights, and they want it now.
LeCount sets an immediate target: Philadelphia's streetcar operators. The privately held streetcar companies assert no black riders allowed.
What?
Black people who tried to take a seat in the cars were typically confronted with the N-word. They were set upon by the conductor.
If the Civil War was successful, why can't we ride the streetcar? We have a right to ride the streetcar.
Yo, that's the right question right there. And I've been saying this since we started this, John. All right. If all of this was supposed to be abolished, then why was there still slavery until the 1960s? Right, to the end of the 1960s. Why did they release the last, according to allegedly, right, to books, the last slave, the last person, the last slave was released in the late 1960s or let go of or something like that, or listen, let me not put my foot in my mouth right now, all right, because I don't got all my notes with me, but I know I'm not tripping on that part. All right, we spoke about this before, we broke it down, right, and it's something that listen, I've known for a while reading these books, but the same thing goes with how when people got mad at me for a while, a while back, right, when I was saying that Rosa Parks wasn't the first lady, to stand up, you see where I'm coming from, and do something about, being able to sit in the front of the bus. It was the shorty Lockett. I cannot say her name right now. Oh man, we spoke about her earlier, right? We're gonna do a whole lot just about her. All right. I think we did one on Rosa Parks. I should be finding the upload, the video on one of my USBs. It should be coming up soon. If it doesn't, man, we still doing it on some real shit. But I do know I got it stored up, right? We're uploading these videos little by little. All right, we got new videos mixed in with the old videos. So make sure y'all go check out the uploads. All right, we be uploading them during the premium lives or just regular uploads. All right. But if y'all missed these videos, make sure y'all sub up, check out these videos. All right, some of them are in the members only. A lot of them will be uploaded into the members only too. All right, so make sure y'all go check them out. Like, it's been a long time that we've been diving down these rabbit holes, right? And a lot of these videos go hand in hand. And we don't just watch the same type of videos, all right? We watch different types of videos. See which one match the books, which one match what we have learned, which ones, listen, y'all are entitled to say, yo, what they're saying right now is cap on some real shit. But I try to go more towards the videos of the stuff that they don't talk to us about, in history. And what I mean by in history, let's take it back to school. My bad. I just skipped the whole sentence right there, right? Like, I was about to leave y'all like, wait, what the fuck is she talking about? I want to go towards videos, right, that talk to us about things, right, about, that show us things that are not shown to us, or talk that was not, let me rephrase that, was not talked to us about in school when we was growing. All right? Because they would tell us things, but they would leave out things, or they would twist up things, or dilute shit. Come on, man. We're smarter than that.
Picking up a campaign spearheaded by William Still, Octavius Catto brings a bill to Harrisburg prohibiting discrimination on the streetcar lines. With Republican support, the bill passes. But Caroline LeCount knows that a law.
There you go. It was her.
She's a Philadelphia.
Caroline LeCount. All right. Did the bus movement. They were called carts back then. Before Rosa Parks, all right, did what she did. There you go. Snap, man. I stay forgetting her name. But I love her story. That's why I said we gotta go diving down that rabbit hole on her story. All right. It's powerful.
She understands that the law is only the law. Caroline LeCount decides to risk her own safety to test that law.
As she attempts to board a car at 11th and Lombard.
We don't allow your kind.
The conductor's response is all too familiar.
Well, Caroline LeCount marches straight to a magistrate at City Hall, brings a complaint against the streetcar conductor and his company.
Acting on LeCount's information, the magistrate sends officers out to arrest the conductor.
That's fucked up how they treated her.
Carolyn LeCount and Anna Broomall, they've grown up at a time where they're impatient to wait for change to happen. They want to make the change happen for themselves.
At 8th and Pine, women's medical college student Anna Broomall is told she cannot be a surgeon. Women aren't allowed.
We are dealing with Victorian codes of behavior and conduct, and so the male students in the class felt it highly inappropriate that women were being exposed to this type of thing.
Pressured by Anna Broomall and other students, in 1869, the dean, Anne Preston, stands up to the medical establishment and demands that her students be admitted to surgery clinic.
That's crazy, because when you go back into, the 1600s and before, you had women that were entrepreneurs. Women working, making money, making hustles here in Philadelphia, black or white. But yet you hit the 1800s, late 1800s, going into the 1900s, and now women can't do nothing. They can't say nothing. They can't speak up. What changed?
They're also very much inheritors of this tradition of women in the city of Philadelphia who have put their bodies on the line for change.
On the first day, male students greet the women with spitballs and catcalls.
Damn!
Anna Broomall puts up with all that stuff and keeps coming. She ends up having a career for decades in a pioneering clinic.
The new me wouldn't have done it. I would have, this in a more respectful way. But the old me in school, A boy would have did that shit, I would have soccer punched the shit out that. I would have soccer punched the shit out that boy. Right? I'm telling you right now, that right there, like, dude, like, who you think you play? I would have grabbed the book and smacked him with it on some real shit. The old me? You better put some respect on me.
As Broomall and her colleagues observe their first surgery, Congress passes the 15th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, finally granting Black men the right to vote.
Damn.
In Moyamensing,
Finally.
Octavius V. Catto prepares to register hundreds of new voters.
It took the son, see, Catto Jr. to do it. Legacy. See what I'm saying? When people listen, I've had people come into my chat and be like, hey, what you mean about legacy? We don't leave no legacy behind. So what, you just plant a seed and you don't teach it? You don't, how can I say, you don't nurture that seed? You don't feed it? Damn. So you just plant a seed and leave it there and say, fuck that seed, huh?
A tidal wave of new Black voters will doom Democratic rule in Philadelphia. They were registered Republicans, unlike McMullen.
The Democrat William McMullen smells a challenge. Republicans
There we
have
go.
promised to disband the Moyamensing Hose Company and all volunteer companies in favor of a professional fire department.
Here we go. When things start shifting right, haters start popping up. Boy, I'm telling you, man, haters are gonna be everywhere, left and right, no matter where you at.
He knows that his authority is liable to come tumbling down by abolishing the volunteer fire companies that really abolishes the political power base through which ward leaders like William McMullen had long been able to operate.
All these new Black voters and their leader, the face of the movement, Octavius Catto, are right in the face of William McMullen.
McMullen and his firemen are under the protection of Democratic mayoral candidate James Biddle. Biddle doesn't have the numbers to win. So McMullen decides he must suppress the African-American vote.
Here we go. Democrats, boy. And they say Democrats were always good. If they were supporting and sponsoring people like this, what's good in them?
With the election just 12 hours away, McMullen's men fan out across Moyamensing.
Wow.
By noon on election day, with
Why he do that?
Institute for Colored Youth Teaching, Moya men and their allies in the police department have shot half a dozen Black people.
Octavius Catto goes to the office of Mayor Daniel Fox and begs for the city to intervene. But Fox, a Democrat, has no interest in protecting Black voters. So he turns to Catto and says, you'd better protect yourself.
Fuck him up, Catto. There you go. Philly style.
He goes to 3rd and Walnut.
Oh, he still hit him back?
It has no bullets in it.
I thought Catto was going to mess him up.
Home.
On South Street, Catto sees...
Damn, man, I had money on Catto. Where'd Catto go? Wait, which one fell down? Let me go back. Man, I had money on Catto.
And buys a gun. It has no bullets in it. And he starts walking back home.
On South Street, Catto sees a streetcar filled with Black and white riders.
Shit.
Another man sees Octavius V. Catto.
He's got a number tattooed on the back of his hand, and it's the number 27.
Oh, he shot him. Shot him in the head. Oh, wow. Son of a bitch. Hijo de la puta. I thought Kato was gonna whoop his ass, yo.
Octavius V. Cato is one of 6 black men shot dead on Election Day.
Damn.
6 days later, Republicans remember him with the city's largest public funeral since Abraham Lincoln.
His remains are taken back to the Institute for Colored Youth, the school that he helped to run. And people from the neighborhood came that night to pay their respects and gathered around that schoolhouse right there at 9th and Bainbridge. It's still there today. And encircled that building as if to embrace it and protect it.
In the coming years, Caroline LeCount will be the first black woman hired as a principal in the Philadelphia public schools. She will lead the O.V. Cato School.
That's a hurt piece, yo.
Victorious Republicans finally abolished the city's 72 volunteer fire companies. But the leader of the Moyas is undaunted.
They got rid of the fire department? So how did they do with the fires when, hold up, did I hear them right? They said they abolished the 72 fire departments. So if there was a fire, how did they handle that? That was wild. Everything that was happening before the 1900s.
No school. Victorious.
Wait, I just noticed something. They wasn't named engine. They were named Insane, or was that a misspelling? No, that's not a misspelling.
No, that's engine.
Where's the G?
It's a G.
Oh, that G look like a C.
That's a G, baby.
Oh, snap.
It's how they print it. And I'm like, wait, what? No, that's engine 22.
I was getting ready to say, like, wait, that G look awfully a lot like a C. I'm sorry.
Victorious Republicans finally abolished the city's 72 volunteer fire companies.
So if they got rid of the 72 no,
But the leader of the Moyas is undaunted. 2 Octobers after the murder of Octavius Cato, William McMullen wins election to a seat on city council, where he will serve for nearly 30 years.
Damn. That's wild. It's still popping out there?
Yeah, I mean,
huh?
No, you gotta talk until you're not talking.
All right. So, listen, if you really want to understand Philly's political machine, you have to go all the way back to, all right, the colonial blueprint. Not the stories, not the statues, but the, architecture of power itself. Colonial Philly wasn't just a settlement, right? It was a controlled environment designed to funnel authority upward. The people at top controlled land, trade courts, and information, right? That structure didn't disappear when the revolution happened. It simply changed hands. The same centralized power Penn, right, in his circle held became the foundation for the political machines that came later. The names changed, the parties changed, but the idea stayed the same. A small group decides how this city runs, and everyone else navigates around that reality. By the 1800s, Philly had, grown too big and too chaotic for the old colonial style governance, right? But instead of, how can I say, dismantling the hierarchy, the city just modernized. They modernized it, right? Political bosses replaced colonial, how can I say, proprietors. I can never say the word. Proprietors. Shout out to my baby daddy. All right. Ward leaders replaced, how can I say, magistrates. Party loyalty replaced religious loyalty. but the function stayed identical. Control votes, all right, control resources, control access. The political machine didn't come out of nowhere. All right, it was the, how can I say, the natural evolution of a city that had always, been run from the top down. The colonial mindset of, how can I say, the colonial mindset of order first, people second, become the machine's operating system. All right, and here's the part people overlook. All right, colonial Philly was built on, how can I say, patronage. I can never say that word either. Patronage.
Patronage.
Right, patronage. If you wanted land, protection, opportunity, or influence, you needed, a connection to someone with power, right? Fast forward a century, right, and the machine used the exact same logic, all right? Jobs, favors, contracts, all right, protection. All of it flowed through political networks. That wasn't corruption, right, in their eyes. It was tradition, a continuation of the old world system where loyalty was, currency and power was personal. Philly didn't invent political machines. It inherited them, all right? Now, let's talk about the laws, because this is, that's Mr. Oates. All right, I'm going to let him up while I finish this real quick. All right, I know he'll stay on mute while I finish talking. Blessings to Mr. Oates. All right, but listen, let's talk about the laws. All right, this is where the colonial fingerprints show up. All right, the clearest. The legal system in the 1700s was built to protect property, right, maintain hierarchy, and keep social order. Those priorities never left. Modern laws still reflect that logic. All right, property laws still favor landowners. Business regulations still lean towards protecting capital. Policing still focuses on controlling populations deemed, all right, disruptive. Even zoning laws, all right, which seem neutral. They are rooted in the same colonial idea of separating the, how can I say, respectable from undesirable. The language changed, but the intention stayed intact, right? One of the most powerful colonial holdovers is the idea that law is a tool, for managing people, not empowering them. In the 1700s, laws were written by elites who believed, they were the, how can I say, natural guardians of society today. Of society. Today, laws are still often, how can I say, crafted by people far removed from, how can I say, the communities most affected by them. That's why modern legislation can feel disconnected, punitive, or out of touch, because it's built on framework that never centered. All right, like, how can I say it? Framework that never centered everyday people in the first place. The system wasn't designed for, shared power. It was designed for controlled power. That's something that, my baby pops was trying to teach me in the beginning when I was doing this podcasting, and I didn't get it. I had to do a lot of research and a lot of, reading. Right. Another colonial echo, right, is the way Philly's political system treats, how can I say, treats dissent, my bad. In the 1700s, challenging authority was, seen as disorder. Today, protest is legal, right? But the response often mirrors the old mindset: contain it, regulate it, minimize it, right? The instinct to, how can I say, preserve stability, even at the cost of justice, is a direct, how can I say, inheritance from the colonial governance. That's why reforms move slow. That's why accountability is, how can I say, inconsistent. That's why the system resists change unless it's forced. The machine isn't broken. It's functioning exactly, as it was historically designed. How is it that my baby probably used to say it? You used to say, what was it? The system is not broken. The system is doing exactly what it's meant to be doing. All right. So listen, when we say modern politics mirrors colonial power structures, we're not talking, in metaphors like in my poems. All right. We're talking in mechanics. All right. Philly's political machine is, how can I say, the descendant of a system built centuries ago. Right? And modern law still operates on the logic of hierarchy, control, and protection of the powerful. The city evolved, but the blueprint didn't. And that's why understanding this history matters. Shout out to Mr. Oates, all right, for getting, for like, yo, for putting that little seed in my head, all right? Because once you see the lineage from colonial councils to, party bosses to modern institutions, you realize that the fight today isn't just political, it's structural, it's historical, and it's about rewriting a script that's been running since the 1600s. And that's why y'all heard me earlier say that before all of this happened, women were out here hustling, all right, making money, standing side by side with their men, all right, building houses, building structure, building foundations. You don't see that no more. So before I finish my commentary and I give the conclusion of everything that we've talked about today, man, let me give a shout out to Mr. Oates. He's on the panel today. What's up, Mr. Oates? How you doing this morning? I was gonna say tonight, like it was still last night.
Yeah, it's in the morning like a mofo. Salute to you, Rod.
Shit, I lost track of time. I'm like, damn, it's 2:52.
Yeah. No, only thing I wanted to let me say this first. I disagree with you about one thing. When you were saying that America had the opportunity to more or less bring about equality, and you said they stumbled. No, they didn't stumble. No, they didn't stumble at all. That wasn't the plan in the first place. So they didn't stumble. They didn't stumble at all. That's the only thing. Just that word you said, stumble. I'm like, no, they didn't stumble. I was sitting there talking to you, but I wasn't on the panel. I'm like, no, they didn't stumble.
That's because when you heard me say that, that's when I was reading one of the notes, and then from there I just took on.
Right. But a lot of people don't believe this behavior still exists because it's been dressed up.
Facts.
See, they thinking 10 steps ahead, and we just focusing on like what used to be. A lot of people think that that's outdated. That's not happening anymore because there's different opportunities provided or allowed, but they don't want to actually see what's going on because they don't know this type of history. If you would see that, if you knew your history, you would know when it's repeating itself.
Fact, and it's actually repeating itself right now in front of our eyes, but people think it's something that is new. It's not. None of this is new.
Ain't
like,
none of this.
When I bring up certain topics sometimes, or I go on certain panels, right, and I speak about the past, like when they bring up Rosa Parks, and I'm like, it doesn't start with her. I'm not, how can I say downgrading her, bashing her? I'm not speaking bad. I'm just saying that it started with oh my God, I stay forgetting her name.
The truth and all types of
people. Like, come on, man. It started when carts existed, not buses.
And there's a lady, I can't remember her name right now.
My baby pop just named her. What was it?
Sojourner Truth.
Sojourner Truth, I think she said.
I'm hip to Sojourner. No, but I'm talking about right around the time where Rosa Parks went through.
That's another lady. Yeah, another lady that.
But I'm
not sure if it's the one he's saying or.
I can't remember her name, but
I know who you're talking about.
She did the same thing right around the same time Rosa Parks did, and they elected not to use her example because they had a whole bunch of like bad rumors. They talked bad about her, dogged her, like, oh, she's a lady in the name. We can't use her. I just can't remember her name, but she was.
I can't either right now. My baby pop's over here thinking hard as shit.
Yeah, she was before Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks just came after her, and Rosa Parks was pretty much, they was like, okay, we're gonna run.
Yeah, they made the movement with her.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and it's crazy because I'm starting to understand why people are coming at Democrats really hard. They've been using these tactics for the longest, but the Republicans ain't no different, even though it started with the Republicans.
Right.
I'm like, oh, Ray, you're tripping. The Democrats and the Republicans started together. I was like, no, it started as one.
Started as one and then branched off.
Yeah, that's what I be trying to explain. But they're like, no, it's not like that. I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm not debating this because
it started with one party, one Republican party. The certain Republicans that like what the other Republicans was doing. They set off and they said we're gonna be the Democratic Party. Like,
that's why I was like, red or blue, y'all fighting for crumbs, man.
At the end of the day,
that's the same shit. But you know, I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah. I want you to even go back and look at like the Reconstruction era, like when blacks got in men in particular got into politics and was allowed to win like congressional seats and
yeah, that's what we was just talking about now. That was the era we was just in. We was in the whole era. That was just a part of it just here. Just
when you think about what they did to all that they was getting land. I believe it was called the Freedmen's. They had the Freedmen organization. They was
there's a lot of them. This is just that's why I said earlier in the beginning of that. I said this is one portion. We hit all angles, but I can't do that in one day. I have to split this up in, you know.
I feel you. It's a whole lot of rabbit holes.
Exactly, and they all connected. And people just think this is all separate. No, I'm like, look, listen. All this started in Pennsylvania, yes, but y'all gotta realize it also expanded and branched off.
It was a little bit of everywhere.
Washington was not, you know, what Washington is now, Pennsylvania was before. And I forgot why was it that we talked about it in one of the lives. Why they took
Pennsylvania made Washington D.C. the capital.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the Pentagon, the White House, and stuff like that. They made it a national secret ground. National secret ground, something like that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And see, that's what I'm saying. If people actually knew that, but people think it takes too much time and they don't want to run down them rabbit holes. They want to actually, like I said, if you go back and you look at even half of the history, American history. I ain't gonna say black history. Just look at American history. You'll see what's been done. And you'll see that it's repeating itself over and over and over. They playing right in front of our faces.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, that's how I look at it, like, oh, this is theater now. Because they figure like
it's theater to the point where, Mr. Oates, you look at it now and you're looking at politics like a circus. That's what it has been for the past couple of years. Even though I mean,
listen, everybody should have known politics became a joke when Donald Trump said, listen, I can run for president and do that. Everybody should know it was a joke then.
Right.
It wasn't a lot of these politicians, I mean, it's crazy because Trump was the first businessman or celebrity, right?
Yes, to become a president. That's the truth.
Wasn't what is his name? Ed Riddell, whoever it was. Wasn't he a movie actor?
No, Ed Riddell was never nothing like that.
It was one of these motherfucking politicians that was a movie actor or president.
You're talking about Ronald.
No.
He's the governor of California.
It was Ronald Reagan. There you go.
Ronald Reagan.
He used. I've seen it. He was making cowboy movies.
Yeah, he played a couple movies, but he wasn't no fucking celebrity. Like he was famous for no movies. He was more famous for political.
Yeah, right.
Let's talk about it.
Only thing I remember,
he wasn't famous for little punk ass couple movies.
He said his punk ass couple movies. I can't with him. Fully coming up.
I'm surprised John Wayne ain't run for president.
John Wayne?
Yeah, that's one of them cowboy dudes.
What's that about to do? What you talking about to do?
He said he's surprised John Wayne didn't run for president.
Yeah, I know that's the fuck right.
Yo.
Yeah, that's funny as shit. Most of the people we had in politics or had as president, they've been like career politicians.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Oates. Blessings. Shout out to Miss April Showers. Make sure y'all go check her out. Great conversations, great topics. You will not be disappointed. My bad, Mr. Oates.
No, you all right. I'm just saying, I've seen how it's transpired. If you've been paying attention throughout the years, some people haven't been paying attention at all, and ain't picked up and studied no documents, ain't read no books, ain't actually studied the history. They just go along, just ride. They're just going along with it, whatever's put in front of them. Now we done got to this point, and we got a cold clown in the.
Is that a cold clown?
Yeah, we got a cold clown in the White House, and now it's only I think it's gonna get worse because the more I see Trump done made it in there twice.
Yep.
And I know he's not the puppet master. I know he's not.
Mm-mm.
No.
It goes deeper, as you can see, as we go deeper into history.
Right. Now, you know, he understands or at least some of the people around him understand the way the machine works.
Yep. And he does too. Listen, Trump is like my baby pop because he's a piece in the chessboard and a very, how can I say he's
part of an intricate plot.
That too. Everything. But you named him after that movie too. What was it? Indisputable or
Undisputed?
The Irreplaceables, the one with Sylvester Stallone. Was it Sylvester?
Oh, Expendables.
Yeah, you called him an expendable.
Yeah.
Yeah. You yeah. But you see what right now this country is only doing what they've always done. I think you commented on it earlier, but just saying like colonialism was just about going in. You exploit the people, the culture, and the resources.
Yep.
That's what you do. And people, go ahead.
I think before they even came in and took over, they were sitting here studying on some real shit. They had to have studied to know how to take over. They just didn't I bumped into this land. Let me just start shooting without knowing if they was prepared to fight back or not, or what they had. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping on that idea, but
no, you gotta realize
when I listen to I hear you talk about war, about fights and mafias and mobs and all that, I'm like, it's got to be a strategy. They all study their.
But listen. You gotta realize, like, just like a movie that I showed you, Apocalypto.
Yeah.
When they made it to the beach and they saw the shit and the people with guns, it was all new to them. Because everything they fought with was from what? The land that they lived off.
Exactly.
True Indians, true people of the land. They lived off of bow and arrows and
knives
and shit like that. You see what I'm saying?
The people that came and took over in ships.
So when Columbus and them came, they came with gunpowder and brown silver balls for bullets.
He said silver balls.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah. That's what I'm going to take over. And listen, they had tried to do that with a whole bunch of people throughout history, but before they actually got their hands on them guns, they was getting.
I'm gonna let you chat with my baby pops real quick about this because I gotta go take a bathroom break.
All right.
He's talking about the same conversation.
No, they was trying to take over people's lands for centuries, and they couldn't do it because they didn't have them guns. They was getting their ass whooped.
Facts.
And they finally got them guns, and it was like, oh no, we can kill with this immediately.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Immediately.
That's what I was telling her, because you gotta realize, like I was telling her, the people before everybody else that came along, they didn't know what guns was. They didn't know what gunpowder was. You see what I'm saying? They had all makeshift weapons.
Right. They was gonna fight you. It was gonna be warfare, like hand-to-hand combat.
Exactly, and that's how they came up. They didn't come up knowing what guns was until the Europeans and all them other people came over here and said, okay, we trying to claim this land. We see the value in it. We see that we could trick and bring the infrastructure of the economics over here, the governing over here, because before it was all free land.
Right. Everybody was over here chilling. They had their own, you know what I mean, living amongst each other. And they came over here with the nonsense, spreading disease, killing people. They just came over with evil.
Everything. You ain't never lied.
And that's it. That's why I'm like, man, what part of this ain't y'all seeing? Like, that's what I'm looking at, like recent events. Like they talking about the Venezuela situation. That ain't nothing about, that's about oil and cocaine, man. They ain't got no interest in helping Venezuela.
At all. See, what everybody fella realize, right? What they do is they put a small situation in your face and make it seem big to cover up what they really truly doing. right there in front of us. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. That's exactly it. And I'm looking at, they saying like it's so many. What they were saying about the Venezuela president. He's transporting so much cocaine into the country, and I looked at that, some of the statistics on that, and it's like Venezuela was at the bottom of the list. Why wasn't y'all at the top of the list? Because them countries ain't got oil. And Venezuela is like and they as far as the cocaine goes, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't pharmaceutical companies use cocaine?
See, that's what a lot of people don't realize, right? See, the coca plant is definitely used, the cocaine is definitely used for a lot of different pharmaceutical drugs because of the numbing effects, because of certain properties that come from the coca plant itself.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because back in the day, before they actually started extracting the fluids and grinding the plant up, they used to take the plant itself and either eat it or use it externally on the skin.
Right. I remember that. I said that information Riders had in that one line she did about the history of cocaine. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm like, so these is like, and that's what they're doing with weed now. Okay, we might as well legalize it. We've been making it criminal all these years, and we're gonna start growing weed.
And what they do is, you gotta realize, right? I'm putting it to you like this: the way they got it is they the biggest gangsters of all. Because the way they do the shit, right? They support the farms. You feel what I'm saying? They turn a blind eye to certain shit. Now this the whole crazy part. They come on the news every so often. Oh, we just got a big bus. Why y'all got a big bus all of a sudden? What happened to all these months before this? But now y'all got a big bus. Oh, y'all just trying to show y'all doing your job because guess what? The profits ain't been profiting lately.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's all about the dollar sign. It's all about the bigger picture.
We got a big bus, and where all that cocaine go? Y'all get
thing. And that's the thing. They try to make everybody think and believe that they destroy it. They don't. What they do is they redistribute it. They use it for other busts and other things like that. They don't never destroy it. Just like people think that money that's been old is out of circulation. No. What they do is they take that same old money, take it out of the database, and that money's still around. It's just that it no longer have the same value as the dollar signs that's in the database. And they say they shred this money.
Right. And that ain't happening. Yeah, that ain't happening. They ain't doing no such thing.
But and that's the crazy part because they can print money like it's going out of style.
Exactly. And a lot of people ain't even, a lot of people ain't paying attention. A lot of people don't even care. They don't. And you see, I want you to see how they keep the new, it's like the, what do you call that? It's like a dog whistle now. You know how they saying America now? Just America. America first. America this. America that.
Yeah.
Notice they're not saying the United States of America.
Yeah.
They're not saying that anymore. They're trying to get that out of everybody's mental. Like, no, we ain't united. No, we ain't. No. And I used to try to figure that out like in my late 20s. I'm like, wait a minute, if we the United States, why everybody keep picking sides?
Yeah. And that's the sad part.
Yeah. Like everybody keep picking sides, not even seeing what's going on. That's why when I was watching that, I thought about that when I was watching that the Cory, Holcomb, and Anton thing. I'm like, man, what are you talking about? He all over the. That's a conversation for another day. But it's just like he came up and he's trying to push the Republican agenda.
Yeah.
All he kept talking about, we used to be, all of us used to be Republicans. Okay, well, tell me why it switched up. But go ahead, bro. My fault.
No, you good, brother. You see, that's the thing, right? What they do is, if you ever heard of like an industry plant,
Yeah.
Now, see, industry plant ain't just far as hip hop and rap. It's everywhere. What they do is they plant people in different positions that has access to certain platforms, stages, and followers, to where though they say, okay, we're going to use this person here to do this, and they're going to upset these people over here, while these people over here is over here progressing, and we over here dealing with this. You see what I'm saying? But see, nobody don't see that though, and it's like they keeping us in the mindset with the crabs in the barrel. Everybody got to get out of that mindset.
Right. You ain't lying about none of that. All you got to do is open your eyes and you'll see it. But like I said, I can't remember who I said it, what panel I was on. But it's like when you believe something and you present it with facts or evidence that would make you not believe that or prove otherwise from what you believe, they automatically go against it. That's cognitive dissonance. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
It's like you don't want to see it any other way but the way you see it.
Yeah, those people got closed minds, because at the end of the day, it's like no matter what you try to show them, that's facts, not just your opinion, but the facts,
right?
The statistics of everything, and you showing it to them, and they still saying no, that's not right. It's like beating the dead horse. It's like, why even try sometimes? But you don't want to give up on them because you want everybody to wake up to get unplugged from the matrix. But it's like they so plugged in, and that's where everybody. I'm gonna tell you this. In my opinion, a lot of things went to shit when they started coming out with what they call it, fuck book,
Facebook,
Twitter, Instagram, all this social media shit, right? What it was originally used for, it wasn't used for it no more. And then that's what the world was taken over by. The world been taken over by social media and digital platforms, and that's how everything is being done now. Down to even the votes, where you can vote digitally. Back in the day, we had to go to the place and put in a ballot. Now you can vote from home. It's like, come on, this is the world we living in now.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that earlier when she was playing the video. I was like, man, wait, that used to have to go put in that paper vote.
Exactly.
Yeah, you used to have to go and actually mark down who you was voting for and all that, and they count them, and that was that. Now they like, yeah, no, you can go ahead and vote from home or vote by mail.
In Philadelphia, got to vote.
Yeah, you can mail in votes, all types of shit. Like that never happened before.
No, it never happened.
But I just show you the times has changed so much that the country is not fighting the way it used to. See, back in the day, the country fought for what the country needed and wanted, and we got it. It's like now, who fighting for what? Everybody out here fighting to see who got the bigger package, who got the best BBL, how much money in your bank account, how much money in their bank account, how many trips you been on this year. Ain't nobody talking about, well, damn, my kids is finishing school, my kids going to college. Ain't nobody talking about generational wealth or financial literacy in the minority communities that's needed. They're not teaching this shit in school, but nobody talking about these things. They talking about everything else that's irrelevant. Talking about, oh, who got the best post? Oh, look how many posts they got. Look how many followers they got. Like, all that shit is irrelevant.
Right. No, and that goes back to what you said about that you use them plants. See, I used to call them something else.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say that word or because they.
I get it. I understand it. I feel you. I'm with you.
Yeah, and I'm like, they everywhere now. I'm like, what
everywhere?
Yeah, it's just like because you saying certain things or you pushing a certain agenda, that's why you hyped up, or that's why your numbers is that big. I can see that your numbers is that big because you saying certain things that a certain group wants you to say.
Exactly. And because you pushing that message that they want you to push, guess what? You getting all the support in America. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you're not even pushing the right shit, but you got all this support. Now the people that's pushing the right shit, pushing the right agenda, is getting all the resistance. Now they the rebels. Now they the outlaws. Well, fuck it, make me an outlaw. Make me number one outlaw. I ain't going with their bullshit. You feel me?
Exactly. Hell yeah, I feel you. They ain't. It's man. This shit is like I say, it's getting worse. It's gonna get worse.
It's gonna get worse before it get better. It's definitely gonna get worse before it get better.
Unless people wake up. Unless people just strictly just wake up.
You know when everybody gonna wake up? Listen, everybody gonna wake up, and I hate to say it, and it ain't gonna bother me because I know how to read books. Everybody gonna wake up when the fucking internet go down. Everybody be like, well, what the fuck is we going to do now? You see what I'm saying? Oh my God. When that day comes, I'm going to be locked in the house because the world going to go in chaos. They ain't gonna know what to do. Everybody going to be killing each other. You ain't got Wi-Fi. What's your password?
Yeah. That's what it's going to be. And I started to say that. I knew you was about to say that. Like as soon as the house start burning down, that's when they're going to lose their mind.
That's when they're going to lose their fucking mind. And they're going to be like, well, what happened? Oh, y'all ain't see this shit coming. This shit been making. Y'all ain't even dig it.
Yeah. Now, what you going to do when you can't order, you can't get Uber Eats? What you going to do when you can't, what you going to do when you can't pay that bill online?
Right.
When they run online banking, what you going to do then? You're going to have to, some of them don't even know what to do.
Some people don't even know what a rotary phone is.
Yeah, I know what it is. Trust me.
I know you know what it is, but these new motherfuckers don't know what it is.
You know, they still, and if everything was to go off, you could still use the goddamn phones, the landline.
Yeah, because they're not connected to y'all Wi-Fi satellite world.
The portable ones that.
No, not the portable stuff, like the actual landline.
People online talking about, I'm gonna get me a portable landline. I'm like, it's not gonna work because you have to connect that to the wall.
You gotta get an actual landline. You need a yes, landline.
You need a wired one.
You need a CB radio for backup.
Exactly. They ain't gonna know nothing.
They ain't gonna know nothing about that.
They don't even know what a CB is.
Hell no. Hell no.
You know, you're gonna have to get you some a rotary phone, a CB, and some walkie-talkies.
Yep, definitely old school survival tactics.
Exactly. You're gonna have to start going to the bank to withdraw money. You're gonna have to go.
They ain't gonna know how to do that. They be like, wait, I can't use my phone to tap. No phone. Cash is king now. Back to that again.
Yeah, you got to come down here and fill out this paperwork.
Cash is king.
Right.
Yeah, you got to come. Yeah, you got to actually. When that envelope come in the mail with your bill on it, you got to come down here, fill that paperwork out, and come down here with them funds.
Yeah, basically.
But that, like I said, it's a lot of people that they don't even believe that that's a possibility.
Nope, they so wrapped up into their own little social media worlds that they don't see what's really going on in the real world.
Right.
My baby pop still pays them bills the old way. That's why he pays them Jones on time. Like motherfuckers be like, I can't. I've had people call me like, yo, is something wrong with your internet? I can't pay my bill. I'm like, it's the website. You're gonna have to get your ass on the phone.
Yeah, I'm old school with it. I get up and go.
It's the website.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pay them bills. Fuck all that. Guess what? I know for a fact, ain't get crossed up in no internet, ain't get stolen no mail. I came right here to where I'm supposed to.
Right. I feel you. See, a lot of them don't even know how to put it in through the mail. Like the bill used to come in the mail.
Yep.
And you could either go get a money order, put it in that extra envelope they put in there, fill out that paperwork, and send it in.
No, money orders.
Oh.
With the money orders, you do money order. See, what they do is they send the bill and they send an extra envelope. The extra envelope in there is for you to send that portion of the bill back that you got to fill out, how much you about to pay, and the money order saying how much.
That. Nobody uses that.
No, a lot of people go paperless. That's what we're saying. People don't know how to do that no more. How to fill it out properly and do that. To mail it back to them.
They pay the bills through the phone.
Wait a minute, I know the dude that I work with. The dude right now, this man's 71 years old. This man still send bills in by mail. He be doing it at work.
I know that's right.
I swear he do. Every day, even the money he owe the IRS, he be sending it in to them. He make sure he keep his what they call it, the stubs from the
the
money.
stuff from the receipt from the money order on the side. Yep.
Exactly. He make sure he keep all that.
I throw them away.
No, never throw that away. Because that's your receipt. That's your record.
Yeah, that's your record that I paid y'all.
Yeah, that's your record saying that you paid. You don't never throw that away. You never throw that away. That's like saying, all right, you know how you go to place an order somewhere and they write it on the pad and they take the one slip off and they hand it to you for the bill and the other one they keep.
When I'm done paying, I throw everything away.
No, you never do that. You got to keep everything, all records. All records and payments.
The only ones I kept is when I paid for my ID.
That's what. Like I said, like we were just talking about, if anything was to go happen with these computers, and they say, "Well, listen, we ain't got no records of your payments." Well, hold on, wait a minute. I got records of all these payments right here. Pull these up. Pull these up.
Man, hey man, listen to me, bro. I still pay my phone bill in person.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
He the same way. He don't even use the app. He gets frustrated.
Yeah,
with the app.
I don't like the app. That shit gets on my nerves. I'd rather just go to the store.
I've done it a couple times, like as far as paying online. But I don't even trust that.
Yeah,
I don't trust that. Like, and even if I am paying it online, I'm using like one of the cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so as soon as my bill paid, when I go to the store to pay the bill, I wait for that baby to send me that text and say, "Oh, thank you for your payment." And, it's on the phone now too. But I don't throw none of that baby. And my dude be clowning me for that. He was like, "Man, why you got all these damn receipts?"
Oh shit.
Shit.
I know that's right.
Yeah, I got a shoebox for them. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I put them in the shoebox. Yeah.
And guess what? They come in handy too when tax time comes.
Yeah. You add all that up.
Yeah, like tax write-offs.
Yeah, I ain't got to go online and look and see what happened. And no, it's right here in front of my face.
Watch this. Not food receipts, but
Yeah. I'm about to put her back on. I'm about to run to the gas station. I gotta go grab something. Definitely a pleasure talking to you, brother. Always. Definitely a good conversation. Just stay where you been, man. Stay focused, stay sucker free, and unplug as many people as you can with all your information.
No doubt, bro. Appreciate you. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Always.
Yep. I'll see you next time.
All right now.
Yep.
Mr. Oates.
What's up?
Chilling here. I was listening, talking with y'all. I don't think y'all heard my little chipmunk voice.
No, I heard it a little bit. He was like,
my voice low. Like even on here, that's why y'all hear me talk so fast, because it's like I have to raise my voice. So when I raise my voice, I accelerate what I'm saying, and I hate doing that.
I don't think you need to do that.
On this mic, yeah, because some people can't hear me sometimes.
Oh, well, I've been able to hear you clearly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because I have to raise my voice. Sometimes I'll be talking a little fast, and I be trying to slow down, but it's like, damn, I gotta raise my voice for people to hear me in person and online. That shit irks my soul. Because I have a real soft, low voice, like for real, like. So it like, I hate it. Like even when I hop on people's panels, I have to raise my voice. I'm like, sometimes I feel like I'm yelling at y'all.
Yeah, sometimes no, shoot, I don't. I'm trying to think of what. Sometimes you be low, but I can still hear you.
But it be this mic. Then it don't matter what mic I'm on. My voice is always gonna sound low. I have to raise that, John.
It does sound low sometimes on other people's panels, but I don't never have it's just lower than it is now. I don't never really have a problem hearing you, unless somebody's trying to overtalk you. But when you talking, I can hear you. I ain't gotta say like, wait a minute, what's she say? I don't have to do that.
Probably it sound lower in other panels because you know when the panels be open, all our mics be open at the same time sometimes.
Yep, and that's how why my mic. See, you got a headset on. I don't. I ain't got the headset on. Sometimes I put my Bluetooth headphones on.
Dude, man, listen. The answers panel is the only panel that I gotta sit here and I'll be like, damn, man, I gotta put my headphones on my neck, like real shit. When I be on the panel with y'all over there, sometimes I gotta wear the headphones like this because I'm like, yo, it's Leon. Sometimes when the other lady comes on there, you know who she is.
Right.
Like they raise their voices so loud, and then when Leon overtalks you and your voice goes away, right? Then my voice lowers, Mercy T's voice lowers, and whoever else voice is on the panel, like his mic overtakes that John.
Right. Leon. That's why I told Leon, I'm like, I believe you work for ABC News. Ain't no news. I can't understand why your mic that loud.
Like, damn.
And at the same time, we can't hear the answer. I'm like, how is it? Wait a minute.
Or your voice going like it gets real echoish.
Right. And that's when I'm usually talking and somebody else talking, or I go to say something and somebody else says something. I noticed that because I went back and watched some lives. I'm like, okay, when I'm talking, it seems like my mic is lower than theirs. So you you can't understand what I'm saying.
But my thing is that no matter what mic I get, my voice sound like this. Even listen, when I be doing the poetry, right? I be cracking up sometimes because I have to do it over because my voice be so low, and then the little thingy be telling me, you know, to raise my voice sometimes. Like my voice is not like they can't hear what I'm saying, and I have to start the drawing over. I'm like, damn. Like,
right.
If I was to go live every day, I would not have a voice by the end of the week.
Right. Get you well, do shit. Look, like I told Answer, I'm like, man, get you a headset.
I have a headset. Listen, my voice. Listen, I'm not mad. My voice match my size. I'm only 4'11". All right, I gotta lose some weight right now because I went over my weight limit on some real shit. Letting my baby daddy spoil me.
No, damn. Well, you 4'11". Oh,
my voice match my size. I ain't mad at that.
Yeah, you like Prince size.
You don't see that look. You don't see that woman right there. Like, listen, I'm little as shit. You could tell.
I didn't know. I don't remember you saying how tall you were, but
shit, I'm 4'11". The most I'm supposed to go up in weight is 150. All right, my ass went 10 pounds, 15 pounds overweight. All right, I gotta lose this little weight. I feel that shit, even when I'm on the mic.
Well, just keep walking.
I'm working out. I just started that smoothie diet, so I'm about to just eliminate all eating and just go on a smoothie diet and just work out. I'm about to get my little figure back, just like that, like I was a few months ago, just like her, that beautiful figure right there on that screen, over there, right in the middle, right in front of the left part.
Oh, okay, I got you.
There's it. I can't be with this weight. I don't know how people do it when they, when they gain that extra weight and they just don't give a fuck and they just keep gaining weight. I'm like, I feel like I'm running out of air and I've only gained 15 pounds. How y'all do it? And I'm not bashing people weight. What I'm saying is that I'm not even talking about overweight people. I'm talking about people, regular size. How do y'all fucking do it?
Right.
And I had to correct that because I don't want nobody in their emotions. All right. I'm not a therapist, a counselor. All right. And I'm sure as hell not I'm nobody's mother, all right, or God to babysit no one's egos. But I wanted to correct that because people be thinking, oh, she's talking about I'm fat. I'm not talking about fat people, all right? I just said when you gain that weight that you're not supposed to have on you. Just in case, to clear the air. Because on YouTube, boy, you got to stop every second to correct yourself. Like, wait, they're going to take it like this. You might as well say it now.
I feel that. I definitely going to run all kind of narratives, tell all kind of lies, all that.
Mm-hmm. So I might as well correct that, John, right now. I have to. But yeah, man, like listen, I needed to do this, and I'm gonna keep doing this. I gotta some way, somehow find a way how we, I put both rabbit holes together, right, without intertwining them. But I gotta get a schedule so I could do the Philly history and still dive down the rabbit holes of our ancestors, our roots, our cultures, our not just about Philly. Like we dive down everything, and everybody that's been watching me knows that I love doing that. All right, like I forgot. Let me see. I gotta look at the playlist. It's gonna tell me on what part of which person we are on. We could probably be on fucking the culture, their eating culture and stuff like that. Hold on, let me see what's next on this playlist besides the Philly history. Marlene Sanders is still alive. Damn, that's a miracle. She don't be live this late.
Well, it's early.
Yeah, but still, they don't. She normally don't be like that. Listen, at this time, shout out to Marlene. Damn, that wasn't expected. I would have been over there watching the live. As I'm like, she don't normally be live. Shit.
Who you say,
All right,
Marlene?
here we go. Yeah, she's like a real life counselor, but she comes on here and speaks motivational.
Okay.
I love listening to her.
Yeah, she woke up with something on her mind, or
Mm-hmm. I think you can relate with her a lot because she be talking a lot, about behavior, about people's mental, family, and stuff like that. I know Mr. Olson definitely relates.
You said Marlene Simpson?
No, Marlene Sanders. I can't. Sounders, yes.
It's SAUNDER?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Saunders. That's pretty much the same. Some people say spell it Saunders or spell it Sanders.
Man, you're going to get used to me. I mispronounce everything before I get it right. Even in my head, I'm thinking of the word and I'm trying to get it. You heard my baby Pops correcting me earlier. He's like, it said like this. He knew exactly what I was saying, and I was discombobulated with the word.
No, but I knew what you were saying. You wasn't all the way up like you were saying. I forget the exact word because I know you said industrialist.
Yeah, I say certain words messed up.
Separatist.
Mm-hmm. There's a reason though. There's a reason I say it messed up because I had to teach them words to myself. People don't understand that part.
No, I get it, but you wasn't off like that. I knew what you were saying. I'm like, she just mispronounced it, but I got what you. I know what word you're talking about.
Listen, getting homework done here in a Puerto Rican household where your mom understands English, speaks a little bit of English, but doesn't understand your homework wasn't easy. So I had to figure out a lot of stuff on my own, and I still say certain words messed up. They be like, Ray, you should know. I'm like, I know that, but it's like,
I feel you.
I just be having fun with all this shit. I don't get mad at nothing. You can't get mad at shit. You just live and you learn.
No, and like I told you, it wasn't like you was butchering the word. Oh, that was the word you was talking about. Oh, abolitionist. That's the word.
Right away.
I'm like, I know what she's talking about. I know what she's saying. That you said the word, you just slightly mispronounced. I get it. I know what you're talking about. But that was you had a great. What's your next?
I might go. I'm trying to see what the news is. There's a lot going on with the news, but I don't want to repeat what everybody else is talking about. I don't know if that sounds crazy to anybody, but it's like once somebody already is talking about it and other people is just like, and it turns into a trend. It's like, I don't know. I'm not a trend follower.
No, I feel you.
It sounds crazy. Like if it's already there constantly, like boom, boom, I'll wait for it to heat down. Then I'll pick up on it. Like I tell people, I don't care about the views. This isn't content to me when I get into political, the politics or current news and stuff like that. It really isn't. That's why y'all hear that passion in me. Or when I dive down these rabbit holes.
Right, I feel you.
All right, here we go. The next chapter in our history books are the shocking truth about, we already dived down. Yeah, we already did Shirley Chisholm. All right, here we go.
You did 1851 to 1870 or 1855 to 1871.
No, that's Philly. That's Philly. That's Philly. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is where we're supposed to be at. That's because these videos are not supposed to stay in these goddamn. Okay, here we go. We already did this one. All right, we're supposed to pick up on here. All right, here we go. How Britain used India to replace the slave labor. That's the first video. Because I do a few videos. These are like little 10-minute videos and stuff like that. The second video is the man who sold his soul to the devil, Robert Johnson. Then we got every U.S. president assassination attempt in, let me see, 12 minutes, right? How many White Houses have there been? You see where I'm coming from? Then we got how barbecue, right? Whitewashed its black pitmasters. There you go. And then after that one, the last video of that day is going to be why a black Israelite assassinated MLK's mom. The story you should know. It's a lot, and then after that it's a whole bunch more. I got a whole bunch. People had sent me these Jones. When was it? I think in between last year, the year before. So in total, we have I'm gonna say 200 videos to review and react to of history.
All right, that's what's up.
I mean, I got it all mixed up. I don't like talking about the same thing and keeping it stuck there and just dragging it. I like connecting the dots.
But that somebody gonna put together something about I guarantee it. Somebody gonna put together something about what Trump doing now. As far as what you was talking about earlier, when you was talking about the colonialism, I was saying they go in and exploit the people, the culture, and the resources. Every place that you see Trump trying to take over Greenland now. Yeah,
I mean, like I said earlier, shit hasn't changed, and people keep saying that this is new. All right, it's always been about since colonialism started since the 1600s. All right, it's been about money, power, and greed.
Right.
And people don't peep that part, but they be like, I mean, one thing I can sit here and say that when Trump said, that there was a point in time where America was great, there was. Because people look at pictures, right, that, they were showed in school, or they look at certain videos online, or they hear somebody say something, right? Without realizing, when you look deeper into these history books, right, when you look at the black families here in America, right, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, right, Louisiana, Texas, and stuff like that, right? They didn't look like people that were enslaved. They were in suits, in dresses, houses. Right. So make it make sense. So how did it go to them wearing, all that messed up clothing and in cotton fields?
See,
nobody want to talk about that.
That's a mean rabbit hole right there.
So let's be real. So how come is it that even certain people here in Philadelphia, right? Listen, as a healthy, right? I took care of old ladies, and it's not my first time. Old ladies, right? They have albums filled with history that goes further back to the 1300s. Why is it that a lot of black families here in Philadelphia, right, were dressed a certain way? That means that they wasn't always poor, broke. You see where I'm coming from? Or right. At one point, something was good. Families did exist the way they were supposed to exist. But why is it that we don't know about it, and why are we so confused about it if it exists? I'm saying just like that, and I mean it like that.
They don't tell them stories. They don't tell them story, and a lot of us don't do enough studying. They're not trying to do that. They're not trying to go down that rabbit hole. Like I said, when they go down there and get information that's contrary, to what they already believe. Damn, I'm tripping. Contrary to what they already believe, either they're going to turn a blind eye to it or they're going to accept it. And when you accept it, that means you got to do something. But I wanted to tell you this too. You know, do you mess with dude from the Cory Holcomb show, Craig?
I haven't really watched him. Do I watch Cory Holcomb? Yeah. But the other bull, no, I haven't really watched him.
Okay, well he is. I think he said it for Monday. I think it's called Craig Facts. I think that's his page. But he got set up for Monday, the roast of Anton Daniels.
Oh shit! I gotta see this.
He was roasting him earlier, like when he was announcing the roast. And he was roasting him.
Wearing the 5150.
Yeah, the dude
They
from
was
50.
live earlier. Oh shit! I missed it.
No. He was on. I believe it was his channel.
Oh, his own channel. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said it's called.
5150 was live earlier. I missed it.
Yeah, he was. He was on there clowning, and he just pretty much roasted him. Like at least half of the time he was on there. He was, and it's gonna be other comedians on there roasting him too.
That shit was wild. Listen, Anton Daniels, right? He got some smarts in him, but I don't know. Something off with him. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm not gonna put no labels on him. But something off with the bull. Because I watch his lives. So it's kind of like, listen, when people go into this, I feel as though they was both, wrong in the situation. Anton Daniels did come in with some facts when he was trying to speak, but he was like trying to test Cory. Like he was beige rating Cory. He knew what was going to trigger Cory.
Poke the bear.
Yeah. And it's like, yo, I don't listen. You're right here right now. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you know that what was holding him back was really the business aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And a lot of people say, oh, he should have punched him right there and then. But you, right? You have your own business. You know your business is worth billions, right? And you're being sponsored, right? Like, would you risk all that at that one moment? You see, while y'all were, far apart when he said that, right? Or would you do it the way Cory did it? Sat right next to him and tested his gangster to see if it was working.
Hey, that was a one-upper. That's all.
I think that's what Cory did because you showed me that in situations here in the block.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to tell you, he definitely did that, and he also told him, he gave him his last warning. He said, "Say that shit again." Boy ain't say it no more.
At all, he didn't even repeat it.
He wasn't really. See, if he was really with that shit, he was like, "Yeah, I said what I said. Dick sucker, what?" See, that's when you really standing on what you said. He didn't really stand on what he said. He wasn't really with that shit. He was trying to poke the bear and got a reaction. He didn't get the reaction that he thought he was going to get. It was more than what he expected. That's what happened.
Exactly.
When Cory tried to challenge him too, he was like, "Have you ever been in jail?" He was like, "No." Right? He was like, "Have you?" Cory was like, "Nope." But I got what Cory was trying to say, right? Mm-hmm. He was like, I feel as though that what Cory was trying to say by that is this, right? That at least I know that if I go to jail, I know how to carry myself. Because when he said that if you go to jail, they would fold you up. He turned it into a joke. But I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. He just pulled one of Raheem's moves, but he was comedic with it in a way. That's why I laughed. But everybody else was like, but wait, if he didn't go to jail, why is he asking that question? I heard a lot of people ask that shit. And then Anton said the same shit, but I was like, I think I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, motherfucker, you pussy. You go to jail right now. The way you are so diverse and so, I don't know how to explain it.
Listen, I heard Anton Daniels, part of his response, talking about, how did he put it? It was a couple points he was trying to make, and I was like, no, nigga, trick no good. I don't believe you. He was saying, I offered him the fade. He didn't take the fade. So he said if he would have went out back, he said I couldn't have sued him because that's what some of the people in the chat were saying. It was like I couldn't have sued him because I offered the fade. It's like, nigga, yes, you did. If you don't like how that fade went, you can sue him. You're gonna figure out a way. I think he had figured it out. He was gonna figure out a way to do it. And at the same time, go back to when Cory said, or when they said what they said. When I seen Cory's face, I was like, oh, it's a wrap. But he went in there and pulled up on him, and Cory said his switch is when somebody say that type of shit to him, it can go bad. And then Anton said, well, my switch is when somebody pull up like they about to do something. Well, he just pulled up on you that close. I would have probably punched Cory. Getting that close, that aggressive, I'd have probably punched him. Like, you don't know what Cory was coming to do. But that's any dude out here in the real world. You get that close to me, oh my goodness. Like,
That was on the 5150, right?
Yeah, that was on the, yeah. And he pulled up and he said that. He was like, yeah, that's my switch, or more or less his trigger. Like when somebody pull up, I don't care what you say, but when you my switch, I hit my switch when somebody pull up on me like they about to do something. Well, that's why he pulled up on you, and he was closer than he ever been to you in life, probably. And you didn't do a damn thing. Anton started messing with the wire on the microphone when Cory came over there. I'm like, he ain't want no work for real. But he knew, that's why I said it's a one-upper. When Cory said you be, I ain't gonna say what, you know what Cory said, and then where Cory said, kissing A, or white man's A's, and immediately this dude, Anton come back with, you be sucking black people's, you know what? I'm like, what?
I'm like, find the video right now. Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
I heard what he said. And it's just like that was a one-upper, because that's more disrespectful than, in my opinion, anyway. More or less, when you say, if you say I'm kissing A, then it's like you more or less saying I'm like a bootlicker, or you know what I mean? I'm going along with what.
Do you know how long ago it was? The live? How long ago it was?
It was no, just put in Cory Holcomb and Anton Daniels 50, or go to 5150.
I'm actually on the show. Act like demonstration. It could probably be this one. Let me see.
That was recent. Is you on videos? That wasn't that long ago. I can't remember the exact day. I say like maybe what?
Okay, I found it, Mr. Oates. I got it right here. Here we go. It's the way he named the live. That's why I was like, wait, I don't even see Anton Daniels on his thumbnail. I found it. Here we go. But see, people fail to realize that there was already tension behind this drum, man.
Yeah, they don't like each other.
Here we go.
Y'all already know what's up. I'm Cory Holcomb, eating these cherry sours I shouldn't be eating. This is Darlene OG Ortiz, for people who don't know.
Thank you for that. Oh my God, not the full thing.
I was on time. I'm gonna just say that. Hey, yes, we expected it. I already knew. That's why I got here.
See, that's why when I'm like, listen, when I seen this drawing, and no, I haven't seen it, you know, by itself. All right, I was watching somebody else watch the drawing. All right, and the way they play it out, they really let the videos really play it out. They don't interrupt. I don't know how they could do that, but I'm not doing it over here. Because when I try to do that, all right, they tell me to delete my video on my YouTube studio. So I'm not risking that. So I do got to pause. How other people do that, I don't know. I'm guessing they got like a license or something to be able to do that stuff, to let videos play on their, you know, on their channels. When I wasn't monetized, I could have done that. But now that I'm monetized, they don't let me do that.
So I mean, you could. I'm almost.
No, I'm gonna let it play it. I'm saying I'm gonna let play, but I gotta pause it after a certain amount of time. The longest I can let this joint play is 3 to 4 minutes, maybe 5 the longest.
Okay, I get that. Yeah, I get that.
You see my point? But other people can let this joint play longer than that. How they do it, I don't know. I'm guessing they got a license for that, but I don't.
I think they keep, what do you call it? Like pause, give commentary, play again.
Yeah. That's why I just paused it right here real quick before I let it play for a good minute, because I just wanted to point out when people was like, oh, Cory started it with, well, he started saying that, voting was a sucker thing, which I think Anton took it as in Cory called him a sucker, which he didn't call him a sucker. If y'all watch it, he said what he was doing is a sucker thing. And you know what? I can't even get mad at that. Some people think like that. Some people think that voting doesn't count. All right. Now, if I believe that voting counts, it's my job to sit here and show you how and why I think that voting does count. Me, federal voting doesn't count. That's my belief, right? I feel as though local voting matters more.
Right.
But that's my belief, not nobody else's.
Right.
Unless anybody else has a comment, at least someone else has something in common with me like that. They're entitled to say it too. See where I'm coming from? Yeah. So it's kind of like, why are we so mad and picking sides on this shit? I fucks with Cory Holcomb, but I know that we could all be hypocrites. But Anton Daniel, even though he's got valid points, y'all heard what I said. Even though he's got valid points, he is the biggest hypocrite on this joint.
Right.
He contradicts himself a lot, and maybe I'm tripping. But I feel as though the man contradicts himself a lot. But yes, he's got valid points. Maybe I sound contradictory saying that shit, but I know I make sense of what I'm saying. Shit.
No, you ain't wrong with saying it, or you ain't contradicting yourself with that. That's what you're observing.
Mm-hmm.
You can have valid points and still contradict yourself. So it's like you can say one thing and then 10 minutes later say something else, just totally totally contradicts what you just said 10 minutes ago.
That's a fact. But I just wanted to point out, that's why I paused it. I'm gonna let it play for a good 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna let Mr. O say something, and I'm gonna say something. Fuck it, I got some time. It's Sunday. All right. Now when my Mary Jane runs out, we getting off this bitch. All right.
Oh, baby.
But anyways, hey, fuck it. I like this. And listen, I'm up right now. I know I'm gonna be able to sleep in for a little bit. They got food already prepped in there, John. I'm set. My son is 16. He knows how to cook. My daughter is 9. She always goes to her brother, or she wakes me up for whatever she needs. I'm able to sleep in on a Sunday. I'll work hard as shit. All right. Shit.
Right.
But anyways, all right. I'm gonna let this John play for 5 minutes, and then we're gonna give some commentary. But like I said, I wanted to point out that Anton Daniels threw actually the first shot. At least I was on time. That shows you right there that behind the scenes something went off. But nobody even, nobody peeped that. And I think Empress Lonnie One Love. Shout out to Empress Lonnie One Love. If y'all haven't checked her out, make sure y'all go check her out. All right, on Shalana's POV. But she pointed that out on her live, and I don't think a lot of people have pointed that out when they've done it, the reviews and reactions to this video.
Well, I seen her earlier. I was over there a little bit. Then I left for a minute, came back. I'm like, damn, Lonnie's still alive?
She was good for a good minute.
Yeah, she was on there like 5 hours.
All right, let me press play on this, John.
You're almost on time.
I was on time.
My man. You dig what I'm saying? A lot of y'all know. We said he was coming. Anton in the house. Hey man, let me tell you something. I'm so glad you're here. Because people need to see a clash like this. Not a clash within something bad, just people who got something to say, like what you say and what I say. I think it's gonna be interesting.
I do too. Yeah. I think it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, we had a great conversation too. We had time before you got here. So we had a great conversation.
I buttered it up. So
you don't need to go.
I made sure that she felt good about this.
Yeah, you don't need to butter.
We're still trying to get It's Shannon Sharp on here, so Darlene can have something to do after the show that she'll be proud of.
Oh, brother.
Now, that would be dope to see Corey Holcomb and Shannon Sharp together on the panel. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to pause it, but I just had to throw that out there. Let me press play.
Too old. That man don't want this.
Well, I know.
Your chat think they tough. I noticed that.
They think they tough?
They think they tough.
Yeah. They be out there.
They not that tough.
Uh-oh.
We seen
charging them up.
We seen,
here we
we
go.
seen
Yeah.
worse. You know, I don't pay attention to niggas that don't got no profile picture.
You know what? I always
I promise to God, bro.
And they scared to step forward.
I don't pay attention. I think them type of niggas jerk off in their socks.
Yeah.
What?
Well, now they've gotten so savvy where they can actually put a picture, but you open it up and it's like, oh, no post, no nothing. It's like, oh, okay.
We don't take that serious.
Exactly. Keyboard cowards is what I call them.
Somebody said, what Craig had, he on time out. Craig had a show, folks.
That's right.
Craig going out here doing his thing.
Papa Craig.
But anyway, let's get
Papa
to
Craig,
it,
what
man.
the
Let's
fuck?
get to it. There's so much to say. I know we ain't gonna be able to get to it all, but
we're gonna try.
There's so much to say. I gotta ask you this, just off top.
I'm with it.
How do you feel? Because we ain't gonna do all politics, because that ain't what the show
We
about.
gotta get there though.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't want you to miss no points.
All right, I'm with it.
What do you feel about this nation as they jack other nations for their resources and play it off like it's other reasons? I'm
think
talking
that's a
about
part
this
of the
nation,
game.
the U.S.
That's the part of the game.
When you say the part of the game, I don't understand. Do you think
Everybody done been conquered. Slavery didn't exist way before we ever came in here.
Mhm.
So I don't see what the problem is.
Well, I tell you like this. I cannot respect men
That's
who
hypocritical.
are claim jackers. Like I don't
Like what? Give me an example.
like the United States.
No, give me an example, like a real life thing. Like, what did they take?
The United States.
Like taking this country?
Not just taking this country. How do you think you got here?
The transatlantic slave trade.
You smart man.
Right. I studied it. I know all about it.
So how it's very hard to be
Yeah, that's a fact. He got here like that. I'm sorry, I had to pause it. He got here like that, but people were already living here, all right, on this land, and it was taken from them. But continue. Cory is right. He's on point. But as smart as Anton is, he should have already known that too. Not everybody was bought in, from a ship. But you know what?
respectful of what is here when me, for example, as an African-American male, I know how I got here. I didn't take the cheap flight on Frontier here. My people were kidnapped. My people were robbed. They what?
They were sold by Africans.
You say all the people were sold by Africans?
How you think what you think white people came over there and got us?
Yes.
No, they were sold.
So
they just capitalized off of it better than the Africans did.
Okay, so you're saying that all of the black people that were brought here were sold by Africans.
Correct.
So the white people were just doing transactions over there.
Absolutely. It was capitalism. See, the thing about white people, you think that racism is inherently in them. Racism is inherently in all of us. Black people is some of the most racist people I've ever seen in my entire life. We don't even like each other.
So can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Let's stay there.
Okay.
I had to pause it again. It's like that in every culture. We're racist amongst each other. Puerto Ricans are racist amongst Puerto Ricans. Dominicans are racist amongst Dominicans. Blacks are racist amongst blacks. Whites are racist against whites. I mean, they'll kick a white person out of a house. I mean, still to this day, all right? Not every white family does it and is into it. But I've seen some people still stuck in that traditional way for defending a black family, for hanging around black people. Man, Puerto Ricans are like that too. All right. Everybody is racist against everybody. And the fucked up part about it is that we shouldn't be, like that amongst our own kind. But unfortunately, since the beginning of time, it's been like that. That is something similar, Anton should have said something similar like that. Because I know I'm not wrong on that part. All right. Our ancestors mixed and mingled. All right.
I think Anton is ooh. I don't want
to provoke Cory from the beginning. That's why I'm trying to tell people, like, I get where y'all coming from. Yes, he makes valid points, but he you could tell from the beginning he's trying to provoke Cory.
No, when I don't even want to call Anton what I want to call him. I mean, I ain't gonna say what I want to call him.
You can call him whatever you want to call him.
No, you won't do that on you. He's a town.
I get what you're talking about.
That's what he for you to say.
He's what you used to consider a houseboy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to.
You're allowed to say it.
Yeah, but that is for you to know where your ancestors came from, as he claims, and be cool with. He talking about it's just a part of the game.
No, it's not. It's too much. I mean, listen, man. There's layers to this shit.
Yeah, and they were sold by Africans, and it was just like, okay, so you think they didn't do nothing to, just all of them. That's why I was getting Cory's point when he was saying so all slaves was sold by Africans. So
that's what I'm saying.
No, they that ain't the way it went down.
It's not. You seeing it. Like if y'all go watch even the videos or the past lives since we started diving rabbit holes here on this channel, man, y'all can see that throughout history. And that's why, listen, I'm agreeing with Mr. Oates. I cannot disagree with him right now. He is correct. And I don't think we watched our old videos. So y'all can, listen, Mr. Oates he's not old, he's not new. All right. He's been here for a minute, but he hasn't been here since the beginning. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, damn, all right, he hasn't been watching me, so I know exactly what he's saying, and I cannot disagree with him.
Yeah, I didn't even see this part of the video. I didn't.
Nobody's been playing it. That's why I said I want to hit the beginning, play a little bit, right? Then I'm gonna try to play it at least if I can 5 minutes, but I gotta interrupt sometimes to disagree with fucking Anton.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to let it at least play 5 minutes in its totality because I want to fast forward to where everything started popping off, where everybody's talking about, because nobody plays the beginning of the live.
Right.
I mean, as you can see, Mr. Oates, the tension started from the very beginning, from behind the scenes.
Off the dribble.
Yes.
That's why I said I believe they don't like each other.
No, they don't. They both do whoever set this up, I don't know why they did it to Cory. Man, Cory is the way I'm like, I guess they had good intentions, bless their heart. But that street is still in Cory. You could take the man out of the streets, but sometimes it's hard to take the streets out the man.
No doubt. You can damn sure wake him up. Well, wake the streets up.
Yeah, real shit. Like, wait a minute. That's why I was like, I got when the Empress was like, what does Detroit got? What does him being from Detroit got to do with anything? Like, if it's up anywhere. But let's continue.
We don't even like each other.
Well,
and
look, he said it in the beginning, Mr. Oates.
No. He talking about black people. I did hear what he said earlier. He talking about black people.
I got thrown off. Damn, that's because we took the conversation this way. Damn, I'm all tripping. Let me shut up. 5 minutes, Ray.
So can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Let's stay there.
Okay.
We don't even like each other. And so black people participate. Some of the first slavers in the United States of America was black people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. So what I'm trying to understand is,
was slavery in the United States before?
Slavery existed thousands of years before we got here.
Okay. He lied.
Slavery was on every single continent.
Oh my God, Mr. Oates, you've been watching since I played the when it started in Pennsylvania, right? The independence, declaration, all that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Before they colonized Pennsylvania in the 1600s and everywhere in America, right? You seen that people were living independent. Women had their own jobs. They were making money. Men were working next to them, but they had actual family structure at one point. And that's why I'm like, we haven't gone all the way down the rabbit hole. All right. We're just hitting certain parts before we hit the deep parts, like the one, like Mr. Oates was trying to get into a little bit earlier. It goes deeper, but people yet don't get it. We haven't even fucking touched the surface yet. Let's put it like that.
Right.
In this world. That's a fact. Now, the thing that's a problem with it is that, and this is the problem that I have. What you niggas want?
What do you mean when you say what you need?
What do y'all want?
What?
Like, because
disrespectful.
y'all complaining about it over and over again, and I'm trying to understand what is it that y'all looking for. What is going to help y'all?
A whole thing that has happened
because I'm solutions oriented, and I'm tired of niggas that ain't never been through shit complaining about shit that they ain't never been through.
If you black,
I am too. I am so. Listen, I love bringing solutions to the table. That's why I open up, these panels like this. But when you come up with some dumb shit like Anton just said, boy, that makes you want to say some shit right back. But then sometimes you gotta be like, damn, I gotta be the better person. Fuck it. Let him say what he gotta say. Let him expose or let her expose herself. Fuck it. It's like, why am I going back and forth with you when I know better? Yeah, like Maya Angelou said, once you know better, you do better. We need to start practicing that. Let's continue.
In the United States, you've been through some shit.
But I'm tired of niggas complaining about shit that they have never been through. You've been through some shit, but you ain't been through that.
I don't understand. What are you saying?
Because most of the niggas that's complaining about it ain't never even really seen real racism. These is new niggas. All of these internet niggas right here, these is new niggas.
So are you saying black people in the United States, some of them have skipped over racism?
Yes. Definitively.
Come on, man.
Definitively. You have a greater chance of being killed by somebody that look like you than to ever interact with somebody that don't look like you and kill you.
But do you
That's
understand,
a fact.
Do you understand that it's made like that on purpose?
It's the system. The system against us. I got it.
Okay, but the position you and your people are in.
Who is my people?
Black people. Do you claim black people?
I'm a Christian first. I claim.
I think something's wrong with that. If you don't want to say you're a black man first, I think something wrong.
What you say, Mr. Oates?
I said, "Oh my God, that might go." You keep playing. I think Cory about to make my point. If you can't even identify as a black man, I don't get it. He just lost me. Go ahead, Ryder.
Black people. Do you claim black people?
I'm a Christian first. I claim.
Well, I think something's wrong with that. If you don't want to say you're a black man first, I think something wrong with
black
that.
is a construct. They told you that you was black.
Okay, well,
that's
brown,
why you start
brown
believing it.
then.
No.
Maybe
We
I'm
not brown. We not black. We not none of that shit.
Oh, well, what are we?
We not none. For me, I'm a believer in God. That's what I am. My foundation is always going to be Christianity, Christ, Jesus first. I don't claim none of that other shit. You're not gonna get me to believe in you based off of some shit that you can't control. You didn't pick it. And the thing about other cultures, whether you black, Chinese, Asians don't fuck with each other just because they're Asian. Chinese people and Japanese people and Taiwanese people, they're all different. Koreans are different. All white people don't fuck with all white people. Why do I have an obligation to fuck with somebody just because he black? Okay. And then the definition of how you define black is based off of something that a white man gave to you.
Okay. Well, trust me, brother. You white people, let me tell you something. I know Caucasian people that have looked at me and threw me licks. But I am from Chicago.
And I'm from Detroit.
It was Chicago is very segregated. I knew nothing about Caucasian people until I moved to Los Angeles. And a lot of the stories I heard, it turned out to be that. But back to this Christianity, you have to understand this. You were taught that by the people who kidnapped you. Is that a lie?
Nope.
Okay, so
we was taught everything that you know on this earth, it was taught to you. The racism that you have in your heart, it was taught to you.
You say I'm racist?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I studied you.
Wow.
I studied you.
This is why I'm racist. I don't know a lot of racism in me.
Absolutely.
But maybe you can show me something I don't know.
We're gonna get there.
I wanted you guys to start the show off in your own
No. When Brother Anton Daniels was talking to me on the phone, I knew that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I believe we can have a conversation like men. It's like a lot of stuff he said right now.
So Cory set this John up. Nobody set this John up. He set this John up.
Right. I think the point. I think the point he's trying to get across. See, that's something else that Anton said. He said, and Cory asked him, like, "You're not black?" He was like, "No, I'm Christian." Okay, you can't even. But you said your people came over here. Your roots come from your ancestors. Got over here through the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, so what do you identify as? He still keeps going to this Christian, and he said something about black being a construct by Europeans. Okay, at the same time, Christianity was a construct given to Africans over in Africa back in the day. I mean, that's how they got in. That's what they brought to Africa. Liquor, wine, guns, and religion.
They both, you know what's crazy? Because they're both making valid points. They're both right.
Yeah, but you can't. It's like, okay, but that's at the same time what what's his name is talking about? Anton.
Anton?
Yeah, that's a European. That's something that was given to you.
That's right. You're not wrong. That's why, listen, you hear me constantly say, since you've met me, you hear me say, I don't have a religion, right? I'm not, I don't believe in the Bible. You see, I use it, I use the Bible as a reference, as a guidance. You see where I'm coming from? I use it hand in hand with history books, right? But I believe in God. Nothing more, nothing less. You have tried to convert me, try to get me into, becoming a Christian, becoming a Pentecostal, becoming a, how can I say, different things. But at the end of the day, look, listen, man, I feel as though like each religion is going to tie me up, and it's not going to teach me, about each one. Learning about history. I mean, I know that a lot of people can do it, but me personally is not in me. All right, I prefer to be free spirited, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my point was, it's just like he's double talking now.
Yeah, but they're both. It's crazy as hell. Like, I know what you're saying, and it's true, but as crazy as it sounds, right? Anton makes a valid point, and so does Cory.
Yeah, I get the concept of the black being a European construct, because they've been calling us black. That was later on.
We was just talking about it the other day how they, when they sat here and they enslaved our ancestors, they didn't just enslave them, right? What they did in the same process was rip their identity away from them. Exactly. They tore their identities from them. They gave them new names. Right. Samson was a perfect example.
I wish Cory, were you right? But I wish Cory would have asked him, like, okay, well, who do you descend from? Maybe ask him another way, because he was clearly doing two things: avoiding that question. At the same time, during this conversation, you'll hear him say later, like, "What you niggas want?"
Yeah.
Again,
that right there was disrespectful as shit. I ain't gonna say you're a lie.
Yeah.
And then he comes around and throws a valid point. It's the funny part. That's why I was like, oh my God, because you're not wrong, along with a lot of other people, right? Because he made a valid point, but here's what people want to skip around, right? He didn't answer Cory's question. No matter however we want to put it, whether you like Anton or not, whether you hate Cory or love Cory and hate Anton, all right? Yes, Anton made a valid point, but skipped around the question. And that's exactly what Mr. Oates just said.
Yeah, he double talking like a mofo. Go ahead, Raj.
Now, I disagree with so much, but
both of us.
I'm going to try to make a point, because I have the hopes. I have the hopes in reaching him in a way. You know what I'm saying? I know that ain't guaranteed. I'm not.
And I have the hopes that I'm gonna get y'all off of the Democratic plantation.
Yeah, because I don't know nothing about the Democratic plantation.
Everything that you speak of, it's a reflection of the same thing that they speak of. So you may not claim it, but you're a reflection of it.
Well, if I reflect something that is this Democratic plantation, I tell you what, I really don't study a democratic plantation. I try to study being a stand-up human being where when I look in the mirror, I don't see a slick motherfucker. That's who I am.
I'm with it.
I don't like slick motherfuckers.
That's the first thing we agreed on.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad we got there. But I get labeled all the time. I was talking to a young lady on the phone the other day, and she said, "I know you hate the what's the lady who calls herself a doctor? I'm blanking right now.
Oh my God,
Dr. Bryant." And I'm like, I don't hate nobody. Where do you get hate from? And then I was on the internet. Every once in a while, I look at the pages that use my likeness and image and everything, and I listened to some of the stuff they said, and I was called bitter, and I don't know how to get money. But anyway, coincidentally, today I'm talking to a brother who knows how to work the internet well and get money.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
So it's like everything comes in its season for a man like me. I don't say I got all the answers to everything, but I am willing to talk logically to people who I feel like are able to communicate. That's what I'm saying. Because like the stuff you said, and so, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, that's your personality too. Like,
and it would be boring to hear just one person's take or views on things. This makes it interesting.
Excuse me, ma'am. You need a mic, ma'am. You can ask on the mic. God damn it.
Anton, just a clarifying question. What about, are you comparing racism with prejudice? Is it, do you think Black people can truly be racist, or are we just prejudiced?
No, I think that there's a lot of people that hate white people, like straight up hate white people. And it's very unfortunate because they're not even the ones that's winning over here. We compare ourselves against a group of people that the majority of them is on food stamps and welfare. They would be a disappointment to their ancestors.
Right, but isn't true racism a system that controls access to,
Well, that's the argument, right? The argument is
we can't make sure white people don't get access to certain schools and programs and things like that.
The main way that they
need to be empowered to be racist, to be quite honest.
See, that's what I was going to say. That's the argument that Black people make, is that you can't be racist if you can't actually have an impact on another group of people. So it's supposedly systemic. It's false.
Really?
I just seen a guy that used to be the president of the United States of America that wound up becoming the president of the United States of America for the second time, almost get everything taken away from him. Literally. And he was basically being taken down by Black people. Kamala Harris, Letitia James, who was the, in New York, Fawny Willis.
He's talking about Trump, for those of y'all wondering in the back.
Down in Georgia, all of those are Black women, specifically that met with Kamala Harris months before they actually started this campaign during the Biden administration. And it's so funny to me because then I have to ask myself the question, well, listen, if this is a construct and if it's all about white people and all of the energy is going towards a person that Black people fucked with before he actually ran for president of the United States of America, but we champion Barack Obama.
Not me.
No. Take yourself out of it. We're talking about the culture. It may not necessarily be you individually, but we as a culture fuck with him.
Fuck with who?
Barack Obama and his wife.
I don't fuck with him.
We fuck with him as a culture.
Not the whole culture. See, I said this before, all right? He makes a valid point, okay, yes. But it's not the whole culture. And this whole culture that y'all talking, that y'all keep blaming on the ancestors and throwing back and tying to and connecting to our ancestors is not it. This blueprint that's being made right now is not the blueprint that our ancestors left behind. All right. Now I gotta sit here and I gotta, rephrase that. All right.
Hey, Ryder.
Because damn. Yeah.
This is some more double talking bullshit. He's saying we fuck with Barack Obama, but this nigga don't even identify as being Black. What the hell you mean we?
Mr. Hood is like, we is too many, yo.
What does he mean? We and Cory just told. I want to know why he's trying to attach himself to black people by saying we, but he never even answered the question when Cory asked him did he identify as black. He said, "No, I'm Christian." So when did it? Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. Go ahead.
Mr. Ocho. But this shit is wild, man. He makes a valid point, but it's like he's off on it. But you know, a lot of people's gonna say I'm tripping.
Culture, we champion him. We absolutely do. And he didn't give y'all shit except for gay marriage.
You know I know that. That's why I ain't arguing with you on this point.
Absolutely I vote.
Are you independent? What do you?
I'm a Republican.
You didn't know that?
I'm a straight up, up and down Republican. And matter of fact, people need to really understand their history because Republicans were the party of black people. It's the original party of black people. They were the party that actually freed the slaves. Lincoln was a straight up Republican.
But Lincoln preached freedom and equality while enslaving people too. Like everybody, you know what? Y'all still don't get it. Y'all still don't get it.
Yeah, and he's sitting there talking about Lincoln. Lincoln, I know what he said. He said if he could,
about Lincoln.
if he could leave, keep slavery intact, he would. If he figure out how to do it, and everybody be united. If he could control it, he said he would leave it in something to that effect. Don't worry. Oh, he just ticking me off.
This shit is wild. Hold up, let's continue. Like I told y'all, I don't want to play the parts that everybody keeps playing. We'll do that a little later on, or we might do a part 2 on this. All right, we still gonna be diving down rabbit holes, so we could end up doing this at the end of another live that we dive down rabbit holes. All right, so we're gonna play a little bit of all this, beginning. All right, because it's a good part. I don't know why everybody leaves this part out and they go straight to the drama part. But let's continue. This is how it all started. It really, it was a political debate, but it was tension behind the scenes that got them to get to, the Anton versus Cory Holcomb situation. But let's continue.
When you're talking about the emancipation, when you're talking about 1865, when you're talking about what we stood for as conservative means that we're Christians. It means that we don't fuck with that gay shit. I'm telling you what it stands for.
You don't fuck with the backdoor shit?
I don't.
I don't either.
That's what it's saying. What it means to be a Republican is this, because a lot of people like to say,
because this is backdoor Republicans.
And we were taught by our parents. We were taught by our parents. We were taught by our parents that we vote Democrat no matter what, right? Regardless of what they stand for, regardless of the agendas that they push, regardless of how much nonsense that we see in our communities, regardless of how many Democrats actually destroyed our cities from Chicago to Detroit, all across the board. We were taught to vote that no matter what. You vote Democrat no matter what.
I agree.
But this is the difference between.
I agree with him, but you leaving one part out. It wasn't just our parents that sat here and taught us that. Listen, Philadelphia, all right. So Philadelphia is very blue. Let's put it like that. Our schools taught us about the Democrats. Philadelphia, a lot of people still vote Democrat. And I mean, you got a lot now in 2025 and 2026 that switched from Democrat to Republican because of what's happening. What happened between Biden, Kamala, and Trump. I'm not going to deny that fact. But it's not just our parents. Come on. It's deeper than that. Let's talk about it. Leave y'all comments down below, man. I know y'all going to catch the replay. Will y'all make it this far? I'm not sure.
We were taught to vote that no matter what. You vote Democrat no matter what.
I agree.
But this is the difference between the parties on a very fundamental level, not complicated at all.
Really? You finna say it's a difference between the parties?
This is the difference.
I can't wait to hear this.
No. You may say that it's the same type of politicians that take advantage of the taxpayers and take advantage of the people. The difference in the parties historically is Republicans want less government so you can do what the fuck you want to do. And Democrats want more control, so they want to control what your money is, where your tax dollars go, and what you can do with your money.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you this.
That's the fundamental difference.
I'm going to tell you this. and you don't have to believe me, but I'm just telling you.
I'm listening.
The people in charge are not Democrats or Republicans.
I understand that.
Kamala Harris is allowed to do whatever she's done.
We get that.
This new president, he's allowed to do whatever he is willing to do, or they allow him to do.
Facts.
Everything is allowed. There are people in charge of this nation that flat out run shit. And if ain't nobody got the power to uproot them, then we're going to keep having people paying a whole bunch of money for houses and a fire hydrant don't work in front of it, but they'll charge you for the fire hydrant in front of your house.
But we got a less than 20% voter turnout rate in the local elections.
Well, you understand voting don't work, right?
It does work.
How?
It does, but you just missed it. We have a less.
I heard everything you said. I can't wait till you tell me how voting makes a difference in this country.
We have a less than 20% voter turnout rate in local.
Ain't nobody going for the sucker shit no more. We got to go.
You're missing it.
You got to uproot the people in power before a real difference happens. Voting is for suckers.
It's not. People that don't vote are ignorant as fuck.
Well, I guess I'm ignorant because I would never participate in no
people
sucker
that
shit.
don't vote. And
I'm gonna show up and.
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't think Cory really disrespected Anton, right? He said voting is for sucker, but then Anton came back and also disrespected people. He said people who don't vote, right? Because they don't want to vote, they're dumb as fuck. How is they dumb as fuck because they don't want to vote? Some of them just don't know that local is more important than federal. That don't make them dumb as fuck. He made a valid point, but disrespectful as shit. Yes, people don't vote local. Cory cut him off on that part. Cory didn't really let him land his plane. That's why I say in this situation right here, this part, they was both wrong.
Vote like a sucker, because I would never participate in no
people
sucker
that
shit.
don't vote. And
I'm gonna show up and vote like a sucker.
And not only is it ignorant.
We had Republican presidents. We had Democratic presidents. We in the same joint.
I'm talking about locally. You talking about national.
I don't give a fuck if it's local.
It matters.
If you vote,
absolutely matters.
That means you in line.
No, if you vote first, the first thing that it means is that you respect your ancestors that died for your right to be able to do it.
It's the way Anton is saying this. See, Cory is right, Cory is wrong. See, it's just our whole lives, right? Everybody, since I've been growing up, right? Listen, in school they teach us about the legislators, about the federal, right, and Congress and all that, right? But we forget about all that. As we grow up, for some reason, we get distracted with the things that are happening in our lives and around the world. You see where I'm coming from, right? But people fail to realize, and we did this on one of the lives not so long ago, a few months back, right? We broke the policies down and everything. We, the citizens, are the government. We vote in these politicians locally, all right? Now, these politicians sit in the electoral chair, all right? They make the policies on how to, they're supposed to protect, all this stuff, right? Now, these people in the electoral chair, right, even though they have us voting when it's federal, right, when it's time to put in the president into office, right, they just basically gonna use us like a little experiment. All right, I'm gonna say it like this: if I get in trouble, man, hopefully I don't, man. Listen, share the live, smash that like button for a shorty so you can support a shorty. All right, I'm not doing this to get in trouble. I'm just putting this so maybe if I break it down like this, certain people. Once again, I'm not here to convince anybody either on real shit, but I want to break it down so that y'all can understand. All right, they're the ones that really vote in the president. All right, the president is already. How can I say it? The people in the electoral chairs already know who the president is going to be before we know who the president is going to be. And that's the best way I can break it down. Best way I can break it down.
You talking about the electoral college?
Yeah. That's why I said electoral chairs.
Exactly. So, but in your state or in certain states, because I think this happened when Trump won on his first term. I think it was Hillary Clinton had more votes
than him, but he wasn't going to win.
Right.
It was already said before, but people don't pay attention. You know what's the crazy part? They have these meetings publicly for people to watch. They even do it now on live on YouTube. Sometimes I review and react to them. I have fun watching these how can I say Congress meetings and stuff like that. I have fun watching them. You see on one of them, the one that I reacted, I don't think he was around yet. The last one I reacted to was the one with Jasmine Crockett. All right. And what's her name? Councilwoman Mace. I forget what her whole name is. Right. And I was like, listen, I fucks with Crockett, but I hate the fact, right? And this is what makes me not want to vote for her or anything, right? Is that she agrees with men being in women's bathrooms. She agrees with the stuff that Campbell agrees with. So it's like, me as a woman, no. You know who, like, I'm good. I'm good.
Right.
Like, you got a lot of good ideas, Jasmine Crockett, but once you come back to reality, all right, and come back to, you know, your community, your people, right? You say you're defending and speaking up for them, then that should be out of your list. And I broke that shit down. You see where I'm coming from? So as crazy as it sounds, right? There's a lot of agendas behind a lot of these politicians. Why does she think as a woman? I don't know if she's got kids. I got to look a little deeper into Jasmine Crockett. All right. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Her personal life, I haven't even thought about touching or looking into. What I'm looking into is what she's saying out here in these meetings, these speeches, and a lot of them don't align. How do they benefit our communities within the urban community? Come on. Let's be real. That's why I was like, oh, you was voting for Jill Stein. I was like, yeah, I knew she wasn't going to be president, but I still voted for her. I knew that my vote wasn't going to count, but I wanted to show people why I voted for her, because I feel as though that what she has in her policies would have benefit America more than what Trump, right? And Kamala. But as a woman, I knew she wasn't going to win as a woman. Go back in history and you will see and understand why I'm saying that the world right now is not ready for a woman president. Will it happen? According to history, you know, we've proven we've made women governors, we've made them mayors, we've made them councilwomen. You see where I'm coming from? Listen, behind the scenes, all right, I forgot which president was that when he passed away, it was a woman running the country for months until they put the new president in. I forgot which president it was, but go look up in your history, all right, on some real shit. A whole woman was running the country and nobody knew about it. Come on. So come on, like, and I know y'all gonna think I'm crazy. That's why I said, man, don't go by what I'm saying. Go look up your fucking history. So there is that shows you right there. They don't talk about it, but I bet you when that, you know, first woman president does, if she does become president, they're gonna bring that shit up.
Oh, for sure.
How there was a woman that actually ran the country for a few months while her husband, you know, passed away, and they put the new president in. Come on, man. But let's continue. I want to play this for a little, you know, a few more minutes, because how long we've been already? We hit the 5-hour mark. All right, listen, this is not my job, so I want to play a few more minutes, and then I'm gonna give my commentary. I want to see if Mr. O's got something to say. All right, based on the video and everything we talked about, then I'm gonna give my commentary. So let's play. Let's see what they got to say. All right, because this is where everybody starts the video from. All right, y'all missed the whole political discussion because it kind of got interrupted by Anton saying, you know, you a dick sucker. He could have mashed Cory Holcomb and said, you know, you was an ass kisser, but he decided to say, hey, you a dick sucker. So, you know, that over here, especially in Philly, those were fighting words. So that's how the whole show got interrupted. I mean, I doubt, listen, Mr. Oath is a man. If another grown-ass man sat here and said that shit, right, as a response to what you said to him, I think the conversation would have been done right there, too. Because at the end, you know, Anton said, well, we could have been talking about, you know, we never touched on what, you know, we were supposed to talk about. But as soon as you said that, like Cory said, this whole conversation was gay.
Yeah, you think about it. He didn't come on here to do. All I've seen Anton talk about is black people, like the Stephen A. Smith of YouTube. But go ahead, Brian. So we get a couple more minutes. I'll let you get. I know you got to get some sleep.
Oh, I'm gonna sleep in anyways. That's why I still decided to go through with this, Joe. Like, fuck it, man. I don't normally do this, but let's do it.
Your ancestors
it's so funny to
didn't do it like this. Because
yo-
people went to war when the government tried to overthrow the people and the power of the people. It was wars. There hasn't been a war inside the U.S. where the people who getting fucked over are doing something about motherfuckers with 30 felonies being the president.
It's a
It's
war.
all sucker shit
It's
going
a
on.
war every day. It's just
No, you're not. Listen, as smart as Anton is, listen to what he is saying. We were just doing the live about it. I mean, our past few lives have been about how there was a war, all right, amongst people in Philadelphia, the leaders of Philadelphia, everything. I mean, let me stop saying Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, all right?
not physical anymore.
Well, that's the problem.
It's
We
here.
need physical wars.
It's not.
Until
It's our
motherfuckers ready to
ignorance.
jump it off,
It's not.
we gonna always be talking. But see, real gladiators don't talk. Real
No, it's
gladiators make it happen. And the gladiators, I ain't gonna lie, we are under control right now. We haven't rose up and did what needs to be done.
Who
But
are you under control by?
it ain't you under control by the people who will motherfucking blow this motherfucker up. We ain't stupid.
Who is he? Because I want to know who.
Why do you think that ICE agent was able to shoot that
I want to
woman?
know who the. Hold on. Let's be real. Fuck that woman.
Well, that's what you would say to somebody you don't know or whatever.
No.
I'm on
You
the
missing
streets. I've been pulled over by the police.
Who ain't on the streets?
Or the
I'm in
ICE
Detroit.
agents or
You
whatever.
you in LA. I'm in Detroit. I'm in the.
Listen. You're in Detroit, but you're in the suburbs of Detroit. You're in the nice area of Detroit. In the community that you support, Anton, is the suburbs. You don't support the hoods. You don't support the urban communities. You know what? Let's continue.
Blackest city in the United States of America. I can move anywhere I want to go. I choose to stay in the core of my city, and I choose to participate in my neighborhood. I choose to tithe to the streets. I choose to put kids through college. I choose to interact and truly use my tax dollars and whatever it is and give jobs. I employ over 50 people.
That's good for you. Listen, I'm not knocking him down. All right. He does his own thing. He's got his own money. All right. But here's my thing. Instead of supporting the rich communities, which is the community that you're in, you enter the urban community and start, putting kids from there into schools. How about that? You walk the streets, the urban streets. Walk those communities and help the people out in those communities. Are you capable of doing that?
He will not.
I put my money in my community.
Facts.
With my people. So I choose to engage. So when we talking about being in the streets, that don't count to me. I don't
Well,
hear
that's
that
what
shit.
should count.
No. Go engage in the hoods. See if you can engage with those kids. See if you can sit here and convert those kids. Get them straight. Because I'm to the point like here in Philly. Shit, I'm about to call the Black Panthers. All right. I don't know if y'all remember, right? A few months back, all right, Philadelphia. What's Philadelphia called the Black Panthers because of the police on Black people brutality. That was just happening down here on West Philadelphia. All right. The Black men are getting harassed. All right, by police officers, but yet y'all say Anton has the nerve to say that none of this shit exists in 2025 and 2026. But yet the Black Panthers had to make a call here in West Philadelphia to get the police in order. We did it live. We broke it down and we spoke on it. And it's crazy how in 2025 you saw that. Why we in 2025 and the Black Panthers had to get called out to speak to the police department to get officers in order? Can't nobody answer that.
No, I remember. I just seen a video where they was out there in Philly. I was wondering how recent it was. I just seen when they was out there with their guns and
They came out and they put boots on the ground, and the Black Panthers, Black Panthers did their thing, and it's crazy. I was like, yo, if it would have been us, the police would have been mouthing off, but the Black Panthers came in and they were straight. I mean, I'm telling you, the sergeant and everybody got their shit together.
Yeah, I seen it. They cussed the police out and everything. Like,
yeah.
I can have my hand on my gun as long as I ain't got my hand on the trigger. Go ahead, you can go. You operating for your slave catcher. I'm like, damn.
They went in. That's why I was like, yo. And you hear, like, on my lyrical poem, on one of them, I say it. I said, yo, it's 2025, but it feels like it's 1942. People wanted to feel what our ancestors felt. Well, guess what? Our generation is going to get a taste of it before we could even, how can I say, before things get better, things are going to get very worse. The worst is yet to come. And for our generation, right, that talks so much shit, right, for the past generations, right, and the generation before us and the generation before that didn't respect what our ancestors went through, we're about to have a taste of that medicine and understand what they went through. On some real shit. You wanted to ignore it, now you're going to understand it. You wanted to see by it, keep it out of sight, you're going to get it. You're going to get the picture now, right? For those that say, oh, it wasn't like this, it was like this. Well, guess what? You're going to feel it now. People not peeping that part. Shit, it may not be 1942, but y'all bringing it back, yo.
I don't hear that shit.
Out there in the streets where the people live that you helping, they could get pulled over and shot by a cop, and an investigation will be said. But here's the truth. We know, if I believe you know this already, when the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it.
Oh my God, this is so crazy.
Do you think that's wrong what I said?
I mean, listen, let me put a better example than what Cory and Holcomb just put, all right? Because a lot of people don't want to hear about cops shooting you. I kind of get why people, because we also have a responsibility with this, with the situation with these cops. We also, I'm not going to say us, I'm going to stop saying we. A lot of people in the urban community love to rage bait them too. All right? But let me say this. I'm going to put this as a better example. I don't know if y'all know the story, right, that I recently covered not so long ago with the missing woman that, with the woman that went missing not so long ago in Philadelphia, right? Her name is Kata Scott. All right? Now, the police should have been the ones that found Kata Scott. And y'all know when it comes to missing people, once the 48 hours pass, 72 hours and stuff like that, 48, 72 hours, go by, it's hard to find a missing person, right? But with the clues that these police officers had and everything, right, you could tell from the beginning these officers were slacking and they didn't give a fuck. A black woman missing in Philadelphia. You see where I'm coming from, right? Not even peeping, all right, no matter what, but this young lady was trying to get herself out of this. She was young, really young, already an entrepreneur, had her own business, but people was looking at the, dumb little mistakes that she was making in the process. And I'm saying here, she wasn't even fully grown yet. I think she was 23 years old, if anything. But she made it far. She just had to change certain things. But can't nobody change that in her? You see where I'm coming from? Like, I have to be real about this shit. Because people want to, say this and say that. Like, none of us know this person. We do know she accomplished this much. So it means that she's capable of something. So at the end of the day, look, listen, to be black, a black woman, and there's a lot of black women here in Philadelphia that don't get recognized. I have a video, on the playlist that's going to be a part of diving down the rabbit holes. Because I bet y'all that y'all don't even know that there's 10 wealthy women here in Philadelphia that are black. They own businesses, they're CEOs and stuff like that. And they keep saying that a black woman cannot make it. We're not in 1942 no more. We're not in the 1600s. We're not in the 1700s. All right. Even though that, foundation is still underneath, we need to find ways of, getting up there and not knock each other down. Because there are ways that we can make it. But nobody want to hear that shit. All right. But little by little, we're going to be breaking it down, all right, talking about it, because like I told y'all, we're not here to convince anybody, change anybody's minds, but we're here to open your minds, all right, to give y'all a different perspective and show y'all what the reality is, what they try to erase. That we will bring awareness to.
Insane.
Is that what I said? I said when the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it. Is that a lie?
This is so insane.
Oh wait,
but you didn't answer it. Like,
I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay.
You're not going to answer it, but shit, I stopped. I should have finished saying what I was saying. I never landed the plane. Mr. Oath didn't even tell me nothing. Hold up, wait, I'm tripping, right? Listen, back on Kata Scott, right? The whole point of my story with Kata Scott is, right, that it's crazy how even here in Philadelphia, right, the police talking about that, they couldn't find her. They basically, they was making excuses. Let me put it like that, all right? And it took them forever to allegedly find Kata Scott, even with the clues they were given. So social media are detectives. So it took for the people from social media listening to the videos, listening to what was happening, listening to what was being said with the people around this whole case and everything. Why didn't the police find the body? But yet the citizens of Philadelphia were the ones that sat here and found that body, following the clues that were given to them through social media and what the police was putting out there. But yet the police, with their own evidence and clues that they had, the best detectives they put out there, right? They were searching in the same area that the citizens of Philadelphia found that body in. Tell me, how is that possible? Trained officers missed the body, but yet the community found it. And guess what? Let me ask y'all a question. Out of this little short story, because it's not a full story, can y'all figure out how the community found the body?
Paying attention.
No. Not just, it's there. It's, yeah, that's there, yeah. But you said it earlier, Mr. Oates. What did they take away from America in the title?
The United States.
It took unity for this community to actually find that body. Together, people got together. For the first time ever in like years, I did not listen. I didn't see, listen, it was like, I was shocked. I was like, yo, this is how it was when I was growing up. Communities working together. Communities, people got together and started searching for that girl when they got these clues. But yet the police department couldn't do this. And yet they had all police department, all forces out there to the point where the FBI came out. How y'all missed that body? Y'all searched that whole area. That's a perfect example. I'm just piggybacking off of what Cory just said. Anton makes a valid point, but Anton doesn't want to admit that we're still standing on top of that foundation. We may have evolved. We may have more opportunities, but that foundation is still lying underneath us.
You ain't never lied about that.
That's what Anton is not telling us. That's what he's skipping around. And I'm not scared to say it.
No, that's why Cory keep telling them, like, you. He told him a couple of times during this
Cory
interview.
can't really say it all the way either, because Cory is also being sponsored too. You got to realize that part. He could say it, but he's only allowed to say but so much. Peep it.
Right.
I mean, I love Cory, but I'm not going to sugarcoat this shit. Cory Holcomb is also speaking, but he's only if you understand him, you can understand the code. But if you don't understand it, Cory, those other people are fucked. See my point?
Right.
Not like, listen, you could understand it, Mr. O's, but a lot of people's not, because he keeps going around it too. He throws some stuff out and then he cuts himself off.
Right. I get what you're saying.
So,
I'm gonna ask you a question. It depends on the circumstance. And the interesting thing about it is this: the majority of the people, because you like to use a blanket statement. That's like me saying all black people are stupid.
Well, have you said all white people stupid?
No, I'm talking about cops.
You should say that one time.
I'm talking about
because
cops.
it's easy to say all black people are stupid as an example. Say something about the white people.
No. You're not.
I don't think you got
people all the time.
Well, I didn't hear you. Can you tell me?
Talk about liberal white women literally being the biggest enemy of the United States of America. That's the thing I say every single day.
Female, the biggest enemy.
Literally, white liberal women are the worst thing that ever happened to this country.
What about their men?
But we gonna get there because you keep trying to get me to qualify it by participating and joining in on the court.
No, I think you're doing what's
no. I'm doing what's real.
I think you don't want to go against them because if you go against them, it'll be some video of you going against them. And when I say them, I'm talking about your boss.
I don't have a boss.
We say that. I say that.
You have a boss.
I don't have a boss.
It's the reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after white males. What are white males responsible for in this country as the downfall of it?
Equal accountability smoke giver. I talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men.
Well, you ain't been listening. You ain't been listening.
I've been listening to you.
No, you haven't.
I hear you.
You don't have the capacity to be able to listen because you're too busy.
No. You got me wrong. My capacity that you just criticized, that's an opinion. Here's the fact. Have you seen something about Caucasian males and how they destroy this nation? Well, what did I miss?
Let's slow down because you talking loud, but you're not saying a lot.
No, you talking loud, and you still talking around. What did the Caucasian male do to America to bring it down?
I'm not getting into that.
I'm dancing around it, and that's why I lose respect for you when you start.
Corey's not wrong on that part. I gotta agree with Cory. I mean, Cory may dance around it, but Cory's raw with it. All right, he's honest with it, and he'll joke. He'll make a joke in order for for him to get the message apart. It's just some people may not grasp the joke or might not receive it. He actually does, in between the his comedic self, kind of says what he want to say. So I'm saying that, by me saying that is that Cory Holcomb has a little more freedom. Anton, I don't know. It's like, dude, I agree with Cory. You're kissing ass.
And keep in mind, he just said we gonna get to that, and then 5 seconds later, he's gonna say, I ain't gonna get into that. I ain't gonna get into that. It's like
exactly.
What? Like what?
He's contradictive. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's tap dancing.
Too much.
Yeah.
Dancing and kissing Caucasian male's ass.
But I don't.
Who's respect for you when you down?
I'm not getting into.
Now this is where it's about to go down. See? Right here where Cory said, fuck all this shit. I'm done. I'm fed up with his hypocritical ass. See, we all could be hypocritical. All right. And I think at times we are hypocritical a lot, depending on certain situations, right? And I know Cory is hypocritical. He doesn't deny that shit. But Antoine isn't just hypocritical, he's contradictive.
Right.
Listen to what I just said. It's one hell of a combination.
What did the Caucasian male do to America to bring it down?
I'm not getting into that.
You dancing around it. And that's why I lose respect for you when you start dancing and kissing the Caucasian male's ass.
But I don't.
Don't do that in front of me because I'm not an ass kisser of nobody.
Yes, you are. You suck the dick of black people right now. You doing the easy shit. What you do, what you do.
Nah, homie, let me tell you something, homie.
I don't tell you.
I don't
Ain't nobody
suck
gonna tell you.
dick.
Yeah,
I don't
you do.
suck
Yeah,
dick.
you do.
So fix
you doing
that.
it right now.
I don't suck dick, homie.
You doing it right now.
Homie, believe me when I tell you. I don't do that. I don't do that.
Listen.
So don't come at me with no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna give you the same energy you give me.
Let's switch seats. Homie, I don't do no dick sucking shit. I'm a motherfucking man. I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I don't give a fuck about nothing.
Well, I tell you what, watch that dick sucking shit, because that'll go bad.
Call it what you want.
I don't do no dick sucking.
You say a lot of shit that I don't fuck with either. You
okay, but that gay shit? Oh, you
I don't give a fuck about.
Hey, homie, I tell you what.
I'm right here.
Don't put no dick sucking shit. Don't put no dick sucking shit on me, nigga.
I'm from Detroit.
Say I suck a dick again.
I'm right here, right now.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna respect you.
Dance around it. Dance around it.
No.
I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna respect you because it's your platform, and I come out here to have a conversation.
We good.
But you're not posting up on me.
You see what I'm saying? That's where Cory was like, I already tested your gangster. You would have said that shit one more time, it would have been curtains. See, look, listen, once you reach a certain age, you got to learn how to be mature. All right? The old Cory Holcomb would have fucking, listen, knocked his snot box right out his face on some real shit. I really believe the old Corey Holcomb would have did it. But this new Corey Holcomb with 3 lawsuits under his jacket, he was like, let me do this shit the right way. Let me test his gangster and see if it's worth losing everything.
Right.
But people not going to see it that way.
They see it like Anton said it the first time. I've heard some people respond to this part, and they were saying, well, you only had to say it once. Like, no, it's a little deeper than that right now. You got to understand the position you're in. Say it one more time. It's like I gave you that one. Now go ahead and say it one more time.
And he got in his personal space. Yeah. And Anton didn't do shit. He didn't even repeat it again.
No,
he didn't.
And then he apologized. Or I'm gonna respect you because it's your platform. I came out here to say a conversation, but don't be pulling up on me and like I already done pulled up on you. It's too late. Say it again. Say it again, and it's say it one more again.
Mr. like I would have been the same way. Listen, I think if Cory wouldn't have been in the show, like if he wouldn't have had a lot invested in it, he would have said, fuck it. That's why he got next to him. Like, okay, if this motherfucker says you're a dick sucker again, like I'm right here, right now, I'm swigging. He was sizing him up and everything. Y'all, I don't think nobody peeped that part. Cory was sizing him up. And I think it takes a lot. I think it takes a lot of self-control. I'm not going to sit here and lie. To be able to hold back from somebody saying something that goes against everything that you are.
Right. But if he ain't kissing ass, he wouldn't have. I don't think he would with the one other. I think he'd have been like, no, you kiss ass, nigga. I don't kiss no ass. And, it wouldn't. No, he was just trying to more or less provoke him. And like you're saying,
and he knew it because he knew Cory don't fuck with that shit. It's like here in Philly, man, on some real shit. Like a lot of females know that they can provoke a man, trigger a man by saying, go suck a dick, eat a dick. I'm being raw with it. And listen, as fucked up as it sounds, a lot of women do it just to get the reaction out the man.
Right.
And and Anton saying, I'm a man, I'm from Detroit, right? You from the streets, then you should know that saying that to another man, if you from the streets, those were words to say, hey, fuck it, we're gonna fight right here, right now. But I'm a businessman right now. I'm not a street man. Even though I have connections, all right, don't mean that I gotta sit here and bring the old me right now when I'm trying to improve. See, sometimes we gotta really sit here and think. I've been in that situation. Why did I fuck up one of the times when I could have been up? Because right when I got in the situation, right when I got in the place that I was supposed to be in, that's why I say it's my fault sometimes. All right. I could have been further than where I'm at right now. And I'm talking about as a grown woman. I was in a position where I could have been higher than what I am right now. You see where I'm coming from? No high school diploma, no nothing. As crazy as it sounds, but I worked for everything else. Right. And it's not that I'm dumb. Right. It's just that I had to get out of school early because I was working hard as shit. I could have graduated, but I got pregnant. You see where I'm coming from? Like, I had to choose between going to school or working and putting food on the table for my child at that time. So school was kind of in the way of me raising my child at the age of, 17. I'm not going to say lie because I was doing it by myself. I had to walk away from my mom and I had to learn how to do all this by myself. All right, and still remember everything she taught me, as crazy as it sounds. But listen, there comes a point in time where you have to separate the old you, right, and bring out a new you. It's not changing who you are, but changing the things that you do.
Right.
Like, I'm still me. I keep trying to tell motherfuckers, man, you don't want to bring that old person back, man. I was rude. I was disrespectful. I was angry. Why do I want her back? I don't even want her back. Why y'all want to see that bitch? See, that's a bitch. I'm a grown ass woman now. Real shit. I'm not a bitch, but the old me, she was a bitch. Now listen carefully to what I'm saying, because I dare somebody call me a bitch though on some real shit.
We good. I did already. I don't do dick sucking shit.
Put the microphone right down right now and go on her back. I don't give a fuck about this shit.
Homie, you just running your mouth.
I'm not running my mouth.
He is.
I don't do
You
no
doing
dick
this shit for
sucking
the
shit.
internet. You doing it for the internet. Now, if you want to say your time, no, hold on. If you want
I'll
to say
show
Anton,
you I ain't doing it for the internet.
if you want to say Anton, listen, don't
I'm gonna let
disrespect me
you
like
finish.
that. If you want to say Anton, don't disrespect me like that. I'll respect you, but don't boss up on me because you said a lot of shit to me today that I don't fuck with either. But I let that shit ride because you don't know me. You don't know me. So I'm gonna extend the same respect to you. You called me out of my name. You said some wild shit, especially with regard to how it
call this nigga out his name.
Nigga, I'm telling you that you did. You can't tell me how I get disrespected.
Yo, Mr. O's, you've been watching it. See, now we can actually say, because even Empress was asking the question, like, wait, when did Cory call him out his name? He never did.
Right. He just didn't like that kissing ass thing because he an ass kisser.
Shit, he got disrespectful and double back down and say, you a dick sucker, nigga.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like he fucked up. Like, wait, he didn't disrespect you. You didn't like what Cory said, how he said it. Oh shit, look on that belly, baby. We got Uncle L in the building. Shout out to Uncle L, yo. Guys, make sure y'all go check him out. Well, we got Uncle L in this, John. Blessings to Uncle L, man. But yeah, like I feel as though that on this part, Cory wasn't wrong. Like Anton was all up in his feelings, and he's, we're gonna leave it right here, right? Because we've seen it before. But listen, I mean, we've already seen what comes after this.
Right.
Right. Like Anton was in his feelings. All right, because I don't want to go too far off the political part because we already played the political part on this, John. So I really wanted to keep it on the political part. I just let it play that far so that y'all could see how it all really. Because people was like, "Oh, Cory started it." Based on what you're seeing, what do you think, Mr. Oates?
I think
it's tricky, right?
Yeah, it's tricky, but it all boils down to, in my opinion, they don't like each other.
They don't.
So they came in with, when the interview started or when the show started, you could already sense tension.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? But I
and
think
Cory plays it. I mean, there was a lot of tension. One, Cory was late. He's always late for his shows. First of all, Cory.
Right, and
we don't really personally know him, but you get my point.
Yeah, and Anton. Right. If I had to go off,
I mean, there was some type of disagreement in the back. I think it was supposed to be just Anton, right, being invited to the show, but Anton came with a +1, and it wasn't his wife.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from? That's why when people was like, "Oh, when did Anton ever cheat on his wife?" They was coming at Empress earlier, right? Because I think on one of his shows he admitted to cheating on the chick, or the way he said it, and I agree with her. The way he said it made it seem like he was cheating on her. But then on here, right? If you fast forward all the way to the end, right, when he's leaving, Anton is leaving the show. Cory says, "Go ahead, man, get out of here and take your bitch too." He's talking about the chick in the beginning. I don't think he was supposed to bring that +1.
Right. He bought +2 because he had a security guard with him too.
Did.
Yeah. So he don't go to
that right there.
Yeah.
Like that right there, kind of like right there, what you said earlier, right? This right here best describes it. When you first came in, right, and you was talking to me and my baby pops, you was like, now it's to the point where everything is just now pick a side. And this is something that we constantly talk about on this channel, how everybody, now wants you to pick a side, right? And then they want to throw it back to our ancestors. No, in reality, the same person that threw the Bible in our, ancestors' hands, right? It's the same motherfuckers that sit here and want us to pick a side. Red or blue, you're fighting for crumbs.
Right. I agree with you.
So yeah, what you gotta say, Mr. Oates, before I end this drawing.
Nothing. I appreciate you having me up. I appreciate the time. Like even before this situation right here, the history lesson And you schooled me. I wasn't even hip to old girl on the what you call it, the I can't remember her name right now, but the one who they wouldn't let ride on.
I be forgetting her name too. I think it's Carlene Lecter. I can't remember her name. I stay forgetting it, and I'm gonna do a live on her too.
Yeah,
but see, I knew about her for a minute. And I stay forgetting her name. That's the crazy part. But she was actually the very first person that stood up to the government, right? And she did it here in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, my bad. She did it here, stood up to the politicians and all that, so that the black people could actually sit in front of the bus. And she kept fighting for that. Like, she was really the beginning of that movement. That's why when I'm like, yo, you get mad at me because I say, Rosa Parks is not my words were exactly like this. Rosa Parks isn't really the beginning of the movement. It was her last name starts with an L and it begins with a C.
I know who you talk about.
So she was really the one that started all this, right? And then, she got with the bull, they got married, right? And he was the one that was fighting for the men's rights to be able to vote. Then they passed the what was it? They were supposed to abolish slavery.
Oh, the 15th.
Once again, they never did.
Right.
The Declaration of Independence, right? The war, how can I say, emancipation and all that. None of that worked.
Right.
So that was my whole point. Looney Tunes! Blessings, Looney Tunes. How you doing? Welcome to the live. Looney Tunes, you gotta catch the live, yo. I mean, this was a really good live if I stood here actually, for how long has been on this joint? Wait, why StreamYard took my time? Oh, here we go. I've been on this joint 5 hours, 40 minutes, all right? I put half a shift, all right? This is a part-time shift. Real shit. Because listen, I clocked out of work and I came and I did this live. Real shit.
You
this little part-time John, man, for real.
When you go to sleep,
I need to get like certain YouTubers on this John, man. Hit the cash app. Like, goddamn, I pulled a fucking part-time shift. Ew.
Right.
Wow, but it was interesting though. I told you I like lives like this. I don't mind going along like that, especially if I got what I need. Shit, I need to take a shot on this. We had a good live. Where'd it go? I still got that liquor from New Year's. I told y'all I don't drink. I drank that shot right from the right. It's 5 p.m. somewhere. It's 4:46 a.m. right now. Shit, let's take a shot. Salute.
Yeah, you about to sleep like a rock.
I only got a little bit. And since I don't drink like that, I be feeling them jaws. Like 2-3 shots, I'm good. I don't get drunk. What I'm saying is you feel it. Like you feel like how can I say it? You feel the groove.
Yeah. Nice.
Yep. You're not drunk, you're not tipsy, you chilling, you falling back. And I've had 2 shots so far within the past 2-3 hours. But yeah, man, this was a really, really good live. Uncle L's like, Rachel took a shot. Yeah, man, y'all know I don't drink, but I still got that John there since New Year's, yo. No, I got that John there since Christmas because I drank a little bit on Christmas. Then I drank a little bit on New Year's Eve, and that shit's been there. I don't drink. I'm happy I don't drink. Shit.
That's discipline.
I'm not a drinker. I'm a smoker. I smoke weed. I don't deny that bad shit. Mary Jane calms me down. Shit.
No, for sure.
That shit really. I keep telling people I don't smoke to get high. I smoke to calm down my anxiety, especially with everything I do. And when I smoke, it gives me an appetite.
A show again.
Real shit.
Go do your thing, brothers. I will catch you on the next one.
All right. Shout out to Mr. Oates. I appreciate you coming up.
No problem. Make sure you when you decide what you're gonna do next.
I told you, if I don't do the current news and events, I'm gonna give fully a break and then we're gonna dive down. I told you I'm like, I think it was 6 videos we're gonna do, diving down our ancestors and stuff like that. I like throwing those in between.
Okay, when the next time you think you're going live?
Next weekend.
Okay, next week. Damn. All right.
No, on the weekend. Like, I normally go lives on the weekends. That's the only way I can go this long or do, actually talk with y'all and actually interact. If not, I'll be interrupted throughout the weekdays.
All right, I got you.
Real shit.
But don't worry, I'll be through.
I might do another live tomorrow. Tomorrow's Martin Luther King. I might do some current news and events tomorrow, or I might do some TikTok videos.
No, tomorrow is. Oh yeah, today. This is Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not tripping. I'm like, it's 4:51 in the morning. It's Sunday already.
I started to say no tomorrow.
Yeah, those got me tripping.
Yeah, I'm tripping for real.
I'm like, it's Sunday already. I know I've been on since 12 o'clock, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, since 12 in the morning.
Yeah, maybe even earlier than that.
I started at 11:55.
Oh, all right.
Hey, man, anybody that's coming through, man, y'all gotta check the replay. All right, we did a little, nice dive down this rabbit hole in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's real informative, y'all. Go catch that replay. Sit back and take, get your popcorn, get your little drink or something to smoke, and pay attention.
Facts. Yeah, but with all that being said, man, Mr. Oates, I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna finish saying what I'm gonna say when it comes to the Philadelphia situation, and then I'm gonna end this. All right, because I don't think anybody listen when it comes to this, man. People don't hit links, yo. But I bet you that if me and you was on this joint arguing, going back and forth, motherfuckers would come on this joint.
Yeah, for real. That damn drummer, yeah, they'll show up.
If you and my baby pops would have on a debate earlier, this joint would have been, people would have been on that chat talking and responding. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they over there arguing.
But y'all ain't even listen, man. This is why I like bringing him to have conversations with y'all, because y'all can have real conversations, and I learned some shit out that.
Right, well, each one, each one.
Facts. But guys, all right. Listen, with all that being said, we'll get back a little bit into me speaking about what was going on here in Philadelphia, right? And, we dove down this rabbit hole today. I gotta put Mr. Oates on mute because there's a background. Oh, okay, he did it. All right, here we go. All right, listen, we dove down this rabbit hole, right? But to understand how, police and courts, right, and zoning carry colonial DNA, right? You have to look at the mindset behind colonial rule, right? Control the land, control the labor, control the movement of people. That was the entire operating system of colonial Philadelphia, and it hasn't changed. That's still the foundation underneath our feet right now. It wasn't just about building a city, all right? It was about managing a population, right? And that mentality didn't vanish when the colonies, all right, became a nation. It simply got absorbed into the institutions that replaced colonial authority, all right? The uniforms changed, the titles changed, and we've been saying this throughout the whole life, right? But the language, right? My bad. All that changed, the language changed, right? But my bad. The purpose, right, stayed the same. Maintain order in a way that protects the people at the top. At the top. All right. And what's crazy is, right, when it comes to like Anton Daniel, Cory Holcomb was trying to tell him that if you really pay attention and listen and read in between the lines, but he ain't want to, hear that. Even though we're talking about Philadelphia right now, I just wanted to throw that in there, all right? Because there's a reason I played the beginning part of that video and not the whole video, all right? I wasn't interested at the end in the drama. I was more interested in their political conversation and why it got a little bit overheated, all right? Thank you, Looney Tunes. I appreciate you. Damn, listen, I screamed your name out, and I should have told people, man, make sure y'all go check out Looney Tunes, all right? And y'all might catch him a lot on Mouthpiece Panel. And let me give a shout out to Mouthpiece, all right? Shout out to Looney Tunes, all right? I like saying his name, Looney Tunes. Shout out to Looney Tunes, all right? I love saying it. Listen, they remind me of this group I used to listen to when I was younger, Looney Tunes y Noriega. I'm not making nothing like it. That's my Nick Valentino, but shit, the people that did the beats. Anyways, shout out to Looney Tunes, man. Make sure y'all go check out Mouthpiece. Y'all will catch Looney Tunes there, on panel sometimes, all right? But you listen, on both these men's panel, both these kings panels, you will find great conversations, all right, and great topics. You will not be disappointed at. But anyways, back to what I was saying, all right? Listen. Policing, all right, in Philly didn't, grow out of desire for community safety, right? It grew out of a desire to regulate behavior, all right? Early colonial patrols, not patriots, all right? Patrols weren't chasing criminals, all right? They were monitoring, all right, undesirable groups, enforcing curfews, and protecting property owners. That logic still lives in modern policing today, right? Look at which neighborhoods get the most surveillance, right? The most stops, the most aggressive enforcement, right? It's not random. It's the same colonial logic of manage, right? How can I say it's the same colonial. It's the same colonial logic, right? Of manage the population that threatens the comfort of the powerful. Right, the tools are modern, but the instinct is ancient as hell. Control first, safety second. Pete, listen to what I'm saying. And a lot of people, what I'm saying is going to go over their heads. This is kind of like what Cory was trying to tell Anton, right? In a way. And I'm hoping I'm explaining it in a way where, I'm not offending anybody. I don't have to, somebody doesn't have to go find a counselor or a therapist or a priest somewhere. Okay, I'm just trying to. This is the nicest way I could say it. Shit, my mouth can get very, very, very ratchet sometimes. All right, so shit. I'm glad I'm saying it like this. I need to start talking more like this when when I'm online. Like if I was actually with these politicians. So, listen. Even the structure of policing carries colonial fingerprints. Right, colonial authorities use patrols, right, to enforce social hierarchy. Making sure that, certain, groups stayed in their place. Today, policing still reinforces invisible boundaries. All right. Certain communities get over policed while others get protected. Correct me if I'm wrong. Certain behaviors get criminalized while others get excused. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right. Once again, that's not coincidence. That's a system built on, centuries of deciding whose lives need, monitoring, and whose lives deserve freedom. The badge may be modern, right? But the blueprint is straight out of the 1700s. Not from 1942, like y'all heard me say earlier. All right? It's just got, listen, why I say 1942? Because for some reason, around that time, it got really, really, really bad before it got better. And I'm not saying it's fixed, but the Band-Aid is still on. I don't want to confuse nobody, but don't let that go over your head, okay? I'm hoping that y'all understand exactly what I'm trying to say, right? Now, if my understanding is wrong, y'all more than free to tell me, like Mr. O's did, I don't agree with you with something. And he only agreed with me with something that was really tiny. And I was like, that's another way of saying another way of seeing it. What's crazy is I don't disagree with him, even though he disagrees with me. I agree with him. Because I see it as another way of seeing it, another perspective. My mindset doesn't change, but now he put something in my head, right? He planted a little seed that makes me see something another way. If y'all understand where I'm coming from, all right? So I'm not just seeing it from my point of view. I'm also looking at it, from others. So now, let's talk about the courts, because this is where the colonial DNA shows up, right? The loudest. Colonial courts, and people don't talk about that, right? And when you vote local, you could put in these judges, right? These DAs and all that into office. But people don't want to talk about that, all right? Now, why I say that, right? Because colonial courts weren't designed to deliver justice. They were designed to maintain order and protect property. Judges were extensions of the ruling class, not the neutral references. I mean, my bad, references. Why the fuck did I say references? Not the neutral referees, my bad. And that mindset still shapes the modern court system. Look at how cases involving wealth, right, land or business get handled, right, compared to cases involving poverty or survival. Look at how long it takes to get justice if you're poor versus how quickly things move if if you have resources. The court system still operates on the colonial, how can I say, assumption that stability matters more than fairness. And y'all still able to correct me if I'm wrong. But once again, these are just my opinions, right? Listen. The language of the courts also carries colonial logic, right? Terms like disorderly, right? How can I say vagrant, trespass, and public nuisance, right? How can I say, they were originally created to control the lower classes, right? And marginalized groups. Now, those same terms still appear in modern day charges, right? Often used to police poverty, homelessness, and protest. The court system inherited a vocabulary built to criminalize anyone who didn't fit in, how can I say, in the colonial ideal of respectable society. And even when the laws change, the mindset behind them lingers. The court still decides who is, a threat and who is a citizen worth protecting. Just like colonial, how can I say, magistrates. Magistrates. Did I say it right? Yeah, magistrates. I know I said that one right. Shit. All right. So with that being said, let me say this, right? Zoning, right? And pay attention to what I'm saying, because it's going to come in a little handy. Because listen, I go to these community meetings, right? And I take notes of everything that they say. And then I go back into history to see what's the difference, how it started, how did it help? Does it benefit, right? Who does it benefit? And I can just keep going. All right? But listen, zoning is the quietest but most powerful colonial holdover. All right? Colonial Philly was designed with, how can I say, separation in mind. Separating the wealthy from the poor. All right? The respectable from the undesirable. The commercial from the residential. Modern zoning laws do the same thing. All right? Just with legal language instead of colonial decree. If you get where I'm coming from. Listen, zoning decides who gets, clean air, who gets green space, who gets, industrial pollution, who gets investments, who gets ignored. All right? It decides which neighborhoods get resources and which get written off. It's segregation without saying the word. It's colonial land control dressed up as urban planning. Right? And that's why when I tell people, like, listen, Y'all talk about our ancestors and y'all say the culture, the black culture, right? Or the Hispanic culture or the Latino culture, right? Or, any type of culture. But when you look back, what we're doing now, what we're blaming, on culture has nothing to do with our ancestors, because the culture that they left behind, right? The blueprint they left behind for us to follow and understand ain't the one we're following today. So I get where Mr. Oates was coming from earlier when he was having that conversation with my baby pops, right? And for y'all to understand that, y'all have to go, press rewind and go back to the conversation with Mr. Oates, right? And my baby pops talking, because it's gonna be a little minute before I edit this video and upload it. But listen, when you put police in, right? When you put police in, how can I say? When you put police in courts and zoning together, you see the full picture, right? A modern city still running on colonial logic. Control the movement of people, protect property over humanity, right? Separate communities by class and race. Maintain order, right? Even when justice is sacrificed. These aren't glitches. They're features inherited from a system built centuries ago. Right. And that's why understanding this history matters, because once you see the colonial DNA inside these institutions, you realize the fight today isn't about reforming a broken system. It's about confronting a system that's functioning exactly as it was designed, and deciding whether we're finally ready to redesign it from the ground up. Do y'all understand where I'm coming from? I mean, I'm not even sure if anybody is paying attention or understands my angle, or because listen, I think like this because of everything I've seen, everything I'm hearing, everything I'm watching, and then I sit back and I look at how it was when I was coming up. Then I go a little further back in history and I see how things are. Then I listen to our conversations from panel to panel. Right now, let's get us off the matrix real quick. Let's hop off the matrix real quick. All right, let's get out the rabbit hole real quick. All right, let's come up. Let's dive up. All right, listen, and let's surface, and let's land on on land, on the ground. Right, and let's look at what's going on around us. All right, what do y'all see? Is it getting better or is it getting worse? And they say, listen, the worst is yet to come before it gets better, but the worst came. It left and it came again, and it left and it came again. Kind of makes you think, right? Like Maya Angelou says, once you know better, you do better. But not everybody, like Mr. Oz has said time after time, and not just here, but on other panels, right? Not all of us are going to comprehend certain things at the same time. Not all of us is going to, understand the lessons at the same time. Let's put it like this: not all of us is going to figure it out at the same time. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. We got SBK in the building. Shout out to SBK. Make sure y'all go check out SBK. I don't know why Looney Tunes is supposed to have a wrench and he don't have his wrench. But make sure y'all go check out SBK, all right? Great conversations, great topics, all right? Check him out on that channel, and make sure y'all go check him out, all right? He does a podcast. Oh my God, why did I can't remember everyone's names right now. What I know he does listen, he does a podcast with someone else, all right? It's called the Tap In Podcast. Why the fuck I don't remember? Listen, if SBK is still down there, all right? Hopefully he leaves the link, all right? And her name, because what the fuck? How did I was just watching you 2 days ago with her. Was it 2 days ago? I know I was just watching you not so long ago. All right, you just had a recent live. Because I was watching you, then I was watching The Answer, and as I was watching The Answer, I went and I watched Selena. I'm like, I was watching everybody. Fuck. I apologize. I don't mean to forget names. I'm so sorry. But anyways, I gotta get back on topic, all right? My bad. I see SBK in the chat, all right? And I just had to give him a shout out on some real shit. But anyways, man, for me, like, I feel as though that the foundation, has to be updated, all right? But listen, when you look at everything we've unpacked from William Penn's, contradiction to Franklin's rise, from the revolution to, reconstruction, from industrial, expansion to political machines, from colonial police into modern zoning, you start to see the truth, all right, that history has been whispering the whole time. The system didn't magically reinvent itself. It evolved, adapted, rebranded, and how can I say modernized. But the core logic stayed the same. Power protects itself. Wealth protects itself. Institutions protect themselves. And the people at the bottom are always the ones forced to fight for every inch of progress. Right? That's not negativity. That's historical fact. Right? And once you see the pattern, you can't pretend, it's not there. Right? Listen, we walked through centuries of Philly's history. All right? Philly's story. And every era showed the same thing. The people in charge changed, but the structure rarely does. Colonial elites, right, become industrial brokers. And the laws, right, the ones written in the 1600s, 1700s, and 1800s still echo through the courts, right? The police, the zoning maps, and the neighborhoods today. That's why the same communities keep getting over-policed. That's why the same neighborhoods stay underfunded. Right? And that's why the same families stay locked out of opportunity. It's not random. It's not, accidental. It's inherited. The question that I have for all of y'all is, how do we change that? How do we bring back unity within our communities and make these things happen? I'll wait. All right. But here's the part, people miss. Even though the system is old, even though the blueprint is ancient, right? The one place where the people have always, had real leverage is local power. That's why I said that Antoine made, a valid point earlier, but his ego and his pride, and I'm not sure if he's chasing fame, is in the way of the truth, right? Because once again, the one place where, the people have always had real leverage is local power, not federal, all right? Not presidential, local. Because local government is the closest to the community, all right? It's the level where decisions hit you, hit your block, your school, your kids, your safety, your resources, your daily life. It's the level where you can walk into an office, look someone in the eye, and demand answers, right? It's the level where your vote isn't, drowned out by millions. It actually shifts the outcome. But nobody want to hear that, right? Every era we study proves this. When Philly's neighborhoods organized, laws changed. Time after time, all right? When workers pushed back, conditions changed. When Black communities demanded rights, protection changed. When citizens challenged zoning, neighborhoods changed. When people showed up locally, the machine had to adjust. Local power has always been the, pressure point. It's the one place where the system can't hide behind, national drama or political theater. Local officials can't disappear into Washington, right? They live here. They walk the same streets. They feel the heat when the community speaks. Do y'all understand where I'm coming from? Listen, I don't think many are watching right now, so hey. All right. Listen, and that's why all this hate and division we see today feels like a distraction. People are fighting over presidents like, the president is the architect of their daily life. But the truth is, all right, the laws that shape your neighborhood, the policing, all right, that affect your block, the zoning that decides what gets, built near your home, the funding your school receives, all of the local, all of that is local, right? The president doesn't decide if your rec center stays open. The president doesn't decide if your neighborhood gets a grocery store or another liquor store. The president doesn't decide if your kids get school programs. Local officials do. City council does. School boards do. Commissioners do. Judges do. Sheriffs do. Now, why do y'all think I'm taking the angle as in tours, right? Building my own board. Umar Johnson's idea wasn't bad, but he didn't want to build that board. And if I'm going to do this shit the right way, if I'm going to do this shit, I'm going to do this shit the right way. All right? I'm going to start with a new foundation. I'm not going to build it on top of a broken foundation. So I'm going to do it the right way. All right? I had a lot of people take me to the side. Listen, I'm on board. My baby pop's on board. I know the word is on board. All right? That makes 3 of us if the word is actually on board. Now, I just need 2 more people, and I have a board built. All right? So once again, I want y'all to remember, all right? The president doesn't decide if your kids get after-school programs. Local officials do. City councils does. All right? School boards do. Commissioners do. Judges do. Sheriffs do. Why y'all think I preach so heavy on local? Why y'all think that I do a lot of lives, even if I only get a little bit of people, right, in my chat and in my live, right, when I do these, community events and stuff like that? Because I want to show y'all that, here, your city is where it matters, where your voice matters. All right? So when we talk about breaking cycles, rewriting the blueprint, challenging the colonial DNA baked into the system, we're not talking about waiting for a president to save us. All right? We're not, how can I say, scratch that. I'm going to put it like this. We're talking about using the one tool that has always belonged to the people, local voting, town hall. Y'all, when y'all hear voting, y'all think booths. All right? Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all right? People we were talking about today, right? They use town hall. All right? The booths will get the politicians in office. But town hall, debating the politicians, will change the policies. But nobody want to hear that. All right? Listen. I'm gonna say this. We're not waiting for no president to save us. But if you think that that's going to happen, that's okay. All right? We're talking about using the one tool that has always belonged to the people. Local voting. That's where the real shift happens. That's where the machine can be disrupted. That's where the old structure can be challenged. All right? That's where new voices, all right, can rise. That's where communities can reclaim power, all right, that was taken from them generations ago. Local elections are, how can I say, where the system is most vulnerable and where the people are, how can I say, strongest. All right. So listen, as we close this chapter today, right, as we close this rabbit hole today, just for today, remember this. History doesn't repeat because people forget. It repeats because people stop, paying attention to where their power actually is. Right? And your power is local. Your voice is local. Your impact is local. And if you want safer neighborhoods, better schools, right, fairer laws, right, accountable, how can I say, policing and real representation, it starts with voting, where your voice is loudest, right? Presidents play the game, but local leaders shape your life, right? On some real shit. Go do your research. Test it out, right? And if we don't show up, right, locally, someone else will. And they won't be thinking about our families when they make decisions. So vote local, all right? That's how we break cycle. That's how we rewrite the blueprint. That's how we build the future, our ancestors never got to see. As long as you keep voting, all right, federal, it ain't going to matter. But y'all don't want to hear that. But listen, guys, this is all the time that I got for today, all right? I might do a live tomorrow, all right? Make sure y'all, check us out. If you ain't subbed up, make sure you subbed up, all right? I know that this week I'm scheduling the live, all right, for the giveaways. It's not going to be right now. It's going to be sometime around, if I'm not mistaken, I think March. All right, we're going to do the subscribers giveaway. All right, March or April, we're going to do subscribers giveaway. All right, so basically, like I told y'all before, all right, we're going to, I think I kind of figured it out. All right, so we're going to do the little wheel. I know what subscribers are sharing my videos or liking my videos, all right, or like hyping the video. Shout out to that YouTube studio, all right. So we're gonna put some people on the wheel, all right, and we're gonna spin the little wheel, and we're gonna have two $50 prizes. So basically, it's not gonna be a lot of winners, all right. It really isn't. So one person is gonna win a prize of five. Two people is gonna win $50 each, which makes it a total of $100, right? And then we're gonna have the two hoodies, right? We're gonna give out 4 books that day. So we're gonna do the subscribers giveaway in 2 months. I just want to make sure I have the hoodies here in place, and I get the books shipped in from Amazon. So because I'm definitely I gotta finish a few pages of this new book that I'm about to publish. So once I finish publishing that one, and I know I'm gonna send them books. I should send the books in. I don't know. I'll see by next week or the week after. I might put the shipment in for the books so we can start doing the giveaways with that. But man, I really appreciate everyone's support, man. I appreciate those that are going to Amazon and actually ordering, the Writers for Life, the way that the way a shorty sees the world, right? That was actually the first poetry book I published, and I did it on some on some Russian, just so that I can give some books away. I'm not gonna sit here and lie, and I appreciate those that really, motivated me to take that route, for real. Because now, like, listen, I got 2 books. I gotta finish publishing one. Like I told you, I gotta finish them last couple pages, and then I gotta, put the other book into the computer and publish that one. So, shout out to the support, man. Shout out to those that are actually purchasing the book. Like I told y'all, man, we're gonna start using that money, right, and start. How can I say it? Putting it into the grassroots project, right? So we getting there little by little, right? And I appreciate the support. And it's gonna take a minute, all right? But we're gonna get there. Guys, with that being said, let me get off this, John, and I'll see you later on tonight. Mr. Oates, I don't know if you're still on this, John, man.
Yep, I'm out of here.
Yeah. We all got dreams, but we stuck in the grind. Looking back at the past, but it's time to unwind. Everyone can do it, just gotta take that step. Stop dwelling on the losses, let's rewrite the rep. Hating on the president, calling him corrupt. But let me break it down, we gotta interrupt. Law's been in place, he's just playing the games of the past, let's rearrange. Y'all really stuck. Puppets with strings attached, waiting for mommy and daddy to tell them they give a fuck. Y'all wondering why y'all stuck? Damn, can't y'all see? Y'all bleeding all over the matrix and the medic bag is empty. Soldier, in the game of life. You're playing with invisible strings, trying to prove your worth, but you're just a pawn in a bigger fight. They say you're just a number, another statistic in the system, but you're a soul with a story to tell. So stand up tall, break those strings, prove to the world that you're more than just a marionette. Don't let them control your destiny. You're the master of your own fate. Don't be afraid to go after and take. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise. Yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We're building a future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You're bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic's bag is empty. Y'all shit out of luck. Wake up before you're stuck. Everyone can do it. How do we move forward? How do we do this? Just add something to it. Some stay stuck in the past. That's not how we last. Y'all hating on the president saying he corrupt. I don't know who he is. I feel like he's implementing what already exists. We gotta rise, Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears, but the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep means the time can't heal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood, but deep down inside there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we keep concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They said love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed, against the odds we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They tried to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattered elites. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite. It's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They build the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo and they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left from us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. That's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment, remember this face, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down in the face. Those who cause drama and neglect, let's strive for honor, morals, and grace, and leave behind this toxic childish race.